plus a very tricky starting gate. Buckle up, because we're underway. It's a Marble World Cup. 12 nations. Here we go. 12 flags on the grid. We've got the semifinals and the grand final. Get close to that golden trophy, and you take it. First up, Germany versus Indonesia. Starter gives the nod. Germany rolls out the grey marble. Indonesia in red, with a white accent. Both drop into the funnels. Germany exits first into the maze section, looking for the clean line. And contact, big contact, again! Multiple bumps in the maze. Indonesia slips ahead and calls the spiral elevator. 3 spiral elevators on this course. Now into the next funnel. Germany reaches the seesaw sector. A brutally difficult section. Watch Indonesia. A brilliant move and straight to the elevator. Up the spiral lift again and into the penultimate funnel. The penultimate funnel is turning into a fight. Remember, only one advances to the semi-final. Germany. Germany drops through. Germany is out and Indonesia follows. Final funnel now. A place in the quarters on the line. Who gets the clean descent? And it's going to be Indonesia. Wow. Indonesia advances. Straight into the semi-final. Germany is left behind. And Germany bows out of this World Cup. Indonesia moves on to the semi-finals, waiting for Japan versus the United Kingdom. Starter signals. The gate opens. United Kingdom in blue. Japan rolls in black. Both marbles into the 2 funnels. UK drops first into the maze. Left option, then right. Japan tries to pressure. Japan nearly stalls. The UK exits the maze cleanly. Nice and smooth, up the spiral elevators. And onto the second level of the track. Japan climbs too, looking for contact, but can't land it. UK reaches the seesaws. Japan is still in the funnel. Japan drops to the seesaws now. And the UK still stuck on the seesaws. This sector is unforgiving. A semi-final spot is on the line. For now, the UK leads, calling the last spiral elevator. Into the penultimate funnel. United Kingdom, Japan still battling the seesaws. UK is circling the penultimate funnel. Needs a clean drop to the final funnel. And there it goes. Final funnel. Now the UK. Japan climbs again to the penultimate funnel, trying to close the gap. But it's tough. The UK pace is relentless. And it looks like the UK will qualify. And they do. United Kingdom through. The UK advances to the semifinals. Japan is just too slow today. Japan is eliminated. United Kingdom, absolutely delighted. Into the semifinals they go. And you, how are you enjoying this Marble World Cup? Tell us below if your country isn't here. And if it is, drop a comment so we know. Which team are you backing? Alright, next matchup, India versus Argentina. India comes in with the red marble. Argentina answers with the white. Who gets the first drop into the maze section? For now, both are circling inside the funnel. Split lanes, 1 funnel each, drifting side to side. And here we go, into the maze. Contact. Argentina pushes through. India slips past the collision. That is a strong read in the labyrinth. India with a real surprise move. Here comes the call. The spiral elevator engages. India is sent into Sector 2. Second spiral elevator, activated. India still the red marble out front, already in the upper funnel, 2nd floor. Argentina arrives. Immediate bumping, physical racing, side by side, body to body. India drops first. India hits the seesaw section. Argentina slams down, overtake. Argentina takes the lead now. But both get stuck on the seesaws. Argentina escapes first. Last spiral elevator, called in. Argentina heads to the penultimate funnel. India is there too. India is flying. So much speed from India. Closes in and taps the white marble, shoulder to shoulder. Now both in the penultimate funnel. This is a huge fight. Argentina drops into the penultimate funnel. It's a semi-final spot on the line. Locked together again. Just centimeters from the finish. And India clinches the semi-final place. Argentina was the slower one there. And Argentina is eliminated out of our Marble World Cup. On to the next matchup. Mexico versus Canada. Mexico brings the green marble. Canada is brown with white detail. A sharp look on that one. Both are spinning in the funnels. They need a clean drop to the maze. Mexico drops first. Mexico is through and takes the lead. Canada responds straight into contact. That contact is heavy, and we've got a restart. All right, reset for the relaunch. The referee gives the signal. Restart confirmed, back underway. A fierce battle through the maze section. Mexico drops again. Canada comes in. Another big hit. They're strong, and they do it again. Mexico still out front. Canada surprises and takes the lead. Both spiral elevators are called. Here comes Canada. Canada accelerates up the lift. Mexico answers body to body. Now into the Sector 2 funnel upstairs. Mexico nudges ahead, but Canada overtakes. This race is tight from start to finish. Tell me in the comments, who are you cheering for? And remember, next Saturday, Marble Champions begins. 2026, the most anticipated series of all time. The last one was back in 2021. Stay tuned. Hit the bell. Let's go! Back to the race. Mexico and Canada go again. Still wide open. No clear favorite. Too close to call right now? Into the final funnel they go. Mexico, Canada, neck and neck. A fierce race, my friends. Look at this. And it's Canada. Wow. Canada punches the ticket. Mexico is out, eliminated from our Marble World Cup. Canada will face India in the semifinals. Indonesia and the United Kingdom are also through. On to the next matchup. United States versus Brazil. Start authorized. The gates are open. Both marbles into the funnel. The United States in white. Brazil is in yellow. The United States drops first, straight into the maze section. Brazil takes the left lane. The United States goes right. Who gets the edge? Brazil calls the elevator first. That quick decision opens space on the track. And suddenly, Brazil is in front. The United States stays close. This race is intense, both into the upper funnel. Who drops to the seesaws? Here comes Brazil. Brazil drops. The United States follows. Hard contact. Another collision. This is razor tight. Brazil handles it better. Calls the final elevator. Heading for the penultimate funnel. The United States pressures hard. Side by side again. Into the penultimate funnel. Both fighting for a semi-final spot. Everything on the line here. The United States drops to the final funnel. This is a huge moment. Heavy contact. Brazil closes in. Another bump, no space given. The United States answers back. Contact again. Still nothing decided. Who survives this battle? It's the United States! The United States secures the semifinal place. Brazil's run comes to an end. Brazil fought bravely to the finish. But the United States moves on. What a duel! Now the final semifinal spot is up for grabs. England versus France. Here we go. England rolls in with the white marble. Black and yellow details stand out. France answers with the blue marble. Both drop straight into the funnels. Who finds the clean exit to the maze? They break into the maze section. Heavy contact right away. Multiple collisions. No room given. If you enjoy racing like this, drop a comment and let us know. What do you think of this competition so far? Here comes France. France calls the spiral elevator. England stays right on the pressure. Side by side, England strikes back. A bold move through the funnel. England emerges in front. England reaches the seesaw section first. France is right there. Immediate contact. This race keeps swinging back and forth. No clear leader through the chaos. Positions change almost every second. England finds the elevator first. Heading to the penultimate funnel, England tightens control up front. France refuses to back down. Still, side by side, into the penultimate funnel together. England drops toward the final funnel. This decides the last semifinal place. Who finds the exit? The tension is massive. They collide again. England squeezes past France. Huge contact on the drop. And who takes it in the end? Look at this. An intense battle, neck and neck. But it's England. England secures the semifinal place. France is out. France fought all the way, but England was stronger today. And that sets our semifinals. Now we move on. 6 nations remain in this competition. The semifinals are set. And here comes the first semifinal. United Kingdom versus Indonesia. The United Kingdom rolls in with blue. Indonesia answers with red. Let us know who you are cheering for. And remember, once again, Marble Champions, the most anticipated series from Fubeca Race. Starting next Saturday, stay tuned and turn on notifications so you don't miss a thing. Back to the track. Here we go. United Kingdom and Indonesia, still even. The seesaw section delivers heavy contact. No separation at all. Here comes the drop. United Kingdom. Indonesia responds. Still nothing between them. Another collision in the seesaw section. Locked together. The balance shifts constantly. One clean movement. Perfect timing. The United Kingdom reaches the penultimate funnel first. The final spiral elevator is engaged. But look at Indonesia. An incredible move sends them to the final funnel. Indonesia is right on the brink of qualification. A place in the final is on the line. Remember, 3 marbles will race in the final. That means 3 spots are available. This is one of them. United Kingdom and Indonesia. And Indonesia takes it. Wow! Indonesia books a place in the final. The United Kingdom is eliminated. Next up, India versus Canada. Another final spot is on the line. This is for the second position. Canada and India. Canada rolls in with brown. White details stand out. India. Red marble on the line. Who gets the early drop? Canada goes first. Canada enters the maze section, looking for the cleanest path. That choice pays off. Canada exits quickly. Straight to the first elevator, and immediately the second. Canada reaches the upper funnel, sector 2 of the track. India is still chasing. India arrives. India looks for contact, but cannot connect. Canada drops. India follows. Light contact at the exit. India squeezes through. Canada tries to respond. They split lanes. Neck and neck again. The race stays tight. No margin whatsoever. Canada drops into the final spiral elevator. India follows closely. The pressure builds into the penultimate funnel. Another final place on the line. Who finds the exit? Canada on one side, India on the other. 2 giants collide. 2 proud nations. India drops first, takes the lead. Can India hold on? Canada drops as well. Neck and neck, locked together. No separation. This fight goes to the limit. They battle right to the end. India breaks free. India qualifies for the final. Canada's run comes to an end. An incredible effort. And now, 2 finalists are set. Indonesia is through. India has also secured a spot. Now the final place in the final is up for grabs. The marbles are rolling. This last ticket to the final is on the line. England enters with the white marble. Black details stand out clearly. The United States answers with white as well. They roll smoothly out of the gate. England finds the first drop. Straight into the maze section. A sharp move to the left, then quickly back to the right. Heavy contact, both marbles stall on the track. A restart is called after the clash. Everything resets. Back into the funnels they go, circling patiently, waiting for the drop. Precision over aggression. Clean lines through the funnel. Who commits first? England finds the exit again. The United States searches for an opening. Contact made. Another attempt to unsettle the run. Traffic builds in the maze. More contact. Still racing. The United States gains momentum. The United States edges ahead. Up the second spiral elevator, rising toward the upper level. Into the second floor funnel. England follows. England strikes back and dives into the seesaw section. The United States feels the pressure. Momentum slips away. England balances cleanly. The United States loses precious time. A costly delay in this section. But the fight is not over. Anything can still happen. This tournament has proven that. England reaches the penultimate funnel. A final spot within reach. 2 finalists already waiting. England circles with control. This drop could decide everything. The tension is unbearable. And here comes the United States, charging back into contention. Contact at the funnel exit. A quick tap. The United States squeezes through, now leading the race. A slim advantage. Into the final funnel. Can England respond? England drops, neck and neck at the bottom. Still no margin. An intense duel. The United States holds firm. The United States makes it. The final place is secured. England is eliminated. A valiant effort. And now the final is set. Here is our final lineup. The United States, India, and Indonesia. Everything is set, ready to go. The referee signals, gates open. The final is underway. Racing for the golden trophy. Who gets the first drop? Here comes India. India leads early. Red marble out front. The United States follows in white. Indonesia holds third. A tight battle behind. The chase begins. India opens a small gap. A clean run through the maze. India stretches the lead. Up the elevator, into the second level. India remains in control. Indonesia moves into second. The United States drops to third. India descends first, straight to the seesaws. Chaos behind at the funnel. Indonesia fights for position. Indonesia secures second. India still leads, holding steady. The United States pushes hard. Trouble. The United States slips. Oh my God. An incredible moment. Indonesia capitalizes. The United States is out of the final. This is devastating, my friends. He pushed too hard on the descent. A costly mistake. Too aggressive. The United States is out. What drama. India and Indonesia remain. The final duel begins. India still leads. Indonesia stays close. No room to relax. India protects the advantage. Indonesia attacks. Unbelievable finish. Indonesia wins it all. Wow. India finishes second. The United States takes third. What a final. Fair result? Let us know your thoughts. Should that move have been retried? Indonesia lifts the golden trophy. Fubeca race. We hope you enjoyed this incredible race. Let's take a look at the podium. The crowd is on its feet. More than 50,000 fans in attendance. Here is the podium. Indonesia, first place. India claims second. And third place, the United States. A strong campaign. But heartbreak in the final. Overpushed, paid the price. That's racing. Thank you for watching. This has been Fubeca Race. The world's biggest marble channel, bringing Marble World Cups to life. Stay tuned. Marble Champions, next Saturday. Turn on notifications. Like and comment. See you next time.
Hello and Merry Christmas from all of us here at Fubeca's Marble Runs. Today we will have a friendly race with 8 countries from around the world competing in this Christmas marble race. You can see the track laid out for us today, of course, with all of the Christmas decorations, and we've even gotten a light dusting of snow, which definitely will add a little bit of a Christmas spirit to this marble race. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. Glass Car 2023 will be coming soon in January. Definitely some exciting news and definitely something to look forward to. Now it's time to meet the teams competing in this tournament. We have Japan, Brazil, India, and Argentina in the top bracket. And of course, the 4 marbles in the second bracket. But first, it's time for semifinal A. And we are about to start, and we're off into the first white funnel they go, and it is Japan who comes out to the quick lead as we go into this orange funnel. And here come all the other marbles as well. Who will come out first? I think that's Argentina as we get going into the first rail section. It's Japan being followed very closely by Brazil as we go into this first orange funnel after that rail section. And there goes Brazil out of that orange funnel. And they're going to be able to get to the conveyor belt first. Let's see who's directly behind them. There's 1 step, 2 steps behind Brazil is India as we go into the next rail section, which is really just about gaining ground over your opponent because you can't overtake in this 1 marble lane. As we go into the next orange funnel, can Brazil keep the lead? Here comes Argentina and India, and I think Argentina, it has passed India. Yeah, India is in the back of the pack now, and Japan is still trying to hold the lead. There goes Brazil back, taking the lead back. And we go into the second to last funnel. There goes Brazil into the final blue funnel, and they're able to exit first, and they'll advance, and Japan will advance as well. Argentina and India will be eliminated. So Brazil, Japan are having a very good Christmas so far. Let's see if they do even better as we go to the finals. And now it's time for the second group of this tournament. We have Indonesia, Vietnam, USA, and Mexico. And only 2 of these marbles will go up against Brazil and Japan in the final. And now it's about to start, and we're off. Comes out to lead first. It's Indonesia being followed by the USA, but they're all pretty neck and neck. And it looks like Vietnam and Mexico are able to exit that funnel first, but quickly they're overtaken by the USA in that funnel. Into the rail section they go, being led by the USA, and here comes Mexico and Vietnam very close together. And what happened there? Mexico spinning in place for a couple of fractions of a second, and then they exit the funnel very quickly. I have never seen that in my marble commentating career, and well, it's a very good strategy by Mexico as we get going through this sky rail section, and Mexico trying to get out of this funnel before they face any trouble. But Indonesia is making that hard. Here comes the USA and Vietnam as well. The USA only has a little bit more time to overpass Mexico for the lead. And here comes Vietnam. There comes USA as well. Mexico about to exit and enter the final funnel of this entire race. And here comes Indonesia in second. There goes Mexico, and they will advance. Here comes the USA as well, and Vietnam. And they're all in this final funnel. Who will exit first? There goes the USA, and they will advance with Mexico very close in front of Vietnam and Indonesia, who barely missed out on advancing to the finals of this Fubeca's Marble Runs Christmas special. So our finalists will be Mexico, the USA, Japan, and Brazil. Which one of these marbles will become the Christmas champion of this event? Comment down below. We have 2 North American countries, 1 Asian country, and 1 South American country, all competing for this Christmas prize. Who will come out on top? We're about to find out. And they're off into the white funnel they go. Who comes out first? It's Brazil, being followed by Japan. Here comes Mexico and the USA as well. And Mexico is able to get out as well as for the USA. But these first couple of funnels are really hard to keep the lead because they're so bunched together. And it's really hard to keep the lead. As we go into the second group of funnel, they're a little bit more spaced out now. And USA and it looks like Brazil are able to streak away from the rest of the pack. Into the rail section they go. Can Brazil catch up to the USA at the end of this sky rail section? There's Japan as well. And where is Mexico? I haven't seen them in a while. And the USA and Brazil fighting in that funnel. Brazil is able to get out first, but here comes the USA and they retake the lead into that little wiggly section into the third to last funnel. Brazil and the USA really fighting for this. USA still in the lead, but here comes Brazil right back, and they overtake for the lead into the final funnel. Can the USA catch up and be the Christmas champion? And they are able to take the quick lane, and the USA will be the Christmas champion of this Fubeca's Marble Runs Christmas special. Brazil will come in at second, and Japan will be in third place. Mexico missing out on the podium, but still made it to the finals. Congratulations to the USA for being our Christmas champion. So there you go, the USA moving up to the championship position, getting the Christmas Fubeca Cup. Brazil so close to getting the win. They weren't able to do it. They were really neck and neck, the USA and Brazil, for the entire race, taking the lead back and forth. And ultimately, it was the USA who came out with the win. And they get to sit on the top of the podium and be the Christmas champion. Congratulations to the USA for being the winner of this Christmas special. Brazil coming in at second, and Japan in third place, getting to sit on the podium as well. But today, everybody aspires to be the USA. If you like this video, don't forget to like and subscribe and comment on below. And stay tuned for GlassCar 2023 coming in January. And on behalf of all the Fubeca team, I hope you have a most happy, pleasant, and beautiful Christmas. Good day, everyone.
Today's challenge brings 7 funnels. 2 wide, large funnels right at the start. A dual-track sector ahead. 2 alternate paths. A decisive funnel that can change the game at the end. We've got 2 maze modules on this run. Epic collisions that the fans love. 1 electric elevator on the climb. A set with 3 opening decisive funnels. Near the start, a tough section with pins and obstacles. So fasten your seatbelts, it's about to begin. Country Balls League 2025, Event 12. Get ready and pick your favorite marble. Many rounds ahead, today promises action and competition. Choose your country now, it's starting soon. Now let's check the medal table. Brazil leading with 23 points. South Korea in second, also with 23 points. Mexico in third with 22 points. Philippines in fourth with 21. Japan closing the top 5 with 21 points. First clash of the day and the track is heating up. United States versus Qatar. What head-to-head action. Referee gives the signal. Lights are on and we're rolling. And remember, follow us on Instagram. Fubeca Race, official page for all the highlights. Join the fans and feel the thrill with us. United States takes funnel 2. Strong start. Rolling steady through funnel 2, trying to defend the lead. Qatar speeds up and overtakes with precision, straight into funnel 3. Clean move. United States looking to counter that crystal clear marble with red and blue streaks. Beautiful down the slope. Qatar runs darker, fast and stable. Qatar pushes ahead, climbs the electric elevator, smooth, dives into the maze drop. What a move. Already in Module 2, holding strong momentum. United States closing the gap on the chase. Down into Module 1 now. Inside the maze, seeking contact. Qatar conquers funnel 4, still on top. United States pushing hard. Gap is shrinking. Almost stalls but recovers fast. United States, contact made. What a touch. Pushes Qatar forward. Pure drama. In funnel 4, total tension. Qatar keeps control of the race. Heads to funnel 6, still in command. Right side of the track, anything can happen. Downhill run, straight to the final funnel. Qatar closing in on victory. The crowd is roaring. United States responds, dives into funnel 5, still alive. United States drops again. Reaches funnel 7, incredible race. Let's see who takes it at the finish line. United States. United States secures the victory and also earns 3 championship points. Qatar rolls down now, misses out on the 3 points. United States with an excellent run. Brilliant recovery at the end of the race. Let's check the replay for details. United States finishes strong and secures 3 points. We're only at event 12 of the championship. Brazil stays in the lead, and if you want your brand featured in the amazing Fubeca race events, send us an email. Here we go. Referee gives the green light. India versus Philippines. They dive into funnel 1. Look at that. Philippines playing in blue. India rolling in white. Look, Philippines tries to block India, but cannot hold the line. India drops to funnel 2. And straight into funnel 3, now leading. India takes the lead. India now heading for the elevator. Climbing step by step. Drops into the dive of sector 2. Perfect control. Heading into the maze. Now entering the second maze module. Opening a huge gap over the Philippines. Philippines, now yes, finally descends into the first maze module. Philippines in funnel 4. India in funnel 4. Philippines closes the gap. Great move. Makes contact and takes the lead. Philippines now leading in funnel 6. Running on the right side of the track. Conquers the final funnel. The 7th funnel of the match. India coming down the left side. Takes funnel 5. Philippines advancing well. Was so close to victory now. India drops down, but Philippines secures the win. Philippines earns 3 points in the league. Philippines, ranked 4th with 21 points before this race, now adds 3 more, reaching 24 points, moves up in the standings. And you can subscribe to the channel right now. If this is your first time watching, hit subscribe and don't miss the next race. Here we go, next matchup. Portugal versus France. Lights on, marbles rolling. Portugal takes the lead, captures funnel 1. Both marbles now in funnel 1, neck and neck. France moves ahead, new leader, takes funnel 2. France already conquers funnel 3. Portugal stays behind in funnel 2. Portugal drops down, makes physical contact. Now it's body to body, side by side. They drop again. Portugal takes the elevator, climbing up toward the maze section. Drops into the maze and dives again. Now in the second maze module. Portugal is leading the race. France tries to close the gap. Right behind Portugal, already into module 2 as well. Portugal in funnel 4. France catches up, makes contact. A quick touch, but Portugal defends beautifully. Takes the right side of the track. Into funnel 6. France stays back in funnel 4. Now moving left down the track. Takes funnel 5. Portugal dives into the final funnel. Portugal now inches from victory. But France drops fast, trying for physical contact. Contact made. Whoever drops first takes 3 points. Look at that. This competition is very close. Wow, Portugal is the winner, takes the 3 points, and wins the race. What a close, intense battle. Check the replay. Look at the precision. Portugal pulls off a brilliant move, outmaneuvers France and secures 3 points. Packed arena tonight, and remember, if you want your brand featured in our amazing races, incredible moments, send us an email today. We move to the next matchup. South Korea versus the Netherlands. Referee gives the signal. Netherlands playing in yellow. South Korea in white. South Korea with an incredible move. Goes straight to funnel 3. South Korea, second place in the league, showing power early. Currently in second place, with 23 points, tied with the leader, Brazil. Meanwhile, the Netherlands sits 8th with 10 points. They need a win to climb the standings. South Korea is already in funnel 4. Netherlands trying to close the gap, but South Korea is already there. Into funnel 5, sliding down the left side. Down to the final funnel, South Korea, so close to victory. If South Korea wins, they could take the top spot in the standings. It all depends on Brazil's race. If Brazil loses this one, South Korea could move into first place. And South Korea wins. South Korea earns 3 valuable points. Stays strong in second place overall. The Netherlands still rolling. Spinning in funnel 7. Finally drops down. The Netherlands finishes the run, remaining 8th in the standings. They might drop even further after this. Everything depends on the next races. Coming up soon, leave your comment. If your country is not in this league, tell us in the comments below. Maybe we'll add it in the next tournaments. Next up, Egypt and Indonesia. Referee gives the go. Funnel 1. Egypt rolling with the black marble. Indonesia playing with the red one. Indonesia really needs a win today. They're 17th in the league. Egypt currently sitting 10th overall. Indonesia takes a small lead, slightly ahead of Egypt. Indonesia dives into the maze, clean and fast. Down through the maze, drop with control. Conquers Module 2, great start for the red marble. Here comes Egypt, pushing hard. Takes Module 1, keeping the chase alive. Both marbles close, tight race ahead. Watch that turn. Indonesia almost stops, loses speed but stays in. Recovers quickly, back on pace. Egypt descends, closing in fast. Physical contact, neck and neck. Indonesia ahead again, nice move. Into funnel 6 smoothly. Running on the right side of the track. 2 paths ahead, every choice counts. Egypt takes the same lane, still in pursuit. Drops into funnel 6 as well. Indonesia already in funnel 7. So close to victory now. Indonesia pushes strong. Final stretch. Egypt still chasing. Attempts a touch, not enough. Indonesia holds firm. Crosses first. Brilliant win for Indonesia. They stay alive. 3 points gained for the league. A crucial victory today. Climbing higher in the standings again. Egypt misses the win, loses ground. Still 10th, could drop further next round. Let's see that replay once more. That was the move. The perfect drop. Smooth descent for the victory. And remember, follow us on Instagram. Fubeca Race, clips and highlights daily. Join over 157,000 fans worldwide. Next matchup on the track. Referee gives the start. Belgium versus Russia. Russia rolling in red. Belgium rolling in black. Russia drops first into the run. Belgium follows right after, no delay. Belgium finds speed and overtakes. Moves ahead into funnel 3. Russia drops again. Makes another physical touch. Now they're body to body inside funnel 3. Belgium reaches the elevator, climbing to the upper level. Russia 2, and visit our official Fubeca race store for custom products. They stay very close, no one breaks away. This race is going to be tight all the way to the end. Belgium has a small problem in the lane, almost stalls on the track. Gets reactivated by Russia, contact helps. Plenty of physical battling inside the maze module. They head into funnel 4 now. What a close and intense race. Russia drops first on the left side of the track. Right into funnel 6. Belgium comes down on the right lane as well. Into funnel 6 too. Russia reaches funnel 7. Russia is very close to winning now. Russia needs this win today. They are 14th in the league table. Belgium is also there, 13th place right now. Here comes Belgium down the lane, makes the touch, and steals the win at the end. Belgium secures the victory and earns 3 points on the table. Russia stays 14th and could drop even more. Let's watch it calmly on the replay. Belgium comes down the slope, makes clean physical contact at the right time, and that touch secures the victory, and 3 more points in our league. Let's move on to the next matchup. It's Spain versus Libya. The start is authorized, lights are on, and the marbles are rolling. Spain is playing in yellow. Libya rolling in white. They drop together into funnel 2. Spain now moves ahead into funnel 3. But Libya catches up and overtakes in funnel 3. Not only overtakes, that move gives Spain an extra push inside the funnel. They're both heading into the second maze module now. Libya reaching funnel 4 first. Spain is right behind. This one is shaping up to be tight all the way. Spain drops again. Both are now inside funnel 4. Libya moves on the right side of the track, heads toward funnel 6. Spain still in funnel 4, losing precious time. Libya goes down to funnel 7. It's going to be a fierce battle at the last funnel. Spain comes down strong. Now the fight is in the final funnel. And Spain takes the win right at the end. What an incredible move. Spain earns 3 valuable points on the table. Spain, who was last in the standings, now jumps from 20th place. An essential victory for their campaign. Let's see it again in the replay. Spain drops perfectly, makes the contact inside the funnel, and secures 3 points in the championship table. Libya wasn't doing well either this season. They were in 16th place in the league, and may drop even further after this one. Japan versus Germany on the track. Referee authorizes the start. Lights are on. Japan rolling in white. Germany rolling in black. They move forward now into funnel 3. Japan takes the lead in this race. Japan is in the top 5 of our league, currently in 5th place. Germany, on the other hand, really needs a win here. They are 18th on the table right now. They need important points to stay in, to remain in the competition fight. Japan is already at the end of the sector, almost reaching funnel 4. Arrives there now. Germany in black, having a hard time keeping up with Japan. Japan drops again, tries to make physical contact, but cannot connect. Japan takes the left side of the track and enters the funnel. Funnel 5, and now straight down to funnel 7. Japan sitting in 5th place overall. Germany really needs this win today. Germany in 18th place must win to improve. Japan is about to secure 3 points. Germany not doing well in the championship and not performing well in this battle either. Germany still spinning. Spinning inside the funnel, and now yes, Germany finishes the race without a winning result today. And remember our Instagram, Fubeca Race. We are more than 157,000 followers. Be part of this community. Next matchup, Brazil versus Argentina. And the marbles are rolling, lights are on, here we go. Brazil, the current league leader. They hold first place with 23 points. Tied with South Korea at the top. South Korea already played and won their match. If Brazil wins today, they stay in first place. But if they lose, they'll drop down in the standings. Both rolling now toward funnel 3. Side by side in funnel 3. Argentina takes the front, heading up the elevator. This is one of the biggest rivalries in Fubeca Race. Two South American giants face to face. The race is extremely tight now. Both drop into the second maze module. Physical contact there. Multiple collisions. Argentina moves ahead to funnel 4. Brazil drops right after. Argentina goes down the right lane and takes funnel 6 with speed. Argentina needs this win badly. They are 12th in the championship, while Brazil leads the standings, but their leadership is now in danger. Brazil about to drop into funnel 6. Argentina already in funnel 7. Brazil descends. Tries to make the touch, but cannot reach it. Argentina takes the victory. And Brazil loses the leadership spot because South Korea already earned 3 points. Brazil had 23 points as leader and stays there, tied with South Korea. Brazil comes down again. Fubeca Marble runs on the air. Remember to join our community. Be part of this growing community. Let's check the replay. Argentina defends perfectly in the last funnel. Brazil tried to make physical contact, but could not reach. And if you want your brand here in Fubeca Race, send us an email right now. Mexico versus China. Referee authorizes the start. The lights come on. Both marbles head into funnel 1. China rolling in red. Mexico rolling in green. China is currently 9th in the championship. Mexico sits in 3rd place with 22 points on the board. If they win, they can move up to 2nd place. South Korea, for now, is leading the championship. China drops first into the maze section. Already in the 2nd module. China almost reaching funnel 4. Arrives at funnel 4 now. Mexico only now reaches the 2nd maze module. But China still controls funnel 4 at the front. Mexico arrives in the battle, but cannot make contact. China goes on the left lane and takes funnel 5. Drops now into funnel 7. Very close to victory. China 9th in the league. Mexico in 3rd place. Their 3rd place is at risk right now. Here comes Mexico down. Tries to make the touch, connects, and takes the win. Mexico? In the final seconds of the run, Mexico wins it. What a finish! China was so close to winning this one, but in the end, Mexico surprises and wins. Mexico can now climb in the standings. They will probably take second place. Let's check the overall points table. Here it is. South Korea takes the lead, goes up to 26 points. Mexico is second, Japan third, Philippines fourth, and the United States moves up in the championship, staying among the top 5 of the league. And that wraps up another stage of Fubeca Marble Runs. What a day, full of emotion and incredible races. Congratulations to all the teams that gave it their all today. And a huge thank you to everyone watching till the end. You're the heartbeat of this amazing global community. Subscribe to the channel and hit that bell icon so you don't miss the next incredible race. Click the end card now and watch more Fubeca race videos. The next stage is coming soon. Stay tuned. Fubeca Marble Runs. Speed, emotion, and marble passion.
again, and welcome to the Freak Marbles Championship here at Fubeca's Marble Runs. I'm Jeremiah, and I'll be providing live commentary for this event. We have 25 Freak Marbles competing in today's races, which you can buy at your local store. Try to collect them all. And if you need more information, go to the links down in the description. We have our first group of marbles coming up on the screen here, each with their respective stats on the right side of your screen. And the bottom marble of each round in this video will be eliminated and not make it on to the next round. Here are all the contestants of today's video, each freak marble. And be sure to pick a favorite and watch them as we go along through this season. First off, we have Swift Claws, Ghost, Shadow, Piggly, and Sneaky. And we are off. Who comes out first? It's Piggly by quite a large margin through these traffic cones. And here comes Ghost. And Ghost takes first place. Can Piggly take it back through these hairpins? I am not sure. Piggly having a little bit of trouble on these traffic cones. Ghost trying to run away with it through the tunnel. And through more traffic cones, here comes Swift Claws trying to put some pressure on Piggly, but we only have a couple more turns to go. Can Swift Claws take second place here? No, they get caught up on one of those traffic cones, and Piggly is trying to stay away. Ghost, though, so far ahead. He's just bypassing most of these traffic cones, and I think he's going to be the winner of this first round. And there goes Ghost in first place. Piggly coming in at second. Swift Claw in third. Sneaky comes out in fourth. And Shadow will be in fifth and will be eliminated from this tournament. Next up, we have the second round of this qualifying. We have B-Bug, Godsey, Peapod, Flame Fighter, and Fury. You can see each marble comes with their own little body that you can stick the marble into to make them all more lively. As we take a look at all the individual stats for each of these marbles, you can see we have weight, size, defense, attack, and health stats. Each one of these stats helps them in a different way in these races. And we are off with qualifying 2. Who comes out first? It's Flame Fighter being followed by Godsey and Peapod as we go through these traffic cones once again. Peapod now comes out in the lead and is extending it by quite a bit. Flame Fighter falling down a little bit here, but there he goes, trying to take the lead back, and he is able to. Here comes Fury now, trying to pressure Flame Fighter. As we go through these traffic cones once again, Peapod takes second place once again. And there goes Fury in the third place over Godsey. Peapod trying to catch up to Flame Fighter. We only have one more turn to go. Can Peapod take the lead in this final turn? It's not looking like it. Flame Fighter straight through the S-curves with no problem, and Flame Fighter will be the champion of the second qualifying. Peapod coming in at second, and Godsey in third place. Fury coming in at fourth, the last qualifying spot of this group. B-Bug, unfortunately, getting eliminated from this event. Next up, we have Sentinel, Monster Eye, Tuffy, Night Watchman, and Baby Bug. Here's Baby Bug. It's also cool because you can see all the different little costumes for each one of these marbles in these stats. So you can pick out your favorite or just root for the marble that you currently have in your collection. Tuffy looking very tough here. Can he take the win in this round? We're about to find out. And it is Night Watchman who comes out first, but Tuffy comes out to the lead already early in this race. Night Watchman trying to come up from behind, but Monster Eye is putting some pressure on him as we go through this next hairpin. Can Sentinel come out into third? Yes, he does. Now Night Watchman is stuck on the track, and Night Watchman will DNF. And that's a good sigh of relief for the rest of these marbles, because they get guaranteed advancement. Now it's all for bragging rights. Who can come out first in this group? Obviously, it will be Tuffy, so far ahead of the rest of these marbles. Into the final spot, and Tuffy comes out with the win. Probably 10 seconds ahead of second place, who is Monster Eye. Who comes out next? Baby Bug and then Sentinel. So Night Watchman will be eliminated along with B-Bug and Shadow. We have 2 more marbles to eliminate in 2 more rounds. Which ones will it be? In the next group, we have Golem, a gold robot-type marble, Jelly Eye, a very large-eyed alien. And then we have Johnny the Bull, and that pretty much sums it up very well. And Calaverita. Of course, we also have Martian, with 3 eyes and 2 teeth. And we are off through the traffic cones, and who comes out first? It's Martian, being followed by Golem and Jelly Eye through these traffic cones, which almost act like a Plinko section. And it is Martian who's still able to secure his lead here. Golem trying to catch up, but it's very difficult to catch up when a marble gets a very large lead on this track. Here comes Johnny the Bull, though, charging his way up, trying to catch up to Martian. Can his brute force be enough to take the lead here in this race? So close to Martian, who seems to be using his alien abilities to get just enough ahead of Johnny the Bull. But there goes Johnny the Bull here, and Johnny takes the lead in the final turn. Can he keep it through this final section? Yes, Johnny the Bull comes in at first. Martian loses out in the final turn. Calaverita in third, Jelly Eye in fourth, and Golem DNFing. He will be eliminated from this tournament. Now for the final qualifying, 5 more marbles left to go, and only 4 will make it to the next video. We have Mimi, which looks like a blue cat. We have Allie, another alien. Let's see if this alien can do better than the last alien in the last group. Next up we have Botbox and Frosty. And last but not least, Lara, a spider with some cute eyes. In the final race of the day, and we're off through the traffic cones. Who comes out in the lead through this first turn? It's Mimi with all her cute powers coming out to the max here. Here comes Botbox, though. He takes the lead through the second turn, but Mimi comes out with a large lead here. Can she hold it for the rest of this race? Here comes Lara, and she takes the lead. As we go through these next couple of turns, Allie in third place. Can Mimi take the lead from Lara? Through the hairpins, it's Lara who's still in the lead. Mimi trying to come up, but she loses out to Allie here, who now is putting her sights on Lara. Through the final turn, can Allie take the lead? Yes, he does. Here comes Mimi, though, but no, Mimi will not be able to get into first place. Allie comes out with first, Mimi in second, Frosty in third, but we had a large jam here. Lara was the last marble and the farthest away from the finish line, so she will be eliminated from this tournament. Hello and welcome back to the Freak Marbles Championship here at Fubeca's Marble Runs. I am Jeremiah, providing commentary once again for this event. Today we have the semifinals with the remaining 20 marbles that have made it from the previous video. In the first group, we have Swift Claws, we have Sneaky. You can see their stats over on the right side. We have Flame Fighter up next. And then we have Fantissima. And of course, our final one of this group, Higley. Here is the bracket system for this event. We have each quarterfinal, and then 2 marbles from each quarterfinal will make it to the semifinal. And the top 2 marbles from each semifinal will make it to the final match. And we are off. It is Fantissima coming out first, but who's that in the lead now? It's Swiftclaw being followed by Sneaky, but look at that lead that Swiftclaw's made already in these first couple of turns. Sneaky coming in at second, Higley in third, Flame Fighter and Phantasma having a hard time there in the back of the pack. And Flame Fighter is stuck. He will DNF in this quarterfinal. The Swift Claws swift through these final couple of turns. And He is not being threatened by any other marble. Easily taking the win in this first quarterfinal. Sneaky coming in at second, Piggly in third, and Flame Fighter will be eliminated. Unfortunately, being stuck on the track. So the top 4 will make it to the first quarterfinal. Next up, we have Group 2. We have Fury, Godzi, Peapod, Monsterai, and Tuffy. And the second group is about to start, and we are off. Who comes out first this time? It is Peapod. Godzi coming in at second, Fury in third as we go through these first couple of turns. Peapod trying to extend his lead like we saw with Swiftclaw in the previous race. But Peapod isn't able to make such a lead like in the previous race. Actually, he loses it there to Fury, who comes out in the lead. Through these traffic cones, and Fury is stuck on the track, but she is able to get going again. Getting pushed by a couple other marbles, and now it's Godzi in the lead. Peapod, Fury, and Tuffy out there in second through fourth. And where is Monsterai? Not sure if he's DNF'd, but Godzi will come in first. Fury in second, and Tuffy barely taking out third over Peapod at the last second. Monsterai will be eliminated from this tournament. Next up, we have Group 3. We have Jelly-Eye. Looks to be a relative of Monsterai. Calaverita. Babybug. Sentinel. And Martian. Can Jelly-Eye do better than Monsterai in the previous race? We're about to find out right now. He's in second place trying to overtake Sentinel, but he's struggling, fighting with Martian and Babybug. Sentinel making a lead for himself early in this race, like we saw Swiftclaw in the first race, but Jelly-Eye and Martian are now getting close behind, threatening for the lead here, but no, Sentinel's still able to hold the lead. But there he goes, getting stuck, and Sentinel will DNF. And now it's Calaverita, and now Jelly-Eye in the lead. Unfortunate for Sentinel. Let's go through these final couple of turns. Jelly-Eye redeeming the Family Eye name, and he will win this match. Calaverita coming in at second, Martian in third. And will Babybug finish? Yes, she does not DNF. And that's all she needed to do to qualify to the quarterfinals. Next up, Group 4. And the competitors for Group 4, we have Ali, Botbox, Johnny the Bull, Frosty, and Mimi. Final match of the group stage, and we are off. It's Johnny the Bull who comes out first, but here comes Botbox, and he takes lead through the first turn. Through the Plinko cones they go. Botbox still able to hold the lead. Frosty, though, coming up close behind, pressuring for that first place. And while winning is important in these group stages, it's not as important as staying out of last place, and Ali is doing a terrible job at that. He's going to DNF. And that's a guaranteed advancement for the rest of these marbles. But Botbox still wants to win this race. But there goes Frosty into the lead. Johnny the Bull close behind as well. And Mimi is in there in fourth place. And there goes Mimi over Johnny the Bull for 4th. Bot Box will be the winner of this match. Who comes in 2nd? It's Johnny the Bull, Mimi, and Frosty coming in at 3rd and 4th. And Allie will be eliminated. So now all the competitors for each quarterfinal have been determined, and it is ready for the final video where we'll have all quarterfinals. Hello and welcome to the final day of the Freak Marbles Championship here at Fubeca's Marble Runs. I'm Jeremiah, providing commentary once again. We have 16 marbles remaining, and only one will be crowned champion at the end of this event. And we have 4 quarterfinals, which will go down to 2 semifinals and then the final. And in the first quarterfinal, we have these 4 marbles on your screen right now. Here is the bracket system for the final day of the Freak Marbles Championship. You can see each quarterfinal, 2 from each will go up to the semifinals, and then 2 from each of those will go to the final. Now for the first quarterfinal, we have Swift Claw, Phantasma, Piggly, and Sneaky. And we are off Phantasma coming out in the lead. And all these marbles are just trying to stay in the top 2 spots. Piggly takes the lead into the 4th corner. Phantasma having some trouble through these cones. And there goes Swift Claw into 2nd place. Piggly almost getting stuck right there. We have seen marbles get stuck on those cones before in previous videos. All these marbles seem to be able to get out of there quick though. Piggly able to hold the lead. Swift Claw securely in 2nd. And Sneaky and Phantasma looks like they're not going to be able to qualify. Piggly in 1st. Swift Claw in 2nd. And that's all we needed to know. Sneaky and Phantasma will be eliminated from this event. Swiftclaw and Piggly into semifinal A. Now time for quarterfinal B. We have Fury, Godzi, Peapod, Tuffy, all in this second quarterfinal. Only 2 will make it to the semifinals. And right now, it's Fury in the lead, being followed by Godzi. Tuffy and Peapod are close behind, though. And there goes Peapod. Or not Peapod, that's Tuffy. Up there into 2nd place. Godzi has a major mess up there. And there goes Peapod from last to 1st. Fighting with Fury and Tuffy for that lead position. There goes Tuffy into 1st place. And Fury almost getting stuck on that cone. She's able to dislodge herself. And now Peapod has retaken the lead. Only one more hairpin turn. Can Peapod hold it for the rest of the race? It's looking like it. Here comes Godzi. He breaks away from the other 2 marbles. And that will secure his advancement along with Peapod. And that will eliminate Fury and Tuffy. So Piggly and Swiftclaws will go up against Peapod and Godzi in semifinal A. Now it's time for quarterfinal C. We have Jelly Eye, Calvarita, Baby Bug, and Martian. And we are off. It's Baby Bug who comes out to the lead. Can any of these other marbles take it in these first couple of turns? It's not looking like it. Maybe Martian here. Trying to put some pressure on Baby Bug, but he has a hard time there. Loses some speed, but so does Baby Bug. And now they're neck and neck once again. Calavrita and Jelly Eye trying to keep up. And there is the move by Martian into 1st place. And now Baby Bug has to stay in 2nd or higher if she wants to advance. But there's Calavrita, and he DNFs. So now Jelly Eye only has one marble to pass in order to qualify. And Martian so far ahead, no doubt he'll qualify. But Baby Bug is quite a bit ahead of Jelly Eye, and she will advance as well. Jelly Eye and Calaverita will be eliminated from this tournament. Calaverita getting DNF'd. Unfortunate. Next up, we have quarterfinal D with 4 marbles, and each will get their own time here in a second, with each of their stats on the right side. First up, we have Botbox, Johnny the Bull, Frosty, and Mimi. And we are off for the final quarterfinal of this event. Mimi comes out with a lot of speed through these first couple of turns. Johnny the Bull in second, but he has a major stall there on one of those cones, and that allows Frosty to take second place. Through the cones they go. Mimi already through the tunnel, and Johnny the Bull and Frosty battling for second place, and Mimi is stuck on the cone like we've seen before. Will she get dislodged? Yes, by Johnny the Bull. And now her lead is gone. Johnny the Bull so close behind. Can he take first place here in these final couple of turns? Even if Johnny the Bull does take first place, Mimi will still qualify because Frosty and Botbox are so far behind. Mimi takes it back at the last second. Johnny the Bull in second place. Those 2 marbles will qualify to the semifinals, and Frosty and Botbox will be eliminated. So Baby Bug and Martian will go up against Mimi and Johnny the Bull in semifinal B. Now it's time for the first semifinal of this event. Swiftclaw, Godsey, Peapod, and Piggly, and we are off. It is Peapod who comes out the lead first. Godsey in second. Look at that lead by Peapod already. So early in this race. And there goes Swiftclaw in second place. Peapod now almost losing out there to Piggly, who's in second place. These cones are very difficult for some of these marbles to maneuver around. It really stops your speed. And Piggly is stuck on the track, but she is able to get out, but not at the cost. Swiftclaw will come out and DNF. So now Godsey really feels the pressure to pass Piggly here if he wants to qualify. Peapod, though, so far ahead. And Peapod will for sure qualify. But who will come in at second? Here comes Piggly, and Piggly will come in at second. So Peapod and Piggly will advance to the final round of this tournament. Godsey and Swiftclaw will DNF. Who will go against Peapod and Piggly out of the final 4 marbles in this second semifinal? And we're off. Mimi, Johnny the Bull, Martian, and Baby Bug. It is Johnny the Martian who comes out first. Johnny the Bull fighting with Baby Bug, but there is a good move by Johnny the Bull on the right side, and he takes the lead there, and now is gaining a small lead because Baby Bug and Martian had a little bit of trouble on some of these cones. And where is Mimi? She's so far behind, if not DNF'd. She's not even on the screen. Baby Bug has now taken the lead. And who's this? Martian has DNF'd as well, which means Johnny the Bull and Baby Bug guaranteed will advance to the final round of this tournament. This is the first time we've had 2 DNFs in one race here at the Freak Marbles Championship. Who come in first, though? It will be Johnny the Bull. Baby Bug in second, and she's happy with that. Martian DNF'd on one cone, and Mimi DNF'd on another. It is now time for the final round of the Freak Marbles Championship. Peapod, Piggly, Johnny the Bull, and Baby Bug, who come out on top and be the champion of this tournament. And the final round has started. It's Baby Bug who comes out in the lead. Johnny Bull in second. Peapod trying to take second from Johnny the Bull, and he is able to, but Baby Bug is letting them fight and just getting as far away from them as possible. Piggly in last place, having a hard time staying with the rest of the pack. Peapod and Johnny the Bull still fighting there for second place. Baby Bug running away with it at this point. Can Johnny the Bull make the difference here? No, he gets stuck up on those cones. And Baby Bug still has a significant lead here. We may have a full sweep for this final round. Can Baby Bug make it to the end? Here comes Peapod. Can he take the lead here? Do the final couple of turns. There goes Baby Bug, and Baby Bug will be the champion of the Freak Marbles Championship here on Fubeca's Marble Runs. Johnny the Bull getting the silver, Piggly with the bronze, and Peapod DNFing right before the finish line. An unfortunate finish for Peapod. But still, he did get fourth place and is able to say that he was in the finals of the Freak Marbles Championship. Congratulations to our podium sitters. Baby Bug coming in first, Johnny the Bull in second, and Piggly in third place. Don't forget to like and subscribe, purchase Freak Marbles at your local store so you can collect and trade. And we'll see you in the next Fubeca's Marble Runs.
16 countries ready for battle, split into 4 groups, everything on the line. All of them facing one brutal, demanding track. 5 tight funnels waiting down below. Then 3 wild cyclone funnels. A punishing start gate and a towering electric elevator. Welcome to the Marble World Cup. 16 countries, 4 groups, 1 dream. They drop fast, chasing a spot in the next round. So choose your favorite nation. "16 countries enter this race, but only one will take it all. Strap in, Fubeca race is on. India and England, Spain and Belgium, Brazil and Algeria, Honduras, Ivory Coast, Mexico, Japan, Costa Rica and France, Portugal, Argentina, Germany and the United States. Group A, India, England, Spain and Belgium. Everything is set for the start. And they're off. They explode out of the gate. 2 shoot to the left, and 2 dive to the right. Early moments here. Everything's still wide open, straight into the central funnel. 1 marble breaks free. It's India. Big contact behind. Spain surges into the lead. Now they rush to the next funnel. India answers back, charging toward the elevator. Locked on the rail. India climbing the elevator, entering Sector 2 at speed, through the seesaw section. Back on the rail. Final sector now, 4 funnels to survive. India still holding the lead. Spain running second, Belgium right behind in third. England fighting hard to avoid last place. Spain jumps into the lead, now into the second to last funnel. Watch India here. India drops fast, puts the pressure on, hits the final funnel, and takes the lead. England trying to recover. And now, we're about to meet our winner. And it will be India. India crosses in first, securing a spot in the next round. Spain advances as well. England and Belgium are eliminated and bow out here. England right there, coming home last. India and Spain move on to the next phase. Let's get ready for our next group. Here we go. Spain advances and India advances. Now on to the next matchup. We're back with another group here. Group B, Portugal, Argentina, Germany, and the United States. Everything set for the start. And the gate is open. Once again, the marbles explode out, 2 to each side, straight into the cyclone funnels. The United States out front, but Portugal is looking very strong. Germany takes the lead. Look at this, an intense battle. Now into the maze section. Heading for the elevator. Portugal back in front. Portugal enters the elevator first. Germany right behind, running second. Argentina sitting in third. The United States battling not to fall behind. We're now in Sector 3 of the track, the section with 4 smaller funnels. Portugal out in front. The United States manages to recover. Right now, all 4 competitors in the same funnel. Portugal takes the lead. Second to last funnel. Argentina falls behind, and Germany is the new leader at this moment. Only 1 funnel remaining. Argentina drops. Argentina surprises at the end, secures qualification, and Germany as well, finishing in second. The United States and Portugal are eliminated from the race. It's not just about speed. You need skill on this treacherous track. Argentina and Germany did a great job. and advance to the next round. Next group, Brazil, Algeria, Honduras, and Ivory Coast. 4 teams. Only 2 will qualify. The battle is intense. They're already in the cyclone funnel. Brazil out front. Brazil drops first into the maze. Here comes Honduras. Honduras and Brazil hit the first funnel. Honduras drops, calls the elevator first. First position. Honduras enters the rail section. Honduras is the leader. Ivory Coast in second. Honduras opens a small gap. Ivory Coast closes in right on them. Ivory Coast surprises and takes the lead. Brazil running second. Now Honduras loses momentum. Honduras recovers and heads to the penultimate funnel. Remember, only 2 spots are available to advance. Brazil now in the final funnel. Brazil and Ivory Coast battling for first. Brazil advances. Brazil qualifies, and Ivory Coast as well. Honduras and Algeria are saying goodbye to the championship, our Marble World Cup. Algeria had issues and stopped on track. Bad luck for them and for the entire coaching staff. Brazil advances. Ivory Coast as well. A new group forms. A new group. Ivory Coast and Brazil. India and Spain. Next group, Mexico, Japan, Costa Rica, and France. Group D. The referee signals. And they're off. 2 marbles on each side. Into the cyclone funnels. Let's see who drops into the maze. First big battle. Heavy collisions. Here comes France. France takes the lead. Costa Rica surprises and calls the elevator first. Costa Rica takes the lead. France in second. Mexico in third. Japan right there, fighting to stay close. Close to the pack. Costa Rica leading. France charging hard. Mexico moves up into second. Now the pressure is on Mexico, right behind Costa Rica. France heads to the penultimate funnel. France takes the lead. Down they go. Costa Rica. Only 2 funnels left to the finish. Just 2. Advance to the next round. Mexico in front, dropping into the final funnel. The fight is on. Costa Rica crosses first. Costa Rica and Mexico. Mexico also qualifies. Japan and France are saying goodbye to the Marble World Cup. Precision, speed, skill. That's what it takes to advance in the World Cup. Costa Rica and Mexico. Job well done. And now, we move on to the semifinals. Ivory Coast, Brazil, India, and Spain. Time for the showdown. Only 2 will reach the grand final. The referee gives the signal. The gates are open. Ivory Coast, Brazil, India, and Spain. So far, everything tied in the cyclone funnels. Who comes out in front? Ivory Coast. Spain takes the lead. Brazil arrives strong and makes the pass. Brazil is the new leader. Calls the elevator and heads to Sector 2. Brazil increases the pace, opening a big advantage. Brazil in control. Ivory Coast running second. Dropping into the rail section as well. Brazil first, Ivory Coast second, India third. Spain at the back. Spain moves up into third. Spain nearly makes the pass. Watch out, Ivory Coast surprises. Ivory Coast takes over the lead. Brazil drops to second, Spain in third. We're now at the penultimate funnel. Only 2 advance to the grand final. Here come India and Ivory Coast. Brazil drops. Everyone drops. Brazil. Brazil is heading to the grand final. Ivory Coast also qualifies. Spain and India are eliminated from the World Cup of Marbles. Brazil advances to the grand final. Ivory Coast as well. And if your country isn't here, leave it in the comments. Maybe it's in the next competition. Next matchup, Mexico, Costa Rica, Germany, and Argentina. Only 2 reach the final. The referee signals the gates are open. 2 marbles on each side. Into the cyclone section. Central cyclone. Argentina out front. Contact. Argentina leading. Almost stops there. Germany. Here comes Germany. Calls the elevator and heads to Sector 2. Into the rail section. Germany charging. Germany pushing hard. Costa Rica now running second. Argentina through the rail section. Germany leads. Costa Rica second. A spot in the grand final on the line. Only 2. Will qualify? Mexico charges up front and takes the lead. Argentina in second. Costa Rica drops as well. Argentina drops. Mexico wins the race and secures qualification. The final spot goes to Argentina. Argentina and Mexico in the final. Germany and Costa Rica are eliminated from the Marble World Cup. Costa Rica drops now. It's all decided. We have our 4 finalists. And here they are. Brazil and Ivory Coast. Mexico and Argentina. Welcome to the grand final. The golden trophy on the line. Who wins this Marble World Cup? Drop your pick in the comments. 4 competitors. Only one will be champion. Everything's set, and we're underway. Brazil, Argentina, Mexico, and Ivory Coast. All chasing the world title. Into the central funnel. Contact. This fight is massive. Brazil drops. Mexico comes out first. Mexico calls the elevator. Up they go. Ivory Coast in second. This is the grand final. Only one gets closer to that golden trophy. A huge battle in the funnel. Mexico still leading. And the fight for second. Brazil versus Ivory Coast. Brazil gets the better run. Brazil into second. Mexico holds the lead. Argentina arrives. Brazil stays up front. At the penultimate funnel. So close now to the end of the championship. Who's taking the crown? Tell us in the comments. Penultimate funnel. 4 competitors fighting for the title. Look at that. Ivory Coast comes through first. Now who takes second? The battle is on. Into the final funnel. Argentina grabs second. Mexico takes third. And Brazil finishes in 4th. Congratulations to Ivory Coast. Precision, skill, and pure hunger to win. Ivory Coast, the champions of the Fubeca Race Marble World Cup. Let's check the podium. Ivory Coast in first. Mexico takes third. And Argentina holds second on the podium. Hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for watching. And remember, leave a comment if your country isn't here. See you next time. Get ready for another one. The Marble World Cup begins. 16 nations, but only one champion. A track filled with challenges. Packed with elevators and surprises. And a course with twisting funnels ahead. Let's meet the competitors. 16 nations, divided into 4 groups. Semi-finals await, and the grand finale will crown the victor. Choose your favorite team. And buckle up for the race, and let's start the Marble World Cup Fubeca race. Group A, Mexico, Spain, Germany, and the United Kingdom. The official calls it green light. Spain jumps out front, hits the elevator clean, and owns that second funnel. United Kingdom running in second. Mexico shocks the field and takes the lead. Now we're into funnel 4. Mexico leads, Spain in second. Spain is on the attack, right on Mexico. Spain goes by, new race leader. Up the spiral elevators, smooth and controlled. Spain opens up a big gap and reaches the seesaw section. Mexico tries to reel it back in. Mexico holds second place. This fight for P1 is intense. Spain and Mexico neck and neck. United Kingdom sits in third. Mexico back to the front. Grabs the next spiral elevator and dives into funnel sector 2. Heavy pressure right inside the funnel. United Kingdom storms in, passes both, and takes the lead. United Kingdom, the leader now. Into the final 3 funnels. United Kingdom in front. Mexico tries a surprise from second. United Kingdom holds strong. Mexico closes in. We're at the next to last funnel. United Kingdom into the final funnel. Now Spain drops into second. Here comes the battle. United Kingdom versus Spain, and Spain wins it. One more spot still open to advance, and Mexico grabs it. Spain and Mexico advance to the semifinals. United Kingdom and Germany. They're eliminated. Did your country miss this World Cup? Drop it in the comments, because I'd love to bring it into the next tournament. And Germany, way too slow, finally reaches the final funnel. Germany and the United Kingdom are out. Spain and Mexico move on. Let's head to the next showdown. Group B. France, Côte d'Ivoire, Italy, and the United States. The official says go. Marbles rolling. France jumps into the lead. Italy right behind in second. Côte d'Ivoire now battling France and Italy for the top spot. France holds the lead. The United States is fighting just to stay with the pack. Côte d'Ivoire drop and heads straight for the spiral elevator. Côte d'Ivoire reaches sector 2, the seesaw section. Italy running in second, looking for a move. Côte d'Ivoire turns it into a fight for first. Remember, only 2 spots to advance. Top 2 move on. The 2 slowest are going home out of the Fubeca Race Marble World Cup. Côte d'Ivoire still out front. Italy stays in second. Now into the final sector. Italy makes a push, hits the big wheel elevator. Côte d'Ivoire holds second as Italy reaches the next to last funnel. France in third, still fighting to qualify. Italy and France are closer. to advancing right now, but Italy could still surprise late. Right on the line. Italy locks it in. Italy qualifies. 1 spot left. France drops in and steals it in the final seconds. France qualifies. Côte d'Ivoire comes in 3rd, but it's too late. They're out of the tournament, and they end up the slowest in this heat. The United States arrives, but it's just too late. Italy and France. They qualify and move on. That sets semifinal 8 with Spain and Mexico. Now we set up semifinal B. Group C, Argentina, Vietnam, Peru, and Brazil. Marbles rolling. Vietnam out front, up the spiral elevator, and into funnel number 2. Vietnam holds the lead, Brazil in 2nd. Peru puts pressure on Brazil, but Brazil defends it beautifully, still in 2nd place. Vietnam is right there, inside the funnel, and still leading. Vietnam drops down, and the fight for 2nd is on. Brazil versus Peru, heavy contact. Argentina trying to catch the pack, but stuck in last. Brazil still 2nd, up the spiral elevators. Now we're into Sector 2, the seesaw section. Peru keeps trying to pressure Brazil. Vietnam stays out front. Peru with a pass, what a move. Into the spiral elevator, and Peru takes the lead. Vietnam right back at it, retakes the lead and hits the big wheel elevator. Vietnam leads at the next to last funnel. Peru right there. They're inches from qualifying. Remember, only 2 spots move on. Peru is closest, Vietnam too, but Brazil is still fighting. Running in 3rd, Brazil. Peru qualifies. Vietnam qualifies too. Brazil and Argentina out of the Marble World Cup. Brazil and Argentina still on the track, but it's too late for them. They're out of this World Cup because Peru and Vietnam were just faster. Brazil comes in, and Argentina is still out there. Argentina is still battling, but it's too late. They are eliminated from this Marble World Cup. Peru and Vietnam advance to semifinal B. Now Group D to finish semifinal B. Group D, Philippines, Indonesia, Russia, and India. Russia jumps out front. Philippines comes right by and heads to funnel 3. A battle in the back, too. India trying to surprise. The race settles in, but the funnel fight is heating up. Philippines holds the lead. Not anymore. Philippines back on top. And into Sector 2, the seesaw section. Russia closes the gap. Indonesia too. This one is getting spicy. Philippines under pressure, but still in the lead. Philippines hits the spiral elevator. Russia drops in, straight to the spiral elevator. Indonesia follows. Indonesia with an incredible move into the big wheel elevator and flies ahead. And into the final sector, the 3-funnel stretch. New leader right now. Indonesia, Russia in 2nd. Russia hits the final funnel. Remember, only 2 spots reach the semifinals. Russia locks up qualification. 1 spot left. Indonesia drops in. They're inches from qualifying. Indonesia steals it at the last second and takes the final spot. India and Philippines, they're eliminated out of this Marble World Cup. Hey, and you, drop a comment if you're enjoying the Fubeca Race Marble World Cup. And if your country isn't here, tell me in the comments. Thank you. Peru, Vietnam, Russia, and Indonesia complete semifinal B. Now to semifinal for a spot in the grand final. The official says go, marbles rolling. They creep into the funnel, slow. Spain out front. Spain hits the spiral elevator. Straight into funnel number 2. A three-way fight. Now funnel 3, chaos. France drops down. Mexico just passed everybody, takes the lead. And into sector 2, the seesaw section. Here comes France. France in second, Spain in third. Italy fighting from the back in last. Mexico still leading. France trying to close the gap. Spain is in it too, running third. And Spain can pressure France. Mexico holds the front. Big advantage now. Back into the funnel. But France shocks everyone, takes the lead. France heads to the final 3 funnels. This race, 2 spots to the grand final. 2 teams will be eliminated. Right now, Italy and Spain are out of the World Cup. France and Mexico. They're in the last funnels. France gets there first. Qualification locked in. Second place is between Mexico, and Mexico is so close. Mexico grabs the second qualifying spot. Italy and Spain, nothing left to do. They're out of the World Cup. Precision and skill. That's what it takes in the Fubeca Race Marble World Cup. Italy and Spain didn't have it today, eliminated. And those 2 grand final spots are filled. They belong to France and Mexico. Now on to semifinal B. 2 more spots to the grand final. Peru and Vietnam, Russia and Indonesia. They battle in funnel 1. Vietnam out front early. Vietnam looks strong, totally locked in. They know top 2 move on. Vietnam still leading. Peru in second. Russia takes second away. Peru to the lead. Russia second. Vietnam drops to third. Peru hits the spiral elevator. Climbs it with control. Into sector 2, the seesaws. Peru and Vietnam stop on the track. They're stuck. What happens now? Russia comes through in third. Russia bumps Vietnam loose. But Peru is still stuck too. Now Indonesia is the last hope. To free them both on the track, Indonesia arrives collision. And that's exactly what happens. Everybody gets freed up. Vietnam back out front. Now the race settles in a bit. Russia takes the lead. Vietnam in second, Peru in third. Russia hits the big wheel elevator. To the final 3 funnels, and here comes Vietnam. What a move. Vietnam grabs the lead right at the front. Indonesia shocks everybody. Indonesia takes the lead. Remember, only 2 spots to the grand final. Indonesia is inches from qualifying. Vietnam wins the race. That's the first qualifying spot. Vietnam is into the grand final. Indonesia drops in and takes second. Indonesia and Vietnam, they're in the final. Peru and Russia out of the Marble World Cup. Power, precision, skill. That's what it takes to chase the title. France and Mexico, Indonesia and Vietnam, the 4 fastest teams in this Marble World Cup. Now to the grand final. The track is ready. Tension rising. The start is coming. Marbles rolling. All chasing the title. Only one will reach the golden trophy. Who will be world champion? France leads, Vietnam second, Mexico third. Vietnam with an outstanding season. France applying heavy pressure. Incredible moves all race long. Always among the leaders. Vietnam up front, Mexico attacks. Mexico makes the move. Mexico to the lead. Now Mexico into Sector 2. Up the spiral elevators. Mexico opens a big gap. Vietnam trying to close it. This one is for the trophy. Only one can lift the cup. Will it be Mexico? Mexico is closing in on victory. So close to being world champion. Second place, Vietnam. Now Indonesia. Indonesia takes second. Trying to close the gap. A 3-way fight in the funnel. For second place. Here comes France. France wins the battle for second. Meanwhile, Mexico is way out front at the next to last funnel. So close to victory. France arrives, trying to force contact in the funnel. Heavy contact. Vietnam arrives. Vietnam comes in hot, but Mexico is the champion. Mexico beats all 3 rivals, fastest on the track. The world champion. Congratulations, Mexico. Well deserved. Vietnam finishes second, France in third, and Indonesia rounds out the final. Mexico, more than deserving, the world champion, incredible descents. Pure skill on display. Beating every opponent. Earning the golden trophy. A perfect finish for Mexico. That's it, everyone. Time for the podium. Let's meet today's 3 fastest teams. At the top, Mexico dominant, unstoppable, a true champion. On the other side, Vietnam, surgical runs, spectacular descents, and France, fighting to the very end to stay on the podium. We hope you enjoyed another World Cup. This has been Fubeca Race. Thanks for watching. Like, follow, and stay tuned for more.
night is alive. Whispers echo across the track. The fear circuit awakens. Seven haunted funnels, an electric elevator rising through the mist. Every corner hides a secret. "16 nations step into the darkness. Only the brave will survive the race of fear." And at the finish line, the clown waits in silence. His smile never fades.
Ready for a spine-chilling marble race?
They call it the Board of Death. Only one will survive. On one side, United States versus Spain. Germany versus India. Argentina versus Indonesia. Belgium versus Turkey. Russia versus Mexico. Vietnam versus Canada. Japan versus Philippines. And the final match, Brazil versus the United Kingdom. The Survivor's Trophy shines in the dark. The full view of the board unfolds. The fear has just begun. First deadly matchup, United States versus Spain. The shadows close in. No one leaves unchanged. The start is triggered. They rush through candles, crawling with roaches, and dive into funnel 1. Spain takes the lead, down into funnel 2, spinning near the nest of spiders. United States takes the lead, heading into the snake pit at funnel 3. A mutant spider, shaped like a skull, lurks inside a damp green well. The United States still survives, rolling into funnel 4. Up the electric elevator, a zombie hand nearby, lifeless, or maybe not. A giant spider rests on that arm, terrifying. United States enters the final stretch. The clown is near. You can feel the chill. Closer to survival, the United States drops into the last funnel. They survive, at least for now. The clown laughs, a chilling sound echoing through the dark. He knows Spain is gone. Spain falls in the deadly game. Silence takes over the track. Fans hold their breath. The fear circuit has claimed its first victim. The next victim approaches. Brazil versus the United Kingdom. Only one escapes this deadly battle. Fans, be warned. If you're scared, leave the room now. Every time the screen flickers, something terrifying will appear. A ghostly voice, reaching out from the shadows. close roll. Funnel 1. Both fighting for control, side by side in the chaos. Brazil enters the snake pit and stays alive for now. The United Kingdom refuses to fall into the depths, trying to pass Brazil, but fails. Viewers like the video or regret it later. The United Kingdom drops back, their will to survive fading away. Brazil rises to funnel 5. Fear takes over. Look to the right. The zombie's hand returns. Brazil is threatened, but still alive. The United Kingdom, desperate, feels its strength drained by the haunted track. Brazil reaches the final funnel. The clown seems to sleep, or maybe he's watching. The United Kingdom fights to the end, dives into the last funnel, but Brazil survives. The lights flicker, the air turns cold, and the track whispers, "Your turn will come." The end has come for the United Kingdom. The clown speaks from the darkness. 2 victims now rest in the basement, and there is room for many more. The air feels heavier. The track is hungry. Next up, Belgium versus Turkey. Only one will escape this nightmare. Subscribe to Fubeca Race, if you dare. The start opens, and only one will survive. Halloween brings the fear alive, and this track was built for it. Turkey moves to funnel 2, into the nest of venomous spiders. Turkey wants to stay in the game, willing to do anything to escape this cursed place. Belgium fights back, refusing to fall to the dark forces of the track. Belgium climbs the elevator, the most tense and terrifying part of the race. Turkey passes near the zombie's hand. Fear takes over. Belgium wants to survive, getting closer to the terrifying clown. Turkey panics, trying to reach Belgium. The fear is real now. Turkey gathers its last strength. Passes Belgium at the end. Belgium can only scream, but no one will hear her. The clown seems pleased, collecting more souls for his basement. 3 nations now lost, in the depths of his twisted prison. Russia and Mexico are announced. the dark forces that drain the life from every racer. The gates are closed. There is no way out. The barrier opens. The marbles roll down. The wind blows stronger, and the cold spreads across the track. Both enter Funnel 1, the nest of roaches. Russia takes the lead, heading toward Funnel 2, the nest of spiders. Fear tests the heart, but courage is born only in the shadows. Mexico finds the strength to pass. Russia feels her energy drained by the dark power of the track. Mexico reaches Funnel 4, but knows this is not the time to celebrate. There are many horrors still ahead. Russia feels her heartbeat racing out of rhythm, a true effect of Halloween. Mexico conquers Funnel 6, but feels heavy, tired. The clown watches from the shadows. Russia begins to give up. No strength left to fight. Mexico survives, escaping the clown's cursed basement. For Russia, only despair remains. The clown returns, silent but alive. He feeds on fear, watching every marble fall. His laughter echoes. No one knows if it's joy or hunger. Germany and India are called. To the track of fear, the terror is on the screen. The start is triggered. Only one will
Subscribe
survive.
to this channel.
Germany advances quickly to Funnel 2. Germany moves into the snake pit. Fear rises. The cold grows stronger across the track. Mexico gathers strength to fight, even knowing he must save energy for the end, where the clown drains every ounce of power. He stays behind, struggling against the fear. Germany rises to Funnel 5. Fear grows stronger near the zombie's hand. There are stories that it once grabbed marbles mid-race, dragging them straight to the basement. Mexico finds strength again, but still can't pass. Germany moves to Funnel 6. Mexico refuses to give up, pushes harder, overtakes Germany, and enters the final funnel, where the energy is drained completely. Germany drops into the last funnel. Now it's pure survival. Mexico endures, fighting against every shadow on the track. Germany falls to despair, and the fans can feel the chill of the clown's laughter. Japan and the Philippines are called to the track. Chills and whispers fill the air. The tension is real. The start is triggered. Lights flash across the circuit. The game of survival begins. The Philippines moves ahead and takes funnel 2. The Philippines pushes forward, entering the snake pit, determined to stay alive. Japan drops down, but can't overtake. The Philippines keeps rolling, fighting to survive the cursed track. Japan escapes the snake pit and reaches elevator 4. The shadows move closer. Something dark watches from above. Japan climbs the elevator. Beware the zombie's hand. Japan gets neck and neck with the Philippines, but can't make the pass. His energy fades fast. The Philippines advances into the final funnel, closer than ever to the clown. Japan refuses to give up, dives into the last funnel. Now, survival is everything. Japan endures to the very end. The Philippines screams, dragged to the basement of nightmares. For those watching, the fear never ends. Argentina and Indonesia are called to the track of fear. Screams echo in the background. Voices whisper from the dark. The barrier opens. Green lights flash, and it's time for survival between them. They reach funnel 1, the pit of flying roaches. Argentina dives into the nest of venomous spiders. The fans can feel the chill. This is Halloween, where every move could be the last. Even the wind sounds like a scream. The struggle for survival is fierce. Both want to escape the clown's basement of nightmares. Argentina climbs the elevator, but the zombie's hand waits, ready to grab. Indonesia fights to stay alive, escaping the zombie's hand by inches. The crowd gasps in terror. The clown laughs from the darkness, his voice echoing across the track. Halloween feeds on their fear. Indonesia surges ahead, gaining a burst of dark energy. Despair now belongs to Argentina, fighting only to survive. The clown announces his next victim. Indonesia survives and moves to the next challenge. For Argentina, only silence remains. In this place, no one hears the screams. The track never forgives. Vietnam and Canada are called to the track of death. They fight for the last spot in the quarterfinals. 7 are gone, forever trapped in the clown's basement. The barrier opens, hearts change rhythm, the cold returns, and the moon shines brighter over the track. Both reach funnel 1, surrounded by crawling roaches. Canada pushes forward into the nest of venomous spiders. The fans can feel it, the fear crawling under their skin, the darkness closing in, the laughter echoing from somewhere deep below. Tonight, survival belongs only to the fearless. Vietnam passes the mutant spider and conquers funnel 4. The crowd shivers. Every movement echoes like a heartbeat in the dark. The air feels alive, haunted by whispers no one can explain. Vietnam climbs the shadowed elevator, heading toward funnel 5. Each step up feels colder, as if the track itself is watching. A battle for survival unfolds. Everything counts now. One mistake means a lifetime in the clown's prison. Vietnam stays strong, even under the haunted lights. Canada struggles to keep up, knowing the price of failure is unthinkable. Canada receives strength from beyond, surging past Vietnam. Vietnam fades, weak and hopeless. With the clown as his only company, Canada wins and survives the track of death. The laughter returns, and Halloween claims another soul. Eight marbles have fallen into the eternal basement. Their screams can still be heard from above, but the track of death keeps 8 survivors, for now. Indonesia and Turkey open the show of horror. Let the quarterfinals begin, the shadows return, and the fear rises once again. If you haven't subscribed to the Fubeca race channel, beware, you could be called. To play the game with no way out, the barrier opens, the marbles roll, blood warms, and the cold strikes deeper. This is Halloween on the track of death. The moon turns pale above the track. Shadows twist on the marble lanes. Whispers call from the depths. The night itself wants to play. Both marbles enter funnel 3, the pit of the venomous serpent. Indonesia pushes through to funnel 4. Turkey loses its breath. The power between the moon and the track resonates like distant stars, where the sun can never shine. Indonesia rises through the elevator of the hand, heading to funnel 5. Turkey climbs next, hoping to meet its rival again and fight for one more chance at survival. Turkey reaches funnel 6, leaving despair behind. For a moment, hope flickers, but the shadows move closer with every turn. Indonesia refuses to give in, fighting as if her soul could break free from the curse. No one wants to be dragged away by the clown, whose laughter slithers through the fog like a living thing. Turkey dives down in a desperate run for survival, but fate has already chosen. Indonesia survives, while Turkey screams echo into eternity, lost beneath the haunted marble track. Indonesia survives, and only 3 spots remain. Mexico and Canada are summoned once again. One will escape, the other will face a cruel fate in the clown's basement. The barrier opens, the marbles roll, and the track of death awakens for another battle.
Share this video with your friends.
They collide for survival in Funnel 2, where venomous spiders crawl along the walls, and every spin feels like a heartbeat made of fear. Neither wants to fall to the basement. They fight through Funnel 3, where the serpent waits, a cold hiss echoing through the dark. Mexico pushes forward, reaching Funnel 4, the path twisting tighter with every turn. Canada is close behind, refusing to vanish into the shadows. Canada closes the gap. The battle burns hotter. The tension feeds the track itself. Mexico surges toward Funnel 6, the final pit of survival. Both fight as if the night itself were watching, knowing that only one will rise, and the other will be swallowed by the darkness. Canada survives, and Mexico already knows its fate. The crowd falls silent. The lights flicker across the haunted track. The clown smiles from the shadows, adding another soul to his eternal collection. The basement whispers, "Once you fall, you never rise again." The United States and India are called once more by the voice from the darkness. The barrier opens, and only one will survive this round of horror. Funnel 1. Both enter the nest of roaches. India pushes forward and takes Funnel to among the spiders. The United States strikes back, passing India, trying to stay far from the clown's gaze. The United States descends, passing the mutant spider, racing into Funnel 4. The air grows colder. The fog wraps tighter around the track. The United States climbs the elevator, but danger waits above. The zombie's hand twitches, as if craving another victim. Every creak of the metal sounds like a heartbeat made of fear. India takes the lead, leaving the United States in despair, afraid of being dragged away by the clown. But the United States fights back, focused only on survival. Charging ahead into the final funnel, the crowd roars. The track trembles beneath the light of the blood moon. India dives in too, and survival comes down to the final funnel. The United States survives, and for India, only fear remains. The clown watches, and Halloween never ends on this track.
Subscribe to this channel.
This has been Fubeca Race, the Track of Death Halloween edition. Don't miss the next horror showdown. Follow Fubeca Race on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. Brazil and Japan are called to the track. They know what must be done to stay alive. This is not their first time facing the darkness. The gate opens, the lights ignite, and the marbles roll in desperation. Brazil advances fast, sliding into funnel 2 with the spiders. The crowd feels the chill, the silence before chaos, and every heartbeat sounds like thunder in the fog. Brazil descends through the path of the mutant spider, where every shadow hides a whisper of fear. Japan's energy fades, drained by the cursed marble track. Brazil climbs the elevator, heading toward funnel 5. Japan rises on the elevator of the hand, while Brazil drops into funnel 6. The line between survival and eternal darkness grows thin. Brazil edges closer to survival. Japan begins to hallucinate. Visions of despair flooding his mind. The basement of souls calling his name. Brazil survives. And on the finish line, restless spirits reach out, trying to escape the fate that awaits below. The track breathes, and the night whispers. Halloween is far from over.
Players could not endure the pressure of Halloween. They are now trapped for eternity inside the clown's realm of darkness. For survivors remain, ready to face each other simultaneously on the track of death. Only one will walk through the door of escape.
Get ready for the final race with 4 teams.
Prepare yourselves for the grand finale. The gates open, the lights flare to life. For survivors stand, but 3 will never return home. Their destiny lies in the basement's shadow. Brazil and Indonesia in funnel 2. Venomous serpents everywhere, sliding through the shadows of the track. Indonesia drops first, but that doesn't mean safety. The track hungers for fear. Brazil takes the lead, climbing the zombies' elevator. The gears creak like bones breaking. The air grows heavy, and something watches from the dark. The battle at Funnel 5 is certain. Each marble feels the pull of invisible hands, dragging them toward the basement. Indonesia breaks through, reaching Funnel 6 under the echo of screams. Brazil survives. The others fall into the darkness. This game is not for the weak, not for those who fear the night. 16 enter, but only one walks away from the track of death. The screams fade, the lights flicker, and the clown whispers to the audience, if you are watching in the dark, he can see you too.
game is over. The track of death falls silent. For now, to all who survived the fear, and to those still hiding in the dark, happy Halloween from Fubeca Race. Tell us in the comments which part chilled you the most. Until next time, keep your lights on.
ready because we're bringing back a viral classic. This marble race has already racked up over 6.4 million views right here on YouTube. And now it's time for the remastered edition. More intense, more thrilling, more epic. We've got a breathtaking track with 6 funnels, electric elevators, and 16 countries going head to head. It's the knockout stage, round of 16, and anything can happen. The original video link is in the description, but this version is next level. Let's go! And here's the knockout bracket. 16 nations, but only one will climb all the way to the top. Each victory moves a country forward in this thrilling road to the grand final. Let the battles begin. And here we go, USA versus China. The gate opens and the marbles are off. Team USA dives ahead first, racing into Sector 1 of the track. This section has 2 alternate paths. The one with the thumbs up is faster, but the one with the thumbs down is shorter and trickier. Whoa, both teams picked the slower route. They're heading into the alternate funnel instead. USA takes the lead again. Here comes China right behind them. USA reaches the blue funnel. It's a slower one. China closes in and makes contact. USA holds firm and defends its lead. Both marbles drop into another blue funnel in the tangled noodle sector. China takes the lead, but USA counters with a quick drop and retakes the advantage in Sector 2. China hits the labyrinth dive hard and blasts into the lead. It's a wild fight with multiple collisions all over the track. USA pulls ahead again, regaining control. Both teams now riding the electric stair elevator. They drop into the Sector 3 funnel. Incredible move. China overtakes and wins it. USA is just a step behind. China advances in the bracket and now waits for the winner of France versus Japan. Next up, Philippines versus Spain. The gate drops and the marbles are rolling. Spain takes the early lead. All marbles drop into Funnel 1 in Sector 1. The tension rises. Philippines dives down the faster route. Spain chooses the slower path. Bold move. Philippines leads into the blue funnel. They slow down a bit, but still make it through. Collision inside the blue funnel, but Philippines holds strong and pushes ahead. Spain drops and makes contact again. What a move. Incredible overtake from Spain. But the Philippines bounce back and surge into Sector 2. Philippines grabs the lead again. Spain dives into the labyrinth, but it's not enough. Philippines exits the maze quickly and hits the elevator in the final sector. Spain reaches the elevator too, trying to stay in it. Philippines lands in the final funnel. And there it is, a smooth and dominant victory for the Philippines. Spain settles for second. What a start to the tournament. We've already seen surprise wins, bold strategies, and intense funnel battles. Philippines moves on in the bracket and now waits for the winner between Belgium and Chile. Brazil versus Portugal, a clash between brothers, but only one will advance. Green lights, the marbles launch into battle. Portugal leads early, but Brazil is close behind. Brazil dives through the faster path. What a move. Portugal takes the slower route. This will be tough. Brazil has already reached the blue funnel and stays in control. This is a strong showing by Brazil. They're already in Sector 2. Can they keep the momentum? Let us know what you think in the comments. Portugal drops in. Portugal shows off some skill and takes the lead. Oh no, Brazil is still stuck on the seesaw. Finally, Brazil drops and both head into the labyrinth dive. Unbelievable from Brazil. They pass through the elevator first, but Portugal answers immediately and takes the lead again. What a race! Into Sector 3, and it's a victory for Portugal. That might be the best race yet. Amazing tactics, turnarounds, and a wild finish. What did you think? Let us know in the comments. Up next, France versus Japan. Who will take this one? Place your bets in the comments. The gate drops and the marbles are off. Japan makes a slick move but chooses the slower path. France exits the funnel through the faster route and overtakes. Using the shorter path, brilliant timing from France. Japan enters the blue funnel and gives a solid bump. France drops into another slow blue funnel. These blue funnels in the windmill sector are tricky and slow. Every second counts here. France moves through the labyrinth sector. Japan dives in with power and takes the lead with authority. But France counters and gets to the elevator first. What a battle! Who's taking control now? Final funnel in Sector 3. Both teams are neck and neck, and it's Japan with the win. France rolls in just behind. What a tournament so far. Big surprises, bold overtakes, and neck-to-neck finishes. Who's your favorite so far? Let us know. Next matchup, Nigeria versus India. Here we go. India takes the early lead, but Nigeria charges forward and chooses the wrong path. India falls behind, but now has the better route and could come back. This race has been a wild ride. Early speed, tactical choices, and now it's neck and neck. India has struggled to convert leads into wins, while Nigeria shows surprising agility today. What a battle. India drops into the labyrinth of Sector 2, but here comes Nigeria. Nigeria takes the lead through the maze. They reach the elevator first. If you're enjoying this match, hit that like button and stay subscribed. India arrives at the elevator, but Nigeria's already ahead. Nigeria conquers the final funnel. What a performance. Victory for Nigeria. India finishes second. Nigeria advances in the bracket and will face the winner of Argentina versus Indonesia. Belgium versus Chile. Who are you rooting for? Only 3 spots left to fill in the semifinals. And we're off. The marbles roll fast and furious. They hit the first funnel. Belgium in front, but on the slower path. Chile dives through the faster route and gains ground. Chile takes the lead. What a turnaround. Belgium touches down and gives a bump. It's getting tight now. This has been one of the most thrilling tournaments so far. We've seen tactical brilliance, shocking upsets, and intense head-to-heads. Every nation giving their all in this knockout race. Who will rise next? Both marbles drop into the Sector 2 labyrinth with power. Belgium bursts ahead. Chile stumbles slightly, but they're not out of it. Chile closes in and shows serious speed. And Chile overtakes. What a move. But Belgium strikes back at the elevator. Incredible! Both enter Sector 3 for the final push. Belgium secures the win and books a place in the semifinals. Chile fought hard, but just couldn't keep up. The intensity grows with every round. Belgium's consistency and clutch performances are earning praise. Only 2 races left. Who's making your semifinal predictions? Let's hear it, fans. Mexico versus Canada. Buckle up, folks. Go, go, go! The marbles are off. Canada takes the lead early, racing down with determination. What a close-up view. I love seeing the marbles like this. Mexico fights back and takes the lead. Canada cuts through the shorter path. Smart move. All marbles meet at the slow, tricky blue funnel. It's a full house. Tickets sold out for this heated battle. The fans are going wild. Mexico makes a slick overtake and drops into the next funnel. But wait, Canada answers back and leads into Sector 3. Canada descends with confidence and owns the next segment of track. Mexico slows down, struggling with the seesaw obstacle. Now Mexico drops, but Canada has already built a huge lead. Canada climbs the elevator with no pressure at all. Mexico reaches it, but they're 7 steps behind. Canada qualifies easily, total dominance. This was a statement from Canada. From the sharp cornering to seizing every advantage, they played it like pros. Mexico showed flashes, but couldn't keep up in the technical sectors. The crowd loved it. What a way to wrap the quarters. Argentina versus Indonesia closes out the quarterfinals. Only 8 nations will remain. This is getting intense. The marbles roll and the last semifinal spot is up for grabs. Sector 1 reached. It's a tight race side by side. Argentina dives first, but maybe chose poorly. Indonesia follows the same path, so it's all square again. This race is part of a remix of a viral video with over 6.4 million views. It's been watched around the world, and now it's even better with more nations, action, and epic marble showdowns. Now at the slow blue funnel, it's a fierce battle for a spot in the semis. They drop into the next blue funnel, still neck and neck. Argentina makes a clean drop and takes the lead. Indonesia feels the heat and loses momentum. Argentina pulls ahead and hits the elevator. They're almost there. Indonesia struggles, seems to lose steam. Argentina reaches the final funnel. Victory is near. Argentina wins it. From start to finish, they dominated this run. Indonesia still on the elevator, way behind. And now Indonesia finishes. Let's break it down. The 8 semifinalists are fast, tactical, and bold. Canada and Belgium showed control. Nigeria surprised with rhythm. Japan, Portugal, Mexico, Philippines, and now Argentina all bring something special. This is shaping up to be a legendary final stretch. China versus Japan. Let the Asian showdown begin. Only elite teams remain in this semifinal. China shows power and surges ahead on the fast path. Japan also dives into the fast lane, and it's tight already. Japan reaches the blue funnel first and flexes its strength. The pressure is on China now. They drop into another blue funnel. This battle is fierce and worthy of a semi-final. Japan takes the lead in Sector 2. This is where races are won. Whoa, big collision on the seesaw. Now they're heading into the labyrinth for the final showdown. China charges down and finds the best shortcut. We're in for a nail-biter finish. Japan is close but under threat now. China conquers the final funnel. They're inches away from the final. Japan drops in, and it's a furious finish. China is the first finalist of the tournament. What a breathtaking race. What a battle. China's late push and smart pathing in the labyrinth sealed it. Japan was relentless, but the margins were razor thin. This semifinal delivered everything. Speed, drama, and pure marble madness. Philippines versus Belgium. Who will join China in the final? The gate drops and the marbles are off. They collide in Sector 1. First funnel coming up. Philippines breaks through first on the better path. Belgium follows closely. Same track, same goal. It's do or die now. Both teams have shown brilliance to reach this point. The energy is electric and the pressure is on. Every spin matters. Philippines reaches the second blue funnel and Belgium joins. It's tight again. Belgium dives into Sector 2 and powers ahead with confidence. Philippines hits the plunge but struggles to keep up. Belgium is too fast. Belgium rides the elevator, one step closer to the grand final. Belgium enters Sector 3 while Philippines only now hits the elevator. Wow, Philippines nearly made contact at the final funnel, but Belgium holds on. Philippines arrives just moments too late. What a battle! Belgium had the pace, precision, and nerve to stay ahead. The Philippines fought hard, but couldn't close the gap in time. Belgium is officially headed to the grand final, alongside powerhouse China. Canada versus Portugal. Buckle up, this one's for a spot in the final. The gate rises and the marbles race down the track. They hit Sector 1 and face the alternate paths funnel. Canada chooses the slower route while Portugal surges ahead. Canada is losing ground fast, but wait, the tricky blue funnel traps Portugal. Canada descends, and here comes the clash. I love these slow funnels. Canada takes the lead and charges into Sector 2. Whoa, Portugal drops fast and overtakes again. This labyrinth is the heart of the race, packed with tension and strategy. Canada emerges first and heads for the elevator. It's a fierce battle in Sector 3, the final ticket to the championship. Canada seals the win and moves on to the grand final. Portugal gave it their all, but determination won the day. Portugal finishes the race, but it's too late. That was intense. From path strategy to funnel duels, this match had everything. And now, only one spot remains to complete the final showdown. Here we go, Argentina versus Nigeria, one last ticket to the final. Argentina has impressed throughout this tournament in clean lines, bold strategies, and no fear in the funnels. But Nigeria has been relentless, powerful, fast, and laser focused. Only one can advance. Argentina makes its move at the blue funnel. Nigeria holds the lead and enters the second slow funnel, keeping things under control. Nigeria pushes forward into Sector 2. They're flying. Collision on the seesaw. Both marbles plunge into the tricky labyrinth. It's a nail-biter. One of these two will punch their ticket to the final. Nigeria stays strong and leads up the elevator. Argentina climbs 2. We're heading for a showdown in the final sector. But it's Nigeria. Start to finish, they dominate and secure their place in the championship. Argentina gave it all, but just not enough. And now the stage is set. Get ready for the most intense final ever, Weeto. 4 marbles racing head to head. Who will be crowned champion? Let's find out. Nigeria, Belgium, Canada, and China, get ready. This race will be unforgettable. The gate drops and the marbles roll into action. They all converge at the Sector 1 funnel. Canada drops first. Belgium drops 2, but from the better lane. Nigeria follows close in second. Canada and China took the wrong line, but these blue funnels can flip everything. Belgium now takes the lead. Fans are on their feet chanting for their nations. Belgium breaks away and advances to Sector 2. Triple battle in the blue funnel while Belgium races ahead. They want that trophy. Wow, Belgium is tearing through the labyrinth. Everyone else is stuck in that blue funnel traffic jam. Finally, they drop down. Belgium climbs the elevator. The chasing pack is still behind. Canada closes the gap but might be too late. Belgium enters Sector 3 and grabs hold of the title. Canada tries one last move. Wow, Canada touches Belgium but can't take the lead. Belgium is champion. China sneaks in and passes Canada. And Nigeria too. Canada gave them space and lost the podium completely. What an ending. Belgium was near perfect. Great lane choices, funnel speed, and no hesitation through the labyrinth. China showed late brilliance, using that blue funnel chaos to surge ahead. Nigeria was consistent, always close, and capitalized when it mattered. And Canada, fast start, brave moves. But that one mistake at the final funnel opened the door to disaster. This tournament had it all: speed, drama, comebacks, and surprises. What a season! Let's hear it for our podium. Belgium on top of the world. What a dominant run from start to finish. China takes second with incredible timing and strategy. They never gave up. Nigeria rounds out the podium after a consistent and powerful performance. What a championship, fans! Let us know in the comments. What moment did you love the most? Don't go anywhere. More epic marble races await on the end screen.
are here in Qatar for our version of the World Cup. Hey everybody, I'm Jeremiah. Welcome back to Fubeca's Marble Runs. We have all 32 countries competing in this year's World Cup held in Qatar, all competing in this tournament. And we'll have 2 countries per video, all accumulating points, and that will predict which countries will advance to the next round of the World Cup. Today we have Qatar versus Ecuador, competing in 2 races to try to get as many points as possible. Here are all 32 countries competing in the World Cup. Of course, we will have our own versions with all of these countries as well, all in their separate groups. Now it is time to start the Fubeca World Cup. With Qatar versus Ecuador. First round, here we go through the Plinko, and it is Qatar who comes out to the early lead into this funnel. Who can come out first through this funnel and get into the stairs first? It will be Ecuador, who is 1 stair ahead of Qatar. As we go up, let's see if Qatar can catch back up. The hosts of the 2022 World Cup already falling a little bit short in this race, but they still have a lot of time to make up some ground. Ecuador now has entered the first yellow funnel. These yellow funnels a little bit larger, but the incline is a little bit sharper, which means the marbles go through them a little bit quicker than some of the orange funnels. Even though the orange funnels are smaller, the incline is a lot more gradual, which causes the marbles to go around a lot more times than they do in these larger yellow funnels. And Ecuador is stuck on the track. They have lost their lead. Qatar right up behind them now into the blue funnel. They're neck and neck. One more funnel after this. Qatar goes into the right funnel, and Ecuador goes into the left. Who will exit first? It will be Qatar. And they'll get the first point of the day. And Ecuador will come out pointless with this first group. Now it's time for the second round between these 2 teams. And this is the last chance for Ecuador to gain any points. Qatar coming out to lead early, but here comes Ecuador. But they are getting pushed aside by Qatar, who's the first one to enter the stairs this time. And they're actually 2 stairs ahead of Ecuador this time, instead of being 1 behind in the last heat. Can Ecuador catch back up? They just hope and pray that Qatar will get stuck on the track like they did in the last group, the last round. Into the yellow funnels they go. Ecuador still a little bit behind. Qatar's the first one to leave the first yellow funnel. Ecuador coming in about a couple seconds behind Qatar. They still can make it if Qatar does some mistake. Even if they don't, if Ecuador just does an amazing job, they will be able to catch up. But Qatar already up there in the blue funnel, and here comes Ecuador. A large hit from Ecuador. And now they're neck and neck in this blue funnel. Let's see who can exit the last funnel first. Qatar in the last funnel, but here comes Ecuador as well. They're neck and neck. Qatar barely ahead of Ecuador. And let's see who can come out first. It's Ecuador. And Ecuador will get the second point of this match. So both teams will have one. England versus Iran. Here we go. Iran, the more colorful one. England, the more blue tinted one. As we go into this orange funnel, who will come out first? Looks like England will be the first one to enter these stairs. Iran, quite a few stairs behind. 2 stairs behind England as we go up the stairs. Let's see if England can keep the lead, or if Iran can make a comeback. Up the second stairs they go. No movement yet. As we get into the second sector of this course, that's where things really start to happen. Here we go into the yellow funnels they go, and it is England still in the lead. Iran trying to catch up if they can make some contact to England. That will push them off course and possibly allow Iran to catch up and possibly even overtake for the lead. As we enter the second yellow funnel, England still exiting the funnel first. Iran is having some trouble now as England goes into the blue funnel. Iran, though, trying to come up and catch here. If they can make a contact like that right there, they will even the playing field. Now England and Iran neck and neck. England's one to exit first, and they both go into the same funnel. It will be a race to the line. Who will exit the funnel first? And it will be England who will exit first. They actually get stuck underneath the funnel, but still are able to finish in first, causing Iran to push them across the line. England will get the first point. Now it's time for race 2. This time it's Iran off to lead into the orange funnel. Of course, England trying to make a contact like they do right there, and a sly overtake by England up to the stairs. And again, they are 2 stairs ahead of Iran. Out of the stairs into the second stairs, and England is going to be, looks like 3 stairs ahead of Iran this time. Iran is having a very hard time in this tournament, and England might be able to take both points from this match. Go into the yellow funnel. Looks like England is going to be able to exit first. Iran, though, catching up a little bit. England is able to exit the funnel first. Iran trying to just make a contact with England, like they did in this upcoming funnel in the last race. They may be able to. Here goes England into the blue funnel, and here comes Iran. This is where it gets interesting, but no contact, but there's one right there, and Iran now in the lead as they go into the last funnel. England has some catching up to do, but they come in a hard hit from England, and they overtake the lead with confidence. England will get 2 points, a full smash out from England. Iran with 0 points. It'll be tough for them to advance after this event. Senegal in the green, the Netherlands in the yellow, and we are going with the first match. To the orange funnel they go, and is Senegal in the lead. Will Netherlands be able to overtake, though they won't through that orange funnel. They're 1 step behind Senegal. Let's see if they're able to gain any ground. Clearly missing out on getting on the same step. Sometimes these marbles can get on the same step, and actually the marble who's in the back will be the one who will get into the step, and the other one will be pushed down to the bottom just because of how those stairs work. And is Senegal still in the lead? The Netherlands are trying to catch up. They're getting pretty neck and neck now. And the Netherlands are able to overtake through that yellow funnel, and Senegal very close behind. Let's see if they can catch up and overtake for the lead through this second yellow funnel. No, they won't. The Netherlands are still in the lead, going in up into this blue funnel. Here comes Senegal as well. Will they make a contact? Yes, they do. And they give a little bit of momentum to the Netherlands. And they're able to exit the funnel first. The Netherlands are running out of time to be able to overtake the Senegal, about to exit their funnel, and they do. Senegal will get the first point of this match. Netherlands will not. Netherlands still can't get 1 point in the second match. Senegal is now racing for 2 points, which will definitely help them with advancement to the next round of the World Cup. And there's a hit from the Netherlands there, and they overtake for the lead this time up into the stairs. And Senegal is 2 stairs behind the Netherlands. Up into the second stairs. Has the Netherlands gained any more ground? No, they haven't. Senegal is still solidly 2 steps behind. Up into the yellow funnel they go. Let's see if Senegal can make any passes and overtake for the lead in these yellow funnels. They can get 2 points. Let's see if they want it bad enough. As we go into the second yellow funnel, the Netherlands quite a ways ahead. Senegal is not able to do any contacts there. And the Netherlands will be the first one to enter the blue funnel. Senegal just now exiting the yellow funnel. Let's see if they can make a contact here. Yes, they do. But the Netherlands, quick exit there. They get out of trouble fast. And now they're going to try to exit this yellow funnel before Senegal can catch up to them. And they do. So it'll be a tied game. Netherlands will get 1 point. Senegal will get 1 point. That'll help them both. And now, for the first race, we have USA and Wales. The USA is in the blue. Wales is in the white as we get started here into the first orange funnel. And it looks like the USA comes out first into the stairs. being followed very closely by Wales, only one step behind the USA. Let's see if they can catch up any during the second stairs section, or if they'll lose any ground. Same position as in this first stairs, but really the second half of this race is where things really start to get interesting. Let's see if Wales can catch up. Looks like they're putting some pressure on the USA right there, giving them a little bit of momentum. I think they've even slowed down a little bit there, because when you're going through these funnels, the point is to go slower than your opponent, because you'll get to the hole faster. And it is Wales who has regained the lead from the USA. See if the USA can take it back through the second funnel or through these last couple of funnels at the end of the course. Wales going into the blue funnel first. They have to try to get out of the funnel before the USA gets there, because the USA can put a momentum on, and they do right there, overtaking for the lead. Can the USA exit this last funnel before Wales catches back up? Yes, they will. They are stuck underneath the funnel there, but Wales, I don't think it's going to be able to pass them. No, they won't. The USA will get the first point of this match. Now it's time for match 2. Off we go through the Plinko section. They're still pretty neck and neck, but this time Wales is off to lead. But here comes the USA, and a bump from the USA. And a swift move by them, and they overtake the lead and get a significant lead on the stairs. 4 sections ahead of Wales. Wales has got a lot of catching up to do. They want to even just tie up the USA for this match. USA now entering the first yellow funnel. Wales now barely getting there. USA is clearly farther ahead down the funnel than Wales is. I'm not sure if Wales is going to be able to make any contacts. No, they won't through that first funnel. Let's see if they can catch up through the second funnel. USA trying to go as quickly as possible to avoid any contacts from Wales. And we don't have any contacts through the second yellow funnel. USA still has to hold off the lead for 2 more funnels. But as we saw in the last match, that's how they overtook. And here comes Wales, a contact from them. Now they're neck and neck into the blue funnel. Wales is able to overtake just like the USA did in the last heat. And Wales trying to get out of this yellow funnel first before the USA does. They're having some trouble, but they are able to. It will be a tied match. 1 point for the USA, 1 point for Wales. Argentina in the blue, Saudi Arabia in the more greenish teal color. As we get going here into the Plinko, and it is Argentina who gains the slight lead into the orange funnel. Let's see if Saudi Arabia can overtake through this orange funnel. They're pretty neck and neck, and they are able to overtake for the lead. We have 2 marbles on 1 stair. Unfortunately, Saudi Arabia was a little bit ahead, so they got the farther ahead stair than Argentina. That'll lose Argentina a little bit of ground. Saudi Arabia is about a second ahead of Argentina, which is not that far, especially when you get into these funnels, because you can contact each other like Argentina did right there. And now the playing field has been leveled as we go to the hole. Argentina overtakes for the lead. Can Saudi Arabia catch back up? Argentina trying to stay as far away from Saudi Arabia as possible, because if they get too close, they could get a contact, which could bump them off course. But they're pretty close here. Argentina gets stuck on the track before the funnel. That actually loses the momentum, which gets them through the funnel quicker. A nail biter from Argentina, and they'll take this match easily. Saudi Arabia did not see that coming. They just rammed them with all their might. Argentina used that clear advantage to get the first point. And now it's time for the heat 2, and they're pretty neck and neck still. Saudi Arabia, slight lead, but Argentina overtakes through this first orange funnel, so they'll be ahead in the stairs this time. 2 stairs ahead of Saudi Arabia. Argentina off into the second stairs now. Saudi Arabia still trying to catch up, and there's still 2 sections behind Argentina. Argentina trying to get to that funnel and slow down as quickly as possible when they get into this yellow funnel here, because they don't want to be hit by Saudi Arabia and lose course. And Saudi Arabia coming up a little bit here. They aren't able to do anything there. And Argentina is able to take first place through that first yellow funnel. Let's see if they can do it in the second yellow funnel. Saudi Arabia coming up a little bit behind there, and they might overtake here. They're neck and neck, but Argentina is able to take first place still through that funnel there. A hard hit from Saudi Arabia in this blue funnel. Argentina is able to withstand it. and they still are in the lead. And now into these final two funnels, whoever exits first will get the second point, and it's very close. Argentina coming out to the line, very close here at the World Cup. Denmark in the solid red, Tunisia in the white-red stripes, and we are off. And it is Tunisia who comes out to the lead. I thought Denmark was going to go out there and lead at first, but they got caught up in that Plinko section. But Denmark did lose out in that first orange funnel, and they're pretty slow outside the funnel as well. And they're 3 steps behind Tunisia, who's already in the second stairs. Let's see if Denmark can catch up in these next couple of funnels, because that's really where the action starts to happen. Tunisia has 2 more stairs to climb, and then they'll be in the race with Denmark. Denmark trying to stay as far away from Tunisia as possible, and they're circling around the hole, and they are able to exit first. Tunisia not far behind, a couple seconds behind Denmark there as they go into the second funnel. If they can make a contact with Denmark, that will change everything, and they have a tiny contact there, but nothing yet. And Denmark out to the lead into this first blue funnel. 2 more funnels to go. Can Denmark make a hard hit in this blue funnel? Yes, they do. And now they're neck and neck, and I think Tunisia will be able to exit the funnel first. They're in the last funnel. Can Denmark catch up for the final point? A hard hit from Denmark, and they're racing to the line. Who will it be? And it will be Tunisia who will get the first point of this match. Denmark fought hard. They lost out in that first match. Let's see if they can get a point in this second match. Into the orange funnel they go. They're neck and neck with Tunisia in the lead. But Denmark is able to exit the funnel first up into the stairs. Tunisia again behind, like we saw in the last heat. But let's see if they can catch up and overtake in the last couple of funnels like we saw in the last heat. Denmark trying to extend their lead as far as possible so they don't lose out on another point here in this match. And they're the first one to enter the yellow funnel. Let's see if Tunisia can catch up here, or if Denmark can hold the lead. They're closer to the hole than Tunisia is. But Tunisia trying to put a little pressure there. They aren't able to do it. Now they have a little bit of a break before they have to go up against Denmark yet again. Now they're trying to catch up again, but Denmark so close to the hole already. Tunisia trying to catch up there, but they aren't able to do it. But this is where this really starts to get interesting. Let's see if Tunisia can come up and hit Denmark from behind. Denmark's already in the last funnel. Looking bad for Tunisia at this point. Denmark might be able to tie up this match. And they do. It's a tied 1-1 game. Denmark won, Tunisia won. And that's our prediction for this match of the World Cup. Tunisia taking a little while to finish that race. Not quite a comeback like we saw in the last match. Mexico in the green, Poland in the orange, and we are off. Into the Plinko they go. Mexico in the slight lead. Poland is able to overtake through that white funnel, and now they're trying to pressure Mexico in this orange funnel, and they are able to take the lead, which Mexico possibly had. Hard to gauge who has lead in those small orange funnels. Mexico looks like they had it, and Poland is 2 steps ahead of Mexico in the first stairs, entering the second stairs now. Mexico has actually lost a stairs. It's pretty unusual. I haven't seen a marble actually lose or gain any stairs in between these 2 sets, so that's unfortunate for Mexico. They have a little bit of catching up to do. Poland circling around that center hole closer than Mexico, and they are able to get into the second yellow funnel. Let's see if Mexico can catch up. They're running out of time, but the blue funnel coming up ahead is the place where most overtakes happen, and let's see if it happens here. Poland, the first one will get to the blue funnel, and they'll be sitting there first. Let's see if Mexico can make a contact on Poland. And they do there, and a quick overpass by Mexico. They are now in the lead in this last yellow funnel. And I think they're going to take the first point. Poland not able to come up and catch back up. Mexico with the first point of this match. And Poland, of course, only has one more chance to tie up Mexico, or Mexico can completely defeat Poland and get 2 points. Now it's time for Heat 2. And they are off into the Plinko they go. Poland again in the lead, but Mexico is in there as well. And they overtake through the funnel this time. Into the stairs they go. Poland losing some ground every step that Mexico takes up those stairs, and they're 4 steps behind Mexico. Mexico entering the next stairs. Let's see if Poland can lose or gain any stairs. And it looks like they lose a stair just like Mexico did in the last heat. Now there were 5 stairs behind Mexico as they go up into this yellow funnel. Poland does have some catching up to do, but overtakes are entirely possible, as we've seen in some of the previous matches in this series. Mexico enters the second yellow funnel. Poland is still spinning around in the first one, and they finally exit and trying to catch up to Mexico in the second yellow funnel. Mexico already almost exiting the yellow funnel. They do there, and now they're going to enter the blue funnel. But let's see if Poland can come up and contact on Mexico. Mexico slowing down a little bit there, and they get a lot of momentum from Poland, but they're able to use it to exit that funnel. Poland is running out of time, and Mexico will get 2 points. Poland will not get any points, and they will advance no further in the World Cup. Unfortunate for Poland. That is our prediction for the World Cup. We'll have to see if it's right. We have France in the blue and Australia in the yellow. Here we go. Into the Plinko they go. And Australia takes the quick lead. Into the first orange funnel they go. Australia trying to catch up here, but France is able to overtake for the lead into those first stairs. Let's see how many stairs they can catch ahead. Looks like 5 stairs ahead of Australia. Let's see if Australia can gain any through this little section in between cases. No, they don't. And Australia still pretty far behind, trying to catch up. Now they're finally in the same funnel as France, but France is pretty far ahead, and they're already about to exit this first yellow funnel. Australia now about in the same place that France was a couple seconds ago, and they're trying to still try to just contact France. France doing a pretty good job in this first match. And now they're entering the first blue funnel, and this is where Australia can make their move. Let's see if it happens right about now. And they do put a little bit of contact on France, and that slows them down a little bit there. France actually loses out to Australia there, but they come back with the hit, and France will overtake back for the lead and look at the first point of this match. Australia's chance of getting 2 points are gone. Still can tie it up with France. They win this next match. And they are off through the Plinko. Who comes out this time? It is France. But Australia is very close behind as well. Who will exit this first orange funnel? It's Australia. Australia trying to get a quick head start like France did in the last match. They still want to get that point, because every point counts when you're in qualifying for the FIFA World Cup. France 4 points behind Australia on the stairs. And now they both enter the first yellow funnel, and Australia is closer to the hole than France is for this first funnel. But France is trying to gain a little bit of ground. Gaining ground in these large yellow funnels is very difficult because contacts are rare. And that's why the blue funnel is so important. Australia is trying to get there as quickly as possible so they can have more time to exit the funnel before France can put any contacts on them. But it looks like they're not going to be able to avoid it. Here comes France, but they actually don't put much contact on until later in the funnel. And they are able to use that to exit the funnel first. And they are both in separate funnels. Who will exit first? It's France, who will get both points in this match, and Australia will get 0. Let's see if this prediction is right in the real FIFA World Cup. We have Morocco and Croatia. Morocco is in the red, Croatia in the white with red stripes. And we are off into the Plinko they go. They both opt for the right side. And it's Croatia who is in the lead. But here comes Morocco from the back into the orange funnel. And Morocco is able to overtake through that orange funnel and get to the stairs first. 2 stairs separate Morocco from Croatia. As we go into the second stairs, let's see if Croatia can gain any ground. No, they don't. Still 2 stairs behind. And Morocco is about to exit the stairs into the first yellow funnel. Let's see if Croatia can put any contacts on Morocco and possibly overtake through these yellow funnels. It is possible to overtake through these yellow funnels, but it's hard. It's easier to overtake through the blue funnel after this section of the track. We'll have to see if Croatia makes any moves there. Morocco still in the lead through this second yellow funnel, and they exit first and are now headed to the blue funnel. Let's see if Croatia can catch up and possibly even overtake here. Here's where the most overtakes happens in this series, and there's a contact. They are neck and neck. Who will exit this blue funnel first? And is Morocco the first marble to get to the yellow funnels? Let's see if Croatia can make any moves. They do right there. They're neck and neck. Croatia slowing down more than Morocco, but Morocco makes a pass, and they'll get the first point of the match. Croatia barely missing out. They had a good fight. They didn't get that first point. Let's see if they can get the second point here in this second match. They take a quick lead, but through this orange funnel is usually where the lead holder gets replaced. And Morocco overtakes the lead from Croatia through that orange funnel, and now they're 2 stairs apart. Let's see if Croatia can make that down to 1. And no, they don't. So they're still 2 stairs behind Morocco. Morocco trying to just stay ahead of Croatia and get those 2 qualifying points. If they do get 2 qualifying points, that'll definitely help them in advancing to the next round of the World Cup. Croatia not able to do any moves in through that first yellow funnel. Morocco exits first. Now they're both in the second yellow funnel, but pretty separated. Even though they're in the same funnel, they're on different radiuses, which means that Morocco did exit first. Now they're in the blue funnel, trying to exit before Croatia can make any moves, and they've dodged Croatia altogether. They're out of the blue funnel and into the last yellow funnel, but here comes Croatia and a big hit there. Who will take the second point? Now they're neck and neck. Who will exit first? It is Croatia, who will tie the game 1-1. So both of these teams will get 1 point. Germany in the black, Japan in the white. Here we go. And who will take the lead first? Looks like Germany will take the lead through that white funnel, but a hard hit from Japan in that orange funnel. And they are able to overtake for the lead into the stairs first. Germany still has quite a lot of momentum in that orange funnel. And they're a whole staircase behind Japan. This is the largest lead we've seen by a marble in this entire series so far. Japan doing a tremendous job in this race. Germany's having a very hard time catching up. Let's see if they can do anything in these next couple of funnels. They're in the same funnel at this point, but Japan now exiting, and Germany has a lot of catching up to do. As we go into the second funnel for Germany, Japan almost about to exit this second yellow funnel, going into the blue funnel. And pretty much at this point, the blue funnel is Germany's only hope. If Germany can get to the blue funnel before Japan exits, they can make a contact and level the playing field. Let's see if they do here. We're running out of time, and they do hit Japan there, and they're able to overtake for the lead. What a comeback by Germany. Will Japan be able to come back and overtake? No, they won't. And Germany, by surprise, will get the first point of the match. Definitely an unexpected finish after having such a lead. Japan losing out. Now it's time for Heat 2. Let's see if Japan can redeem themselves and tie up this match. It is Germany who is in the slight lead into this orange funnel, but they're neck and neck. Let's see who exits the funnel first this time. It is Japan again exiting, but Germany very close behind, only 1 step behind Japan this time. And this will be a very close match unless somehow one of these marbles makes a huge mistake. Germany wants that second point very badly. They were way too close for comfort in the last heat, and so they really want to make sure to have as good a chance as possible to get that second qualifying point in this match. Japan, though, losing out in that first match after having a full stair lead. They have a lot of pressure on their shoulders to do well in this second match and take this other point to tie up the game. Germany does not want that to happen. As we exit the second yellow funnel, Japan is in the blue funnel, and they know what happened in the last match, so they're trying to exit as quickly as possible. But here comes Germany and a contact from them. Now they're neck and neck in this blue funnel. It looks like it's going to be a tight race in these last 2 funnels. And it is Germany who exits first, being followed very closely by Japan. But Japan has more speed than Germany. And I think Germany's going to take it. Yes, they will. Germany 2-0. They will have the 2 points over Japan. We have Spain in the red and Costa Rica in the light blue-white color. And Costa Rica is able to take the lead this time. And actually, Spain having a little bit of lag through that white funnel. It's unusual in this tournament. We'll have to see how that affects their play. And they are 2 steps behind Costa Rica as we enter the stairway. And Costa Rica trying to gain more ground than they already have. Let's see if they do here. No, they don't. Still 2 stairs ahead of Spain, who's trying all they can to just try to catch up to Costa Rica. And they do make a little bit of contact on Costa Rica in this first yellow funnel, but they need to make more contact if they need to overtake for first place. Costa Rica enters the second yellow funnel. Spain trying to catch up as well. This is for the first of 2 qualifying points. Whichever marble finishes first in this first race will be the only marble who has a chance of getting both qualifying points. Costa Rica enters the blue funnel, but here comes Spain, and this is where a major contact can happen, and they miss a little bit, but actually shove Costa Rica into the hole. A major mistake by Spain, but there they go and hit Costa Rica right back, and now they're neck and neck in this final yellow funnel. Costa Rica is able to retain the lead, and they'll take the first point of the match. 1 point to their name for qualifying. Let's see if Spain can tie it up to go through the Pinto into this white funnel. And again, Spain has some trouble exiting that first white funnel. But they're neck and neck in this orange funnel now. And it looks like Spain is going to be able to exit first. Yes, they do. But here comes Costa Rica, and Spain shoves them down the stairs 2 steps. You might have a red card here. I think the officials are looking it over, but I don't think we have any offenses of the rules. So Spain will continue to race in front of Costa Rica. Costa Rica lost even another stair through that second stairway, and so now they have a lot of ground to cover. Spain in the second yellow funnel now. Costa Rica trying to catch up. It looks like Spain is going to be able to get that second qualifying point unless somehow Costa Rica comes up in this blue funnel coming up next and hits Spain out of the way, which is very much possible as we get going here. Spain trying to get out of this blue funnel before Costa Rica can make it there. They might be able to. They do there, and now they're in the final yellow funnel. Now Costa Rica just has to get out of this blue funnel as quickly as possible, but I don't think it's going to matter. Spain will be your second winner of this match. It'll be a tied game, 1-1. So both of these countries will get 1 qualifying point for the advancement of this World Cup. So that's our prediction of this match, with Belgium in the red and Canada in the white. Here we go, and it is Canada who comes out to the lead through that first Plinko and white funnel. Now they're neck and neck in this orange funnel, and Belgium overtakes for the lead. Canada is 2 steps behind Belgium in this stairway. Let's see if they can gain any ground in this little midsection in between stairways. And no, they don't. They're still 2 sections behind Belgium, who is using their lead to try to get as close to the whole of these yellow funnels as possible. And Canada, of course, is trying to just make a contact on Belgium as they exit this first yellow funnel, entering the second yellow funnel. Canada coming up in here as well into the second yellow funnel, and they're running out of time. We've already passed the midway point of this first race, and Belgium now entering the blue funnel. Let's see if Canada can make any comeback through this blue funnel. And they're coming out around here, and they do make a contact on Belgium there. Now they're neck and neck through this blue funnel. Let's see who can exit first. And Belgium and Canada both exit nearly at the same time. And now it's a race to the line through these funnels, but Belgium is first, so they will get the first point of this match. And that'll definitely help them advance to the next round of this World Cup. Of course, they want another point, and that's where this second round comes in. Canada also wants a qualifying point. It could either be a tied game or Belgium could take both points. Let's see how this works out. And it is Canada who is almost a full stairway ahead of Belgium. A very significant lead by Canada. Belgium had a really hard time getting out of that first orange funnel, and now they're paying for it. Let's see if they can catch up and possibly even overtake Canada through the yellow funnels or the blue funnel, or possibly even the last yellow funnel. And it is Canada who is exiting this first yellow funnel. Belgium has actually got a little bit of ground, and now they're exiting this first yellow funnel. They did hesitate a little bit. They were circling so tightly next to the hole there that they took a little bit more time than you would think is necessary. But Canada has now entered the blue funnel. Here comes Belgium as well, and a contact by them, and they overtake for the lead. Into the yellow funnel they go. Let's see if Canada can catch up. No, they won't. Belgium will take both points in this matchup, and that will help them qualify for the next round of the World Cup. Canada finally finishes World Cup. We have Switzerland in the red and Cameroon in the green, and we are off. And it is Cameroon who comes out to the lead, but they actually are spending a lot of time in this white funnel. Pretty unusual in this type of tournament. We haven't seen that very much before, and they're both neck and neck now in this orange funnel. And who will come out first this time? It is Cameroon who enters the stairway first. Switzerland 2 stairs behind Cameroon. We'll see if they can catch up through this next section. Cameroon entering the second stairway now. Switzerland has lost a stair, and it'll be hard for them to catch up, but of course the blue funnel is where everybody wants to watch because that is where the most action happens. Usually the second place marble will hit the first place marble and overtake for the win, but that doesn't guarantee a first place. It is still Cameroon in first place in that second funnel. Switzerland just now entering the second funnel as well, and Cameroon trying to stay away from Switzerland. And they are taking a long time to exit that second funnel. That'll lose them some ground. And now Switzerland will have some time to come and contact Cameroon in this blue funnel. Let's see what happens here. Here comes Switzerland, and they actually aren't able to hit Cameroon. Cameroon does a great job at avoiding Switzerland. And now we're at the final funnel. Cameroon in there, but here comes Switzerland. But they aren't able to pass Cameroon, who gets the first point of the match. Switzerland still has one more chance to get the point and tie this game. We'll have to see if they're able to end the second race. And they are off. Cameroon, quick exit, and they kind of bypass that Plinko on the left side. And now they're both in the white funnel. And it is Switzerland who comes out first, but here comes Cameroon as well, pushing Switzerland away. And that lets them exit first. They're the first one to get into the stair, but they're only one stair ahead of Switzerland. Let's see if Switzerland can catch up in this next group of stairs. And they aren't able to. Still one stair behind Cameroon, but they're very close. This may cause some problems for Cameroon in these funnels. If Switzerland is able to pass through these funnels, they may be able to tie this game. They're very close to Cameroon. Cameroon is able to exit first, and that gives them a couple seconds of advantage in the second funnel. But if Switzerland can contact them, that would change everything. But they're having a hard time doing so, as Cameroon is about to exit the second yellow funnel and about to enter the first blue funnel. On this white rail, and they're stuck. They're stuck on the rail. Switzerland has a wild card, and now they are neck and neck with Cameroon, and they're both funneling in this blue funnel. Who will exit first? It looks like Cameroon, but here comes Switzerland as well. Cameroon will be the first one to exit, followed by Switzerland, and now they're both in this final funnel. Who will exit first? And they're circling and circling, and it is Switzerland who will tie the game with Cameroon. Both of these models get one qualifying point. That is our prediction for this match of the World Cup. We have Uruguay in the blue and South Korea in the more clearish color. As we go into this first white funnel, it is Uruguay who comes out to lead. South Korea, though, not far behind. And I think they may be able to overtake through this orange funnel. Yes, they do, into the first stairway. Uruguay about 2 stairs behind South Korea. As we go up these staircases, let's see if Korea can gain any more stairs over Uruguay. And they do, just by a little bit. Uruguay loses out 1 stair. Now there's 3 stairs behind South Korea as we go up into this first yellow funnel. Can Uruguay make contact on South Korea? It's not looking like it at this point. South Korea has exited the first yellow funnel, entering the second one. And Uruguay is still in the first, barely, now just exiting the first one. And now they're both in this second funnel, racing, trying to get to that hole first. South Korea is closer, though, and they'll be the first marble to get into the next blue funnel. Can Uruguay make a comeback in this next blue funnel? We're about to find out. South Korea is trying to get out as quickly as possible before Uruguay makes any contacts, and they do right there. Now the playing field has been leveled, and they are the first ones to get out of that blue funnel. South Korea has some catching up to do. Can they make a contact in this last yellow funnel? No, they won't. And it will be a comeback story for Uruguay with the first point of the match. And let's see if South Korea can tie it up a 1-1 game. And they're off through the Plinko they go. They both go for the left side. And Uruguay is able to get to this orange funnel first. Let's see if they can exit before South Korea can even get out of this white funnel. Not quite. And South Korea does give some contact to Uruguay. And they overpass through that orange funnel there. Now they're 3 or 4 stairs ahead of Uruguay to go into this orange section, into the second stairway. Uruguay still 4 steps behind South Korea. Can Uruguay have another comeback like they did in the last match? We're about to find out as we go into these yellow funnels. And they even overpass South Korea through these yellow funnels. It's difficult, but not impossible. South Korea, though, still trying to get that 1 point and keep it away from Uruguay. Because if Uruguay get it, of course, it's 2 points. And they're both spinning around this funnel. South Korea a little bit closer to the hole, and they'll be the first one to exit. And now they know how important it is to get out of this blue funnel as quickly as possible. I don't think it's going to be quick enough, though, because here comes Uruguay, and they do give another shove to South Korea, and again overtake for the lead into this final yellow funnel. Can South Korea do better than they did in the last match? They do there, and Uruguay still is able to overpass and take it for the second point of the match. South Korea completely demolished Portugal in the green and Ghana in the white. We are about to start, and we are off. And who come out first? It is Ghana, but in this orange funnel, usually the first marble is the last marble, because that, as we saw right there, Ghana overtook quickly through that first orange funnel, and they're going to gain an entire stairs length ahead of Portugal. They're already to the second staircase just as Portugal is entering the first one. This is the largest lead we have seen in the entirety of this season so far. Let's see if Portugal can even catch up a little bit to Ghana. They will be able to get into the same funnel as Ghana. They can see them, but not for very long. There goes Ghana into the second funnel with the major lead. But as we all know, the blue funnel is where everything can change. Will Portugal be able to have a major comeback in this next blue funnel? We're about to find out. Ghana going into this blue funnel. Their only hope is to get out of this blue funnel before Portugal can get there. And looks like they're doing a good job at slowing down. And they are able to exit the blue funnel first. They're in the final funnel. I don't think Portugal's going to be able to catch up. Ghana circling for the final time. And they will have the first point of the day. Portugal, unfortunately, was just not able to catch up after that detrimental loss in the first orange funnel, which really messed up their game. Let's see if they can tie it out 1-1 in the next race. And they are off through the Plinko section they go. And again, Portugal is the first one to get out of that white funnel and first into the orange funnel. But let's see if Ghana can do the same thing they did in the last heat. They're pretty neck and neck, and I think Ghana is still ahead, but this time Portugal 1 step behind Ghana, and so the playing field is very even, and Portugal still has a chance of getting 1 point over Ghana. As we go up the second staircase, entering these yellow funnels, we'll see what Portugal can do. Possibly even make a contact. They do right there, and we may have an overtake happening in this yellow funnel. Yes, we do. Portugal has overtaken for the lead in these yellow funnels. And now, they have to fend off Ghana in the blue funnel, which is going to be very difficult, especially when these two marbles are so close together on this track. They're pretty speedy through those rails, and now time is ticking before Ghana gets there. Can they leave the funnel before Ghana can put any contact on them? No, they won't. And here comes Ghana back for an overtake, and they have retaken the lead through the blue funnel. But here comes Portugal right back in this yellow funnel. They're neck and neck, and I don't think that Portugal will be able to overtake, though. Ghana will get 2 points, and Portugal will get 0. So Ghana will get the qualifying points cut. We have Brazil in the yellow and Serbia in the orange. Here we go through the Plinko. Who will come out first? It's Brazil, who will get out of that white funnel first, being followed very closely by Serbia as we enter this orange funnel. Brazil is able to hold the lead through that orange funnel. Pretty unusual, because usually the second marble is the one to exit out of that orange funnel just because of the speed that they enter. They usually hit the other marble from behind, knocking them out of orbit. As we go into these staircases, Serbia almost a full staircase behind Brazil. Let's see if they can catch up through these funnels. Brazil pretty close to that hole, probably will exit in a couple seconds. And there they go into the second funnel. Serbia still having some trouble catching up. But of course, the blue funnel is where it all changes. Let's see if they can catch up through the blue funnel, which Brazil is about to enter as they exit this yellow funnel here. There they go into these rails, into the blue funnel. Can Serbia catch up? Brazil has limited time to get out of this funnel before Serbia gets there. Because if Serbia gets there, what's happened there? Serbia is stuck on the track. And Brazil gets a get out of jail free card. They have officially gotten 1 point. Serbia will get a DNF for the first time in this season. We have a DNF. Serbia stuck in the track. Very surprising finish. Let's see if Serbia can redeem themselves in this second heat. They exit the white funnel first. We'll see if Brazil can come and overtake through this orange funnel. They do give a little hit to Serbia, and they are able to pass, but now they're stuck underneath the orange funnel. And that means Serbia pushes them right along, and they're on the same stairs, and Serbia is able to overtake through the stairs. Serbia making a comeback for themselves as we go into these stairs. Brazil very close behind, though. This is going to be a tight match. Only one stair behind. Let's see if Brazil can do anything crazy in these funnels. They're neck and neck in this funnel. I'm not even sure who's going to make it first. It's Serbia by a millimeter. Let's get into this second funnel. So close together. I can't even tell who's ahead. Serbia really wants the second win after a DNF, but Brazil's able to overtake. And this time, Serbia does not get stuck, and they will enter the blue funnel like they should have in the last round. And they overtake, going into the final funnel. And I think they're going to be able to get the second point of the day, unless somehow Brazil is able to overtake. And they do! Brazil, a move from the inside, and they will take 2 points over Serbia, who have 0 in this match. What a crazy match! And that is our prediction. We have Wales in the white, Iran in the white with colors through it. We'll get started with the first race. Will come out first. It's Iran. Here comes Wales, and they have a smaller diameter through that white funnel. They will take the lead in this orange funnel. But here comes Iran as well, and they give a bump to Wales, and they overtake for the lead to the first staircase. Here comes Wales as well, and they're 2 steps behind Iran as we go into this next section. Let's see if Wales can gain any ground. No, they don't. They actually lose a stair from Iran. Now they have some work to do if they want to catch back up and get more points here in the World Cup. In our last prediction, Wales got 1 point and Iran got 0. We'll have to see if our prediction is right this time as we get going here with this match. And is Iran still in the lead? Wales coming in at second. Let's see if they can catch up through this yellow funnel. Iran is the first to exit, getting into the blue funnel. Let's see if Wales can do any damage as they get to the blue funnel as well. And Iran is trying to get out as quickly as possible. But here comes Wales and a bump from them. And I think they're going to be able to overpass for the lead. Yes, they will into the yellow funnel. But here comes Iran right behind them. It'll be a race to the line. Who's going to make it first? It will be Wales, who gets the first point of this match. Iran will get none. And they have one more chance to do so in the next race. And they are off. Who will come out this time? It is Iran through that first white funnel. Very quick entrance through that white funnel for Iran. Wales caught off guard there. Go into these first stairs. And again, Iran 2 steps ahead of Wales as we go into the second staircase. Let's see if anything changes. Still the same. Iran 2 steps ahead of Wales as we go into the yellow funnels. Let's see if Wales can catch up through these yellow funnels and get 2 points in this match. They're pretty close. They're neck and neck, but Iran slightly ahead, and they enter the second yellow funnel first. But here comes Wales as well. They're going to come up and pressure Iran through this second funnel. Iran, though, really not in a very good place, because when you're in first place in these yellow funnels, That means you have to enter the blue funnel first, and that's where second marble can really come and make a comeback. Here comes Wales into the blue funnel. Let's see if they can make any moves. They do right there, but Iran is able to get out of trouble fast. And now they're in the last funnel. Let's see if Wales can catch up. And they have a hard hit to Iran there, and Wales takes the second point. Iran will get no points in this match, and Wales will get 2. That is our prediction for the real matchup in the World Cup. In our previous prediction videos, both of these teams both had 1 point to their name. Let's see if that is any different in this prediction video, and it is Senegal who comes out to the lead through the stairs. And Qatar is losing ground quick. They're a whole staircase behind Senegal. The hosts of the 2022 World Cup are not doing very well in this game so far. See if they can catch up to the funnels as we get going here. Finally getting to the funnel. Senegal is already about to leave this first yellow funnel. Qatar has got a long ways to go if he wants to even try to overtake Senegal. Senegal might even be able to get out of the blue funnel before Qatar can even get there. They're so far behind. Here goes Senegal out of the second yellow funnel, into the rails and into the blue funnel. Let's see if they can get out before Qatar can get there. It's going to be close. And here comes Qatar, but they aren't able to, and they make a huge comeback, and now they're in the lead. Senegal has been pushed aside, and they're still in the blue funnel. Qatar trying to get into this hole there, and they get the first point of this match. Let's see if they can redeem themselves from their last showing in the last match that they had in the World Cup. Now it's time for race 2. They're pretty neck and neck through the Plinko, but Senegal has a quick exit out of that yellow or white funnel. And Qatar now just getting out of that white funnel. Now they level the playing field with Senegal in this orange funnel. Let's see who can get out first. It is Qatar who gets out first, and they're about 2 steps ahead of Senegal. And let's see if Qatar can get a 2-0 sweep. We enter the second stairway. It's Senegal still 2 steps behind Qatar. Not that far, but still not super close as we get going here into the first yellow funnel. They're pretty close. I think there may have been a contact between Senegal and Qatar. Qatar is able to exit the funnel first, but Senegal is not far behind. Now they're in the second yellow funnel. Let's see if Senegal can catch up to Qatar, possibly even make a contact. So close right there. They aren't able to do it. Qatar exiting the yellow funnel first, but now they are in danger because they're in the blue funnel. Let's see if Senegal can make any moves here, or if Qatar can get out of the way quick. And here comes Senegal. Will they make a move? Yes, they will. A hard hit to Qatar. And now Senegal is in this last yellow funnel. Will Qatar be able to catch up? I don't think so. But here they go there, and they do catch up. Who's going to exit first? And it is Senegal who's able to exit first. A crazy finish. They'll be tied 1-1 with the Netherlands in the blue, Ecuador in the yellowish green color. As we get going here, Ecuador comes out to the lead first. The Netherlands having a hard time in that white funnel. Let's see if we can get out of this orange funnel first. Looks like the Netherlands are going to be out first. In our previous matches with these two teams, both teams got 1 point in their match. Let's see if that's any different in this match. Let's see if one of them can get 2 in this prediction video. And the Netherlands 1 step ahead of Ecuador as we get to the top of the staircase. See if Ecuador can do anything in this yellow funnel. Netherlands, a tighter spin, but here comes Ecuador and a little bit of contact there. The Netherlands are still able to get out first. Ecuador very close behind though. As we get into this second funnel, we do have some contacts in these yellow funnels, which is unusual in these styles of races. And the Netherlands is able to get out of this yellow funnel first into the blue funnel, but here comes Ecuador, and let's see what they can do. And a big hit from Ecuador, and this quick exit for them into the last funnel, but here comes the Netherlands as well, and it's a race to the line. Who will get there first? And it will be the Netherlands who will be the first point winner of this match. Ecuador still has 1 chance to get 1 point. One of the Netherlands can get a point lead over Ecuador. Ecuador could have 0. As we get going with the second race, Ecuador and the Netherlands both in this orange funnel now, neck and neck, but I think the Netherlands will get out first. They have a more oblong rotation there, and that allows them to get one step ahead of Ecuador up the staircase. Let's see if anything changes in the second staircase. No, not yet. Those Netherlands are still in the lead. And we'll see who can come out on top through these yellow funnels and then the blue funnel. Ecuador pretty close behind the Netherlands. They're neck and neck here, but the Netherlands are a little bit ahead. We may have had a contact right there. Netherlands are going to be exiting the first yellow funnel first into the second yellow funnel. As we get Ecuador in there as well. The Netherlands are ahead, but that's not necessarily a good thing in this stage in the race. You really want to be behind, because that's when you can attack the front opponent in this blue funnel. Let's see if Ecuador can do it well here. And there's a hard hit from Ecuador. And now they're both neck and neck in this blue funnel. I think Ecuador will be able to exit first. Yes, they do, into the yellow funnel. And here comes the Netherlands as well, though, and they do a hit as well. Will the Netherlands get a 2-0? They're spinning around neck and neck. Who will it be? And it will be the Netherlands who will get 2 points in this match. Ecuador will get 0. That is our prediction for this match here at the World Cup. USA clear with blue, England white with blue, and we are off. We'll come out first. It's the USA. See if they can get out of this orange funnel before England can put any pressure on them. No, they won't. Now England, I believe, will start us off. No, it's the USA. Surprising. Because usually the first marble to get into that first orange funnel is the last marble to leave it. But as we get going up the staircase, they're one step apart. Let's see if England can catch up to the USA in these next 2 funnels. Actually, the USA is in the worst position because of the blue funnel that's coming up soon. But they're really, really close in this yellow funnel. There may be some overtaking happening here by England as they circle around this final circle, and England does overtake for the lead. See if the USA can take it back. But actually, the USA doesn't mind that they have lost the lead, because now they can put some pressure on England in the infamous blue funnel. England is the first to get to the blue funnel, but let's see what the USA can do as well as they come in through the rails. And let's see what they do. A hard hit to England and a quick pass for the USA into the last yellow funnel. England regretting their decision to pass the USA in those yellow funnels earlier, and now they have to make up for it. Let's see if they can pass the USA here. The USA gets a little bump from England, and I think England might be able to take it. Yes, they will. England has made up for their mistake and will take the first point of the match. Let's see if USA can tie it up. Into the Plinko they go. They're neck and neck, and they both really close into that orange funnel. And it will be England who'll get out first, but they're both on the stairs. England shoves the USA down a stair, so now USA has to make up one stair from England. They go up the second staircase. They're going to be neck and neck in these yellow funnels. USA actually likes their position, though, because then they can go into the blue funnel with confidence instead of trying to rush and try to get out of the blue funnel before somebody behind them comes and rams them out of the way. And so here goes England into the second yellow funnel. USA close behind. They don't want to get too far behind, though, because they want to make sure England is in that blue funnel when they get there. England about to exit the second yellow funnel. Into the blue funnel they go. USA waits just a little bit. And now they're going to start going into the blue funnel as well. Let's see if they can make a contact on England. Yes, they do. Now they're neck and neck. Let's see if USA can overtake and get a point over England. And they're slowing down. England's actually able to get out first. And now they're both in this final yellow funnel. Let's see who can exit first. I think it possibly could be England, or it could be the USA. They're neck and neck. And the USA will get the second point of the match. It will be a tied match for who will win the match in the real World Cup. Now it's time for Australia versus Tunisia. Here we go. Australia in the yellow, Tunisia in the white and red. And they're in the first half pipes. a new feature here at the World Cup we haven't seen yet before. And now they go through the xylophone section. There's multiple lanes after those half pipes that these marbles can choose from. Australia down out of that first white funnel into the first tan funnel. And Tunisia's trying to catch up, but they aren't able to do it. Australia now in the second tan funnel. Here comes Tunisia though, and contact from them. Now they're neck and neck in this second funnel. Who will come out first? It will be Tunisia, who will overtake for the lead by a second. And here comes Australia though. They're trying to come and overtake back for the lead, and they do right there. Tunisia has some trouble, and they're going to have to do some catching up, especially if Australia can get out of this funnel right there like they just did. Now Tunisia has to get even farther up to even catch up to Australia, because they're a whole staircase ahead of Tunisia. Into these final 4 orange funnels. Can Australia hold the lead, or will Tunisia be able to catch up? They aren't able to catch up through that first orange funnel. But every time they enter a new funnel, there's a new chance for Tunisia to put a contact on Australia. But Australia has done a very good job at avoiding contacts in the first 2 funnels. But here comes Tunisia, and there's a contact there. And just like that, Tunisia is in the lead. Australia is running out of time to catch up, and there's a contact there. They're neck and neck. It'll be a race to the line. Australia will take it back, and they will be the winner of this match. And that is our prediction for the real World Cup match. Australia will win, and Tunisia will lose. Now it's time for our second match here in this video. We have Poland versus Saudi Arabia. Which country will win in this match? We're about to find out. Let's see which marble takes which path in this second race. Saudi Arabia takes the xylophone, and Poland takes the more straight path. They're both in this large white funnel. Who comes out first? It's Saudi Arabia. Poland coming up close behind though into the first tan funnel. Can they pass through this funnel? Yes, they do right there. A good move by Poland. Now Saudi Arabia has to catch up a little bit here, and there's a contact from them. And now they're going to overtake through this second funnel into the third tan funnel. Can Poland come and overtake yet again? Now Saudi Arabia is trying to dodge there, and they're able to exit the funnel quickly. Here comes Poland though, and they do a contact there. And now I think they're going to be able to exit first. Yes, they do. Up into the staircase. And here comes Saudi Arabia, only one step behind. Now they're going to have a very tight race in these last 4 orange funnels. And Saudi Arabia does overtake for the lead in the first orange funnel. But here comes Poland for the second funnel. Saudi Arabia is able to exit without any contacts. A good strategy by them. Let's see if they can hold it. No, they don't there. Poland contacts Saudi Arabia in the third funnel, and it overtakes in the final funnel. Let's see if Saudi Arabia can do anything in response. No, they can't. And Poland will be the winner of this match. And Saudi Arabia will be the loser. That is our prediction for this match of the World Cup. Now it's time for match 3. We have France versus Denmark, 2 European countries. Let's see who will come out on top in this race. And they're off. France on the left, Denmark on the right. Who will take which path on this half-pipe section? And France goes into the middle. Denmark goes onto the right. And Denmark takes the quicker path this time. And now they're in the white funnel, quite ahead of France. And they entered the tan funnel first. But here comes France. And they're trying to come up there, and they do a contact on Denmark. They're neck and neck through this first tan funnel, and France is able to overtake the lead, but Denmark is close behind. This is a close race. And it is Denmark who takes the lead in the second funnel. France is coming up now, and they take the lead through the third funnel. And now Denmark, let's see if they can take the lead back through the final tan funnel, and they aren't able to. France going up the staircase. Every step they go is one step farther ahead of Denmark. Denmark has a lot of catching up to do, about a staircase and a half behind France. Let's see if they can make any contacts here. No, they don't. So let's see if France can get out of this second funnel before Denmark can get there. They look pretty similar in terms of radius of spin. And France is able to get into that third funnel. Denmark trying all they can to catch up and just make a contact on France. But they're already to the final funnel. I don't think that Denmark will be able to catch up. No, they won't. France will be the winner of this match. Denmark will lose. And that is our prediction for the third match of the day here at the World Cup. Denmark still hasn't finished. Denmark may lose not just a little bit, but by a lot here at this World Cup. Now it's time for the final match. Argentina versus Mexico. Two rivals in the football world. Let's see which country will win this match. And they are off. Mexico on the right, Argentina on the left. Who will be able to exit this half pipe first? And it will be Mexico. They go into the center. Let's see if Argentina will join them. Going back and forth, Argentina takes the xylophone into the white funnel. So they're a little bit quicker than Mexico because Mexico had to go through two half pipes and Argentina only had to go through one. So they are in the first hand funnel. Here comes Mexico as well. And now they are neck and neck in this first hand funnel. Mexico is able to get out first. Here comes Argentina as well. As we are in the second hand funnel, Argentina will overtake for the lead in that second funnel. Can Mexico catch back up and overtake through this third funnel? They do right there. And now they are in the fourth funnel. Good move by Mexico. These tan funnels in succession seem to have a lot of overtakes because each time a marble passes, the marble behind them passes them right back in the next funnel. A very interesting dynamic in this race. As we get into the orange funnel, Argentina is still in the lead. Mexico coming up from behind, trying to make a contact, but they just aren't able to do it. But they are able to exit the funnel first. But here comes Argentina, and they have a very long spiral. And that means that they get to exit first. And they are one funnel ahead of Mexico. Will Mexico be able to come up and overtake in this final funnel? It's not looking like it's going to happen. Argentina will be the winner of this final match of the day. And Mexico, unfortunately, will be the loser of this match. That's our prediction for the final match of the day of the World Cup win in this match. And they are off. Japan in the white, Costa Rica in the red as we go into these first half pipes. Who will exit the half pipe first? And which side will they exit? Japan goes into the left side through the xylophone, and they're already into the tan funnel. And Costa Rica quick through that second half pipe into the white funnel. Now they're trying to just catch up to Japan before they exit, and they aren't able to. Japan now in the second tan funnel. Costa Rica has some catching up to do. And there goes Japan into the third tan funnel. Costa Rica having some trouble here. They aren't able to catch up to Japan because if they were able to, they'd be able to make a contact and possibly even overtake if they were even in the same funnel. But Japan is just staying so far ahead that Costa Rica can't even get close. There goes Japan up the staircase. And Costa Rica hasn't even exited this funnel. Japan probably two staircases ahead of Costa Rica. Can Costa Rica catch up in this orange funnel? They're in the same funnel for less than 3 seconds before Japan exits that funnel. Costa Rica has gained a little bit of ground though. Each time they get closer to the hole, so does Japan. But there's a quick exit by Costa Rica. Now the playing field is leveled, and now Costa Rica comes up there and overtakes for the lead in this last funnel. But here comes Japan in a crazy finish by Japan. And they will be the winner of this match. What a crazy race! Japan coming at the last second when it looked like Costa Rica was going to win. But Japan is the winner. And that is our prediction for the first match of the 4 matches for the World Cup. Now it's time for match 2. We have Morocco and Belgium. Morocco in the white, Belgium in the red. As we go here, and they actually switch sides after that starting gate. An unusual occurrence here at the World Cup. Let's see who can come out first. Morocco goes into that center half pipe. Let's see what Belgium does. Belgium goes to the left through the xylophone and into the white funnel. But here comes Morocco as well. Morocco still a little bit to go though out of this yellow funnel. And there they go into the tan funnel with Belgium and a contact there. And they will overtake for the lead through the first tan funnel. Into the second one they go. Morocco coming up now from behind, and they contact. And they have overtaken in the second funnel. See, Morocco can catch up here and overtake yet again. like we saw in the last video. No, they don't. Belgium is still able to keep the lead. Morocco only has one more chance before they get to the stairs to overtake for the lead. And they do there. Belgium is now still stuck in the tan funnel, about half a staircase behind Morocco. Let's see if they can catch up in these last 4 funnels. And they're close behind Morocco there. And I think they've overtaken for the lead. Yes, they do. And now they're going to exit quickly through the second orange funnel. Now they're a whole funnel ahead of Morocco. Morocco only has a little bit more time before Belgium finishes this entire race. But anything is possible, as we saw with Japan in the last race. Let's see if Morocco can do anything crazy here in this last funnel. Belgium circling for the final time. And they are able to win this race. Morocco unable to finish before Belgium gets there. So Belgium will be the winner of this match. And that will be our prediction for this match of the World Cup. Our next match, well, Croatia versus Canada. Here we go. And they're off. Who'll come out first? Croatia, crazy move there. They were stuck on the half pipe. They didn't move for a fraction of a second. They actually lost a lot of momentum, which had to let them get out of the half pipe quick. Now they're in the tan funnel. And here comes Canada finally getting into that white funnel. And into the tan funnel they go. And into the second tan funnel. Croatia was contacted by Canada in that first funnel, but they were able to get out of there quick. But here comes Canada now, and they overtake for the lead through the second funnel. Here comes Croatia right back. This is a tight race in the tan funnel sector. Croatia in the lead now. Canada close behind the contact there. Let's see if Canada can catch up. They do there and overtake for the lead through the final funnel. Up the staircase they go. Croatia a whole staircase behind Canada. But still they can catch up through these last couple of funnels if they do the correct strategy. And they do contact there. And they're able to exit first. Canada now has some catching up to do. They're about a funnel ahead. It's taking twice as long as it normally does to get out of that funnel for Canada. Let's see if Canada can make any contacts here. It looks like they're a little bit closer. No, they aren't. They both leave their funnel at the same time, and there goes Croatia. And they finish the race, and they'll be the winner of this match. Canada still circling around in that final funnel. They'll be the loser of this match. And that is our prediction for the next match of the World Cup in Qatar. Now it's time for our final match. Our final match will be Germany versus Spain. Which country will be the victor of this final match of the day? We'll have to see. Germany in the black, Spain in the red. As they go into these half pipes, let's see which sides they choose. Germany goes into the center, and they are the first ones to get to the large white funnel. Spain is still stuck in that half pipe, now just barely getting out. Germany already in the first tan funnel. Here comes Spain. Let's see if they can make any contacts. They're very close, and they do right there. And they're able to overtake for the lead through the first funnel. Into the second funnel they go. And they're neck and neck, and I think Germany will overtake through the second funnel. Yes, they do. And let's see if Germany can hold it or if Spain will overtake for the lead in this third funnel. And Germany's still able to hold it. And Spain is still stuck in the third tan funnel. But here they go, and a hard hit from Spain there. And they overtake for the lead in that final funnel before the staircase. Up the staircase they go. Germany a whole staircase behind Spain as we enter these orange funnels. 4 funnels to go. Spain in the lead. Here comes Germany, and they overtake for the lead into the second funnel. Will Spain be able to catch up in these final couple of funnels? There they go into the second funnel, but Germany's able to get to the third funnel. Here comes Spain, another contact there, and Spain overtakes for the lead in that second to last funnel, and now they're in the final funnel. Can Germany overtake in this last funnel? They're racing to the line. Who will it be? And it will be Germany, who will overtake at the last second over Spain. A great move by Germany. And Spain will lose this match to Germany, who will be the winner. This is Serbia. Cameroon in the green, Serbia in the red. Here we go. And they go into the half pipes for the first time. They're will be Cameroon, who will enter the center half pipe. That's actually a slower route compared to the other two routes, but they actually get out quick. And they're the first one into the white funnel, but here comes Serbia close behind. And they overtake through that white funnel into the first tan funnel, but here comes Cameroon as well. And now they're neck and neck in this tan funnel. A contact there. And now Cameroon thought was going to overtake there, but Serbia is just able to hold on. Cameroon's so close behind, and there's the overtake into the third tan funnel. But there's a hard hit from Serbia, and they're right back in the lead. Neck and neck, and they keep overtaking back and forth through these funnels up into the staircase. And Serbia is 2 stairs ahead of Cameroon. Into the final 4 orange funnels. They're both in the same funnel, but Serbia is closer to the hole. And they are able to get out quick before Cameroon can do anything drastic. And here comes Cameroon as well, though. But Serbia is already down to the second to last funnel, and they're going quick. They're in the final funnel, and they finish with a bang. Cameroon not even close. Amazing finish by Serbia. They were in that funnel for no less than 3 seconds. That was an amazing performance by Serbia, and definitely will be an inspiration for a lot of teams to come. So that will be our prediction for the first match of the day here at the World Cup. Next up we have Ghana versus South Korea. Comment down below which team will win in this match. And they're off. South Korea in the clear type marble, and Ghana with the green. Into the half pipes they go. And South Korea, the first one, exit that section of the track into the white funnel. And here comes Ghana as well. But South Korea is already out of the white funnel. And if they can get out of this tan funnel before Ghana gets there, that'll be a great help to them. But they aren't able to. Ghana, a hard hit there. Now they're neck and neck in this tan funnel. And Ghana is able to overtake for the lead. But South Korea very close behind as we go into the second funnel. Ghana still in the lead. South Korea pretty much neck and neck, and they overtake for the lead there. And now they have some lead on Ghana. Can they exit first? They do there, barely missing out on Ghana, who's trying to hit them in that last tan funnel. But they weren't able to do it as we go into the staircase. Almost the whole staircase behind South Korea. Ghana has a lot of catching up to do. Let's see if they can do anything in this first orange funnel. And there goes South Korea into the second orange funnel. Can Ghana make a comeback and put a contact on South Korea? There goes South Korea out of the second funnel just as Ghana gets there. Ghana missed out their chance in that funnel. Now they only have 2 more funnels to go, and there goes South Korea yet again. There's 1 more funnel. Ghana is running out of time to win this match. And they aren't able to do it. Less than a second apart. And it will be South Korea who will be the victor of this match. And Ghana will be the loser. That is our prediction for the second match of the day here at the World Cup. Now it's time for match 3. Switzerland versus Brazil. Switzerland in the white, Brazil in the yellow. Here we go. And they both go on the same side. Unusual for this track. And Switzerland is able to get out to lead, but not by much. Here comes Brazil as well as they circle in this white funnel. Into the tan funnel they go. They're neck and neck. Who will come out on top and be the leader through this second funnel? It is Brazil. Let's see if Switzerland can make a contact in the second funnel. They do right there. Let's see if they can overtake into the third funnel. And there goes Switzerland into the third funnel. Brazil now has to catch up a little bit here. In these 4 funnels, the lead usually is swapped back and forth multiple times. Because when you get the lead, the marble behind you has the advantage because they can contact from behind and speed you up in that funnel, like as we saw right there. It is Switzerland 1 step ahead of Brazil. And let's see who will come out on top in these final orange funnels. There goes Brazil, and they think they have made a contact there, and they have overtaken for the lead into the second orange funnel. I think they're going to exit before Switzerland can even get there. Yes, they do. Now they're in the third funnel. Only 1.5 funnels to go. Switzerland is running out of time. Brazil in the final funnel. Switzerland not able to make it. And Brazil will be the winner of the third match of the day. And Switzerland will not That is our prediction for the third match of the day here at the World Cup. Did you comment correctly? Well, I hope so. Brazil definitely celebrating after that victory. But now it is time for the final match of the day here at the World Cup on Fubeca's Marble Runs. Our final match will be Portugal versus Uruguay. Portugal in the green, Uruguay in the blue. Who will come out on top? And they're off. It is Portugal in the lead, and they both go on the left side like we saw in the last match, and they're both in this center lane very close together, and will be Portugal who has the slight lead, but Uruguay is not one to mess around with as we go into this tan funnel. They're still neck and neck. Can Uruguay overtake for the lead? No, they don't in that first funnel. Here they come, and to the second funnel, they're still neck and neck, and Uruguay overtakes the lead through the second funnel. Let's see if Portugal can catch up. No, they don't there. Uruguay is actually able to get to the final funnel before Portugal can even do anything about it. And they're going into the staircase now. Portugal still in this tan funnel. Uruguay is gaining a massive lead over Portugal. Into the first orange funnel they go. Portugal only halfway up the staircase. Into the first orange funnel. Uruguay trying to dodge Portugal, but they aren't able to. Portugal is able to overtake for the lead to the second funnel, and there's some crazy contacts there, and I think Uruguay is going to be able to take it back. Yes, they do, but Portugal is close behind, but Uruguay is able to get there, but so is Portugal. There'll be a race to the line. Portugal will take it at the last second. An insanely close finish, but it was Portugal who will be the winner of the final match of the day here at the World Cup versus Senegal. Senegal in the green, Ecuador in the yellow, and we're off into the half pipes they go. Who will come out on first? It is Senegal who goes into the center lane through the half pipe, and here comes Ecuador close behind as we go into this white funnel. Who will come out on top? It is still Senegal as we go into the first hand funnel. Here comes Ecuador. They're able to overtake for the lead in that first hand funnel into the second one. And there's contact from Senegal, and they retake the lead back into the third funnel. Here comes Ecuador right back. And really, as we go into these small tan funnels, the lead is an easy commodity. But as we go up into the staircase and into these orange funnels, the commodity gets less and less easy to obtain. As we go up into this first orange funnel, it is still Senegal in the lead. Now into the second funnel. Can Ecuador take it back? They may be able to, and there's it goes right there, and they're back in the lead. Senegal only has 2 more chances to take the lead, and there's one of them right there, and they are able to do it, and they go out of that last funnel with a bang, and they will take this match, and Ecuador will be the loser. So Senegal will win this match of the World Cup. That is our prediction for the first match of the day here on Fubeca's Marble Runs and over at the World Cup. Now it's time for match 2. We have Qatar versus the Netherlands. And we're off. Qatar in the red, the Netherlands in the yellow gold color as we go into these half pipes. And Qatar going through that xylophone, and they're already in the white funnel. The Netherlands is trying to catch up, but they aren't able to. And Qatar is in the first hand funnel. Here comes the Netherlands as well. Qatar is able to get out of there quick. And now the Netherlands has some catching up to do. And there goes Qatar into the third tan funnel. They're still in the lead. The Netherlands is still trying to get that lead, but they're having a really hard time. Qatar is doing a fantastic job at keeping the lead in these tan funnels, which is very difficult to do. As we go into up the staircase. Staircase seems to have been overpowered a little bit in this race. And these marbles are having a harder time getting up the stairs. And the Netherlands coming up here both in that orange funnel, and the Netherlands are able to overtake for the lead, and now they're in the lead into the last funnel. Qatar is running out of time to take back the lead. The hosts of the World Cup, and they will not win this match. They did not win the first match of the World Cup. Being the hosts of this World Cup, that was definitely a devastating blow for them. And our prediction is they won't win this match either versus the Netherlands. Now it's time for match 3. The USA versus Iran. The USA in the blue, Iran in the white with colors swirling all throughout as we go into half pipes. And Iran is able to exit first into the second half pipe, which I would think is the slower route, just because you have to go through 2 half pipes, which is a pretty long element. And USA is able to overtake because they take the xylophone lane. As we go into the first tan funnel, here comes Iran as well, and they are able to overtake for the lead into the second funnel. And here comes the USA as well, and they do the same thing Iran just did to them, as we've seen many times before in these funnels. They're neck and neck in this third funnel, but the USA gets to go out first. As we go into the final tan funnel, Iran overtakes the lead into the staircase. Here comes the USA as well. And they are able to almost catch up to Iran through that staircase, a very rare occurrence for that element. And Iran is able to keep the lead, but almost lose it out there from the USA as we go into the final funnel. Iran in the final funnel. The USA has barely any time left, and they aren't able to do it. Iran will be the winner of this match, and the USA will be the loser. That is our prediction for the third match of the day here on Fubeca's Marble Runs, and hopefully that's what will happen in the real World Cup. Now it's time for the final match, England versus Wales. Wales in the pure white, England in the white with blue stripes, and Wales is able to get out first. Both neighboring countries on the same aisles. As we go into the first tan funnel, Wales has a pretty significant lead, but here comes England as well, but they aren't able to make any moves. Can Wales get out of the second funnel before England gets there? Yes, they do. And England is having a very hard time catching up to Wales through these tan funnels, because Wales just exit the funnel every time before England can even get there. Here comes England in the final funnel. Can they make any contact? They do right there, and they overtake for the lead into the staircase. Now, Wales has to come back and regain their lead, and they only have 4 more funnels to do that. As they go into the first orange funnel, can Wales do any moves? No, they don't. England in the second funnel. Let's see what Wales can do in response. They try to make a contact there, but England is able to get out of there quick, and they only have 2 more funnels to go. England in the last funnel. Can Wales make any last-minute moves? No, they won't. It will be England who will be the champion of this match. Wales will be the loser. France versus Tunisia, and they're off. Who will come out first? France, quick through the half pipes. They have a huge lead over Tunisia in this first sector. And here comes Tunisia and try and catch up a little bit there. They aren't able to through that first white funnel. And now they're both in the first tan funnel. Who will come out first? Looks like Tunisia will be able to overtake through that first funnel. And here comes France right back to contact from them. But Tunisia is still able to hold the lead. To the third funnel they go. And Tunisia is doing a good job at holding the lead through these tan funnels, which is a hard thing to do. So a lot of times we'll see overtake after overtake in these tan funnels, but Tunisia was able to hold it after the first overtake in the first tan funnel. And now they're in the lead in the start of these orange funnels. Now France has to catch up within 4 funnels. Otherwise they will be eliminated. And Tunisia losing some ground. Here comes France, and they're overtaking the second to last funnel. Here comes Tunisia, though. Will they be able to pass on the last funnel? No, they won't. France will come out in the end with the victory. France will be the winner of this match, and Tunisia will be the loser. That is our prediction for the first match of the day here at the World Cup. Now it's time for Heat 2. We have Australia versus Denmark. And Australia goes on the left side, Denmark on the middle lane. And they're having a hard time getting out of that half pipe. Australia already in that tan funnel. Denmark has a lot of catching up to do. There goes Australia into the second tan funnel. Can Denmark make a move? Or will Australia continue to extend their lead? Denmark still a funnel behind Australia. They're about to exit the last funnel of these 4 funnels and enter the staircase. Denmark not looking like they're going to be able to even come close to Australia in this first funnel section. There goes Australia up the staircase into the first orange funnel. Denmark is doing a terrible time in this match. It'll take a miracle for them to be able to win this match, which can happen. Let's see what happens here. Australia in the third funnel, and Denmark now in the same funnel as Australia, and they overtake the lead, and we had a miracle. Denmark, a complete overtaking over Australia in an epic comeback. Denmark will be the winner of this match. Australia will be the loser. That is our prediction for the second match of the day at the World Cup. Now it's time for match 3. We have Poland versus Argentina. Poland in the orange, Argentina in the white. And we're off. Both going in the respective lanes. We'll exit the half pipe first. And which side will they exit? And Argentina goes for the center lane. And they exit that half pipe quickly. And now they're in the large white funnel. Poland still trying to get out the first half pipe. Here they come. And Argentina in the first tan funnel. Poland now was almost going to come and try to overtake Argentina, but they got out of there quick. And now they're in the third funnel. Let's see what Poland can do in response. Both marbles exit the funnel at the same time. They're exactly one funnel apart. And there goes Argentina to the staircase. Poland is one funnel behind. There goes Poland into the staircase. One staircase behind Argentina. They still can overtake these last orange funnels, but they aren't able to do it in that first one. Argentina gets out of there before Poland can do anything. Let's see if Poland can do anything in the second one. They kind of shove them into the hole. Argentina is about to enter the last funnel, and there they go. Less than a second in that last funnel. Argentina will be the winner of this match, and Poland will be the loser. That is our prediction for the third match of the day here at the World Cup. Argentina will be the victor of this match over Poland, and that will definitely help them try to advance to the knockout stage of the World Cup. But now it's time for the final match of the day. Mexico versus Saudi Arabia. Mexico in the dark green and Saudi Arabia in the white and green stripes. And here we're off. Can Mexico get out of this half pipe before Saudi Arabia? No, they can't. There goes Saudi Arabia into the white funnel. And where is Mexico? And here they are in the white funnel, but Saudi Arabia is already out of it into the first tan funnel. Here comes Mexico to contact there, but Saudi Arabia is able to get out of there quick, and they're about to exit the second tan funnel already. And there they go into the third funnel. Mexico trying to catch up, but they just can't make a contact. And there's a contact there, and they're able to overtake for first place in that third funnel. But here comes Saudi Arabia right back, and they come and overtake the lead from Mexico. Up the staircase they go. 2 stairs behind Saudi Arabia is Mexico. As we go into the final 4 funnels, and who will come out first? It's Mexico. Can Saudi Arabia make a comeback here and retake the lead in these last couple of funnels? Mexico trying all the candidates get to that last funnel before Saudi Arabia can do anything, and they are able to. Can Saudi Arabia do anything in this last funnel? It's not looking like it's going to happen. Mexico will be the winner of the final match of the day here in Qatar. Saudi Arabia will be the loser. Now for our first match, Belgium versus Croatia, and they're off into the half pipes. Who will exit this first half pipe and possibly gain a lead? They're pretty neck and neck right now. There goes Croatia on the right side into the white funnel first. Belgium goes into the center half pipe. And so it's going to take a while for them to get out of that. And Croatia, already in the first tan funnel, they might even be able to get to the second one before Belgium even gets there. Yes, they do. Now they're 2 funnels ahead of Belgium. Can Belgium catch up in these funnels? If you can get close enough in these funnels, the lead is very hard to keep. But if you're far enough ahead, it's pretty easy. Belgium having a really hard time catching up. There goes Croatia up the staircase. Belgium still in that third tan funnel. Croatia already in that first orange funnel. Now entering the second one, and here comes Belgium up the staircase finally. And Croatia already up into the third orange funnel. This might be the largest lead that we have seen on this tournament. And there goes Croatia into the final funnel. They're about to exit, and they will be the winner of this match. Belgium won't be even close. Pretty quick through that funnel, but still not quite fast enough. Croatia will be the winner. Belgium will be the loser. That is our prediction for the first match of the day here at the World Cup. Now it's time for the second match, Canada versus Morocco. Canada in the white, Morocco in orange, and we're off in their separate lanes. Of course, the great question is who will exit this half pipe first. If they want to exit, they want to exit to the outside, not to the inside, because that's where the second half pipe is, which really stunts your speed. They both go on the outside lane of each half pipe. Morocco coming out first. Here comes Canada trying to make a contact on Morocco in this first tan funnel, but they aren't able to. Morocco now in the second tan funnel. Here comes Canada, contact there and an overtake. Now they're in first place as we enter the third tan funnel. Can Morocco come back and retake the lead? They do contact there. Now they're neck and neck, and Morocco is able to overtake the lead back from Canada. As we enter this final funnel, they're neck and neck. And it is Canada who comes out to the staircase first. And Morocco 2 or 3 steps behind Canada as we enter the orange funnel section. And there goes Morocco. Looks like they're going to do an overtake, but Canada was able to get out of there quick. A good move by Canada. But there goes Morocco, and they overtake for the lead. In the third funnel they go. Here comes Canada, and they retake the lead and finish with speed. And they will be the winner of this match. Morocco won't be able to do it. A very quick finish by Canada in that final funnel. They probably only went around once or twice in that funnel before exiting in that center hole. And that will be our prediction for the second match of the day here at the World Cup. Now it's time for match 3, Spain versus Japan. And they're off quick for Spain into the center half pipe. So really, they're still neck and neck, but Spain does have a slightly shorter lane if they're able to exit that half pipe first. And there goes Japan, quick out of that second half pipe, and now they're neck and neck in this white funnel. And Morocco ahead by a second as we go into this first tan funnel. Here comes Japan there, and they overtake for the lead. And here comes Morocco. We'll see if there's any contacts. There's one right there, and they give some momentum to Japan. They're able to overtake there. When you get into these tan funnels, if they're this close, each marble will overtake as we go into each next funnel. But as we get into the staircase, things can start to change. Here goes Spain, and they're going up the staircase. Japan 4 steps behind Spain. Now Spain has a little bit of time to get out of this funnel before Japan can get there, and it looks like they are able to just by a hair, and they go out of that second funnel as well. Japan is running out of time to come and put a contact on Spain, especially because they're in the final funnel, and here they go, and they will win this match. Another quick finish in that final funnel. These marbles really want to finish quick in that final funnel before the marble behind them can do anything to dethrone them. And they're so close to the line. Spain will be the winner of this match. Japan will be the loser. That is our prediction for the third match of the day here at the World Cup. Now for our final match, Germany versus Costa Rica. Germany in the black, Costa Rica in the orange, and they are off. A quick half-pipe exit by Costa Rica. Germany also quick, not quite as quick as we go into this first white funnel into the tan funnel, and it will be Costa Rica who will exit first unless somehow Germany can do any moves. No, they don't. As we go into the second tan funnel, Costa Rica is doing a good job at avoiding Germany. Germany was able to catch up there and overtakes for lead. A hard contact from Costa Rica as we go into the third tan funnel. They're neck and neck. Who will exit first? And it is Germany. Costa Rica is very close behind it. They're able to overtake in that final tan funnel going into the staircase. Germany now in there as well, 4 or 5 steps behind Costa Rica as we go into the final orange funnels for the final time in this day. And it will be Costa Rica who is in the lead by a funnel. But here comes Germany. They aren't able to do anything. Costa Rica gets out of there quick. We only have 2 more funnels to go. Hard hit from Germany there, and they may overtake for the lead. And they do right there in the final funnel. And here comes Costa Rica as well. And I think they're going to be able to take it. But here comes Germany at the last second. A comeback win by Germany. They will be the winner by a hair over Costa Rica. First off, we have South Korea versus Portugal. Portugal in the green, South Korea in the translucent color. We see 3 marbles per team as we get going with this new track to the first white funnel leg go. It looks like we have 2 Korean marbles out in front as we get going into the second tan funnel. It is 1 Korean marble, now 2, ahead of all the rest. And Portugal is having a hard time with all 3 marbles as we go into this third tan funnel. Portugal is having a really hard time here. But this race isn't necessarily about finishing first. It's about getting most points at the end. So maybe Portugal is taking it slow to preserve the accuracy of their rolling. But they are able to overtake 2 of the South Korea marbles. South Korea is in first with 1 marble, and then we got 2 or 3 Portugal marbles, and then the rest of the South Korea marbles. As we get going into this final orange funnel into the green maze section, we have 2 South Korea marbles coming out first. And let's see where they finish. 0 for South Korea in that one, and another 0. Where will Portugal finish? There's a 1 and a 0. Portugal has 1 so far. South Korea can still tie it up, but no. They get a 0 and another 1 for Portugal. So it's 2-0. Portugal with 2, and South Korea with 0. Portugal will be the winner of this match. That is our prediction for the first match of the day here on Fubeca's Marble Runs. Now it's time for Group 2. We have Uruguay versus Ghana. Uruguay in the blue, Ghana in the green as we get going into the first white funnel. It is Ghana in the lead. Now they're all neck and neck in this first tan funnel. Heading into the second one, we have 2 Ghana marbles off into the second funnel. And Ghana is able to hold the lead for the most part in these funnels. Not every marble is in the lead, but at least they have the majority in the lead as we get going here into the staircase. We have 1 Ghana marble going up first, being followed by it looks like a Uruguay, and then Uruguay I think is going to have another one as we go up the staircase. But Ghana's going to have the first chance to go through this maze and possibly get some points, but they almost get stuck there. They're able to dislodge themselves. They're having a hard time getting through this maze. Where will they finish? And they get a 0 just like South Korea did in the last match, and so does Uruguay. Which team will get a point first? There's a 0 for Ghana and another 0 for Uruguay. It all comes down to the last 2 marbles. Here comes Uruguay and a 0 for Uruguay, but they finish off with a 1. I'm not even sure if that's legal. They pass through the lane, and it's tied with Ghana as well. Who gets a 1? It'll be 1-1. That will be our prediction for the second match of the day here at the World Cup. Now it's time for match 3. We have Serbia versus Switzerland. Serbia in the red, orangish color, and Switzerland in the white. And we're off. It is Serbia who has the slight edge by the majority of marbles. So Switzerland is able to get a marble, 2 marbles now, out first in the second tan funnel. And now all 3, Serbia has some catching up to do. Here comes one of the Serbia marbles among all of the Switzerland marbles, and they're able to exit first, but they have 2 Switzerland marbles to fight off. As we get going into the fourth and final tan funnel, we have 1 marble per team, and it is Switzerland who comes out first, and now Serbia is starting to overtake the majority lead, even though Switzerland does have first place. It is Serbia in second, third, and I think fourth as well. And we have 2 marbles up here in this first and final orange funnel. And it is Serbia who comes out into the green maze first. Let's see if they get any points. And here comes another Serbia marble as well. Another 0 for Serbia, and another. And all 3 Switzerland marbles are now coming out. There's 1 point for Switzerland, now 2. Can Serbia come up and get at least 1? No, they won't. 0 for Serbia, and 2 points for Switzerland. And Switzerland will be the winner of this match. That is our prediction for this match of the World Cup. Now it's time for the final match of the day. We have Cameroon versus Brazil, and this is the final match of the group stage of the World Cup. Brazil in the yellow, Cameroon in the green, and we're off, and they're pretty evenly spaced out. As we go into the white funnel, it is Brazil who comes out first, but quickly Cameroon comes in as well. And Brazil now trying to get out of the second-hand funnel, and they do able to get one out there. And Cameroon is now pressuring the remaining two Brazil marbles, and they are actually able to overpass into the second or third hand funnel. And here comes Brazil out of that final funnel into the stairs first, and now the second Brazil marbles trying to get there as well, but they're facing some pressure from Cameroon, who does a contact on one of them. One of them is able to get out as well. We have all three Brazil marbles in first place, entering the final orange funnel, about to enter the green maze. And there goes the first one, and here comes the Cameroon marbles. And with the first Brazil marble trying to get some points here. And they go to the side. There's 1-0 for Brazil, 1-1. And there's 0 for Cameroon. Let's see if Brazil can get another one. And they are able to, 2 for Brazil. And the only way Cameroon can tie this up is if both marbles get 1 point. And there's a 0 for Cameroon. So that automatically will declare Brazil the winner of this match. The 1-2 match, Brazil will be the winner. Cameroon will be the loser. That is our prediction for the final match of the group stage here at the World Cup. Here is the bracket system for the final knockout stage of the World Cup. Of course, today we will be going with the Netherlands, the USA, Argentina, and Australia up in the top left-hand corner. First up, we have the Netherlands versus the USA. Netherlands in the gold, USA in the blue, and we're off into the first orange funnel. Netherlands gets out first, being followed by the USA, and the USA is able to overtake there. But this is less about a race, more about accuracy. Let's see how these marbles do as they go through these slaloms. USA has a couple marbles in the lead, but here comes the Netherlands as well. And we're going to go into this final funnel, and then we have one more maze after that until the final goal. And here comes the Netherlands. They missed their first shot. No points for Netherlands so far, and neither the USA. They don't get any points on that shot. And here comes the Netherlands. 1 goal for Netherlands, and there's a miss by the USA. There's one more chance for the USA to tie up this match, but they won't do it. They will miss, and let's see if the Netherlands makes this last one. No, they won't, but it'll be a 1-0, and the Netherlands will win the first game of this match. Now let's see what happens in the second game of this match. Can the USA tie it up? And they're off into the first funnel. Netherlands out quick, being followed by the USA. We're going through this blue slalom into the yellow slalom. They're all pretty evenly distributed. We have 2 marbles stuck in the blue slalom, but here comes the USA marble, and they will be able to dislodge these 2 other marbles. The USA is able to get both their marbles briefly ahead of the Netherlands marble, but now we have 2 marbles in the green slalom about to make some shots. Let's see what happens here. And there's a goal for the Netherlands. See if the USA can make a goal there. No, they don't. So the Netherlands now has 2 points. See if the USA can come up and catch back up. There's a miss by the Netherlands. And both of the USA marbles are still in that orange funnel. There goes one finally out. Netherlands has another miss. USA can possibly tie it up here. They get both of these marbles in. There's the first one, and they miss. Let's see if the second one can even just get 1 point. Do these final couple of turns, taking his time. And here he goes. Still a miss. USA has not made any goals in this match. And that will crown the Netherlands the winners of this match, and they will advance to the next bracket of the knockout stage of the World Cup. That is our prediction for the first match, the Netherlands versus the United States. Now it is time for the second match of the day, Australia versus Argentina. Australia in the yellow, Argentina in the white with blue and black stripes. And they're off. Australia gets one out. Here comes Argentina as well. All 3 Argentina marbles out there in the slaloms. And Australia marbles are lagging behind quite a bit. The Argentina marbles are way too eager to get out and ahead and score those goals early. If they go too quickly, though, it may cause their accuracy to go down and miss the goal altogether. Here comes Argentina about to try and make a goal there, but they miss. And Australia is actually able to get one. And here comes the Argentina marbles. 2 Argentina marbles make a goal. It's a 2-1 right now. Can Australia make a comeback? They're both still in this final orange funnel. Going into this green section. Australia can even get a full 3 marble sweep. But there's the first one, and they missed that one. They went their chance of 3 scores. But they are able to get 2. So we have a tied 2-2 match in the first game. So whoever gets more goals in this final match will advance to the next bracket in the knockout stage of the World Cup. Australia and Argentina both have 2 marbles out, and now all 3. Argentina is a little bit behind overall. They're catching up a little bit here as we go into these yellow slalom sections. We have 1 marble from each team in the final orange funnel. Argentina is able to get out first as we go into the green slaloms. Maze type section. Here comes Argentina. Will they make a goal? No, they won't. There's a miss by Argentina. Let's see if Australia can do any better. And there's a goal for Australia. And here comes another one. They make 2. Here comes Argentina right back, though. And here comes another Australian marble. Will be able to make it? No, they won't. Let's see if Argentina can tie this match. And they are able to, just by a little bit, trying to make a ricochet off the wall there. They aren't able to do it. They do have a rim shot. But they aren't able to make it. So close. But it will be Australia who will be advancing to, of course, predicting more World Cup matches. Here are the brackets for the knockout stage of the World Cup. And today we will be doing the top right-hand side. England, Senegal, France, and Poland. First up, we have France and Poland. France in the blue, Poland in the orange. And we're off into the first orange funnel. It is Poland coming out to lead into the blue section of the slaloms. But here comes France as well. France a little bit farther behind than Poland. Let's see how they can react. Still, it's Poland in the lead with all 3 marbles. But here comes France, and they were able to overtake in the last spot for a second. But then they were overtaken by Poland as we enter the final green slalom. This is where the points really start to add up. Let's see if France can get one. There's one for France. And here comes Poland as well. They tie it up with 1-1. And we have 2 marbles stuck, France and Poland, on the slaloms. And there's a miss for Poland and a goal for France. And that will get France 2 points in the first match of this game. Poland with only 1. Because they had 2 marbles get stuck. 1 for Poland, 1 for France. Now Poland is the underdog in the second half of this match. Let's see if they can get more points than France at the end of this race. Again, Poland somewhat in the lead, but this time they have 1 marble all the way back at the back, which could be their strategy to getting a last-minute goal. As we get going into this final orange funnel, it is Poland who has 2 marbles, and here comes France as well, and another France marble getting stuck there. They were able to get dislodged by one of their teammates, and Poland is the first one to get into the green slalom. Let's see if they make any points here at the end. Here comes Poland, and they go straight down the middle, but they miss there, and there's 2 shots from France, and they both miss as well. And here comes Poland. They tie out the game with 2-2, and France misses with all 3 marbles. And now Poland has a shot to overtake France with their final marble. And there they go. The final score of this match. Poland 3-2. And Poland will win. An underdog story by Poland. And they will advance to the next stage of the World Cup. That is our prediction for the first match of the day here on Fubeca's Marble Runs and over at the World Cup. Now it's time for match 2. We have England versus Senegal. Which team will come out on top? England in the white with blue, Senegal with the green and white. As we get going here, Senegal comes out first. And here comes England as well, and they overtake into the blue slalom section. They're all pretty jumbled together from this point of the race. We get going into the second yellow portion of the slalom, into the orange funnel. We have 2 from each team in that last orange funnel, but 2 have already exited, entering the green slalom, and we almost had a marble stuck there. And here goes Senegal, first shot, and they miss. And now we have 2 chances for England to score some points, and no scores there. 2 misses by England, and there's one straight down the field by Senegal. And here comes another point for Senegal. England could only have 1, and they are able to get 1 point there. And now England is behind as we start the second half of this match. Will England be able to come up and come back like we saw in the last match? And they're off into the first orange funnel, into the blue slalom section. Yet again, it is Senegal in the lead, being followed by some England marbles, but they're all pretty mixed up here. And 1 Senegal marble way back in the back of the pack. And it is still Senegal in the lead, but here comes an England, 2 England marbles, and a Senegal marble is stuck. Let's see if England tries to dodge them without dislodging them, which is going to be pretty hard to do. We have both England marbles now in the green slalom, and now they're going to try to do some scoring here. Let's see what happens. And we have a miss by England. They still can't overtake if Senegal doesn't score very much. There's a miss by Senegal as well. Here comes England with their second shot, and they miss there as well. Senegal up next, and they miss too. England has 1 more chance to tie up this match, and they miss. Senegal has 1 more marble, but they have already eliminated England, advancing to the next bracket of the World Cup here in the knockout stage. Still, this last Senegal marble gets to finish the race and possibly even score. We have no scores in the second half of this match. It will be a 2-1 finish. Senegal will advance. England will be knocked out. That is our prediction for the final match of the day here at the World Cup. Going with our matches today, we will be doing the bottom left-hand corner: Japan, Croatia, Brazil, and Korea. Now it's time for our first match. We have Japan versus Croatia. Croatia in the white, Japan in the blue. And we are about to start, and we're off into the first orange funnel. I think 1 marble was really out far pretty ahead. It was Croatia there. All 3 Croatian marbles already in the blue slalom section. And Japan now just getting there. But these races aren't about speed. They're about accuracy at the end of the course. So we'll have to see which teams have the best strategy to get into those goals first. Depending on where you exit this slalom, give you a better or worse chance of getting into that goal. You want to get into the middle sections as close to the goal as possible. And there's a goal for Japan. Here comes some more, and no more goals there. We have 1 more marble. The last Croatia marble, who still has a chance to tie it up with Japan. If they exit in the center lane here, they might be able to do it. Orange lane they pick, and they go into the goal. It's a 1-1 match for the first half of this game. Now it's time for the second half. Tied 1-1 game. Whoever gets more goals at the end of this track will be advancing to the next bracket of the World Cup. Croatia stalling out there. Japan was able to get out of the way fast, but Croatia was stuck there at the beginning of the blue slaloms for a couple seconds. It looks like we have a stuck marble. Croatia, 1 of their marbles not going to exit that first blue slalom. That's definitely going to put them at a disadvantage, but they have both of their other marbles already in the green slalom. If they get 2 points, it'll be pretty difficult for Japan to pass them. We have 1 goal for Croatia. Let's see if they can have another one. And here comes Japan. They miss there. Croatia misses as well. So if Japan even gets 1 goal, they will tie it up. But there's another miss for Japan. Will they be able to get this final goal? Here they go. Final goal, and they miss. Croatia will beat out Japan by 1 point. Even with their stuck marble at the first slalom, they were still able to edge out over Japan with 1 goal. And that is our prediction for this match of the World Cup. Croatia will advance. Japan will be knocked out. Now it's time for our second match of the day, Brazil versus Korea. Korea in the clear, Brazil in the yellow, and we're about to start. And we're off into the orange funnel they go. Who will come out first? It's Korea. As we go into these blue slaloms, really all these marbles are trying to do at this point is not get stuck on the track, because that severely disadvantages their team. So they have less marbles to get goals with as we get going into the second yellow slalom. And we do have a South Korean marble stuck. But they were able to get dislodged by another one of their teammates. And the same thing happened to Brazil. But they were able to get dislodged as well as we get going into this final green slalom section. Which country will be able to get the first goal? And there goes Korea way off to the side and a miss for them. And there's a miss for Brazil as well. Korea is up next. Let's see if they can make any goals. No goals for them. And here comes another Korea marble. And they barely miss as well. Can Brazil get at least 1 point? There's another miss for them. This final marble will be the deciding factor whether or not Brazil will be in the lead in the start of the second half. And they won't, because they both have 0 goals. A very underperformed match. So we still have 0-0. So if one of these teams even just gets 1 point more than their opponent, they will advance as we get going here to the second match. And it is Brazil who gets all 3 marbles out ahead first. We do have a Brazil marble stalling there. And that's not what you want to see. You want to try to beat your opponent as we're going through these slaloms slowly but surely. And it is Korea who will get out first. But here comes Brazil as well. And they're actually able to overtake. We have 2 marbles stuck on the slalom. But luckily, we do have 1 more Korean marble back in the back who will be able to dislodge these 2 marbles. Here goes Brazil into the green slalom. Who will be able to come out first and possibly even get a goal. We have no goals so far. Here comes Korea, and they barely miss. They go there, though. And they are able to get a goal, and so does Brazil. And there's a second goal for Brazil. A crazy move by Korea, hitting the pole on the side of the goal. And then coming back and getting back in the goal. There's a miss for Korea, and there's another miss for Korea. So Brazil has already won. Korea does not have any more chance to get a goal, and there's another solidifying point for Brazil. A 3-1 match. Brazil will advance to the next round of the World Cup, and South Korea will be knocked out. That is of that match as well. Here is the brackets for the knockout stage of the World Cup. Today we're doing the bottom right-hand corner: Morocco, Spain, Portugal, and Switzerland. Now it's time for the first match: Spain versus Morocco. Spain in the yellow, Morocco in the orange, and we're off into the first orange funnel, and it is Morocco who can get out first. And here comes some Spain as well, and they were able to overtake for a second, but really it's very hard to keep the lead in these slaloms, because if you're in the lead, the marble in second or third right behind you will overtake. And we do have 2 marbles stuck right there, but they were able to get dislodged by a marble behind them as we get into the second and final funnel of the track into the green slaloms. And it is Morocco and Spain who have 1 marble each, now 2 from Morocco in the green slalom. All 3 Morocco marbles now in the slalom, and there's 2 shots at the goal, and they both miss. And so we have still 0 points. To see if Morocco can do anything there. Still a miss to the right side. All the marbles going to the right side of the field. Spain only has 1 more chance to overtake for the lead and get at least 1 point in that goal. And they're about to exit the slalom, and they go to the left, but they aren't able to score a goal. And so we still have a tied match, 0-0, as we enter the second half of this match. And we're off yet again. It is Spain being followed by Morocco into this blue slalom section. Let's see who can get out first. Most of the Morocco marbles are ahead of the Spain marbles, but here comes Spain, and they are slowly overtaking that last Morocco marble. And they're all jumbling up, and we do have a Morocco marble stuck on the slalom, and there are no marbles behind them, so that will put a significant disadvantage to Morocco because they only have 2 marbles to score, and Spain has 3. So if Spain can get all 3 marbles in the goal, that is an instant elimination for Morocco. And there's 1 miss for Morocco, 1 score for Spain. There's a miss for Spain, a miss for Morocco, and another score for Spain. And Spain will be the winner of this match. Morocco will be kicked out of the World Cup and eliminated from this tournament. Spain will advance to the next bracket of the World Cup. That is our prediction for the first match of the day here at the FIFA World Cup. Now it's time for the second match of the day: Portugal versus Switzerland. Portugal in the green, Switzerland in the red. And they're off into the orange funnel. And it's Portugal who gets the marble out very quickly. They already are overpassed by Switzerland as we are going into this blue slalom, into the yellow slalom, and it is still Switzerland in the lead. Here comes Portugal. We have 2 marbles stuck right there, but they get dislodged by one of the Switzerland marbles. There are some flat spots in these slaloms where marbles can't get stuck. We have another pair of marbles stuck right there. Switzerland and Portugal both have one stuck. They are dislodged. As long as there's a marble behind you, you don't have anything to worry about. The main problem is if you get stuck with no more marbles behind you. And there's a score for Portugal, and they miss. And a miss for Switzerland as well. And here comes 2 more Switzerland marbles. 1 score for them. And here comes Portugal. Another miss for them. Portugal still can tie up this match with a 1-1 if they score with this last marble. And there they go, and a miss to the right side. And it will be Switzerland who is in the lead at the start of the second half of this match, 1-0. Switzerland on the left, Portugal on the right, and we're off into the orange funnel they go. It is Portugal in the lead, but here comes Switzerland as well. Portugal and Switzerland all jumbling about in these slaloms. Into the yellow slalom they go, about to enter the orange funnel, and we have them 2 marbles stuck, but there is still 1 marble behind them, so they will be able to get dislodged. And there they go, dislodged there, but they still get stuck. Portugal is able to get 1 marble through, but they still, each team only has 2 marbles now because each one has 1 stuck. And now they're about to exit the green slalom, and there's a score for Portugal. The score is now tied, and here comes Switzerland, and they miss for the first shot, and now their second shot and their final shot is about to come, and they are able to score. There's 2-1, Switzerland to Portugal, and Portugal misses on the final shot, so they will be knocked out of this group stage, and Switzerland will advance to the next stage of the World Cup. That is our prediction for this match of the World Cup here on Fubeca's Marble Runs Possible. Here are all the teams in the quarterfinals. And today, we'll be doing the left side. So, the Netherlands, Argentina, Croatia, and Brazil. Now it's time for our first match. Argentina versus the Netherlands. Netherlands in the yellow, Argentina in the white. As we get going into the first funnel, into the blue slalom, it is the Netherlands in the lead. But here comes Argentina, and they overtake there with 2 of their marbles. And they have 1 more marble to get in the lead if they want to have all 3 marbles finish the course first, and they were able to get all 3 marbles ahead of the Netherlands, who has some catching up to do, but we do have a Netherlands marble stuck, and that will put a disadvantage on them. There's the first score for Argentina, and they're able to make it, but the Netherlands only has 2 marbles, so it's going to be a lot more difficult for them to be able to beat Argentina. Argentina has their second score, and they miss in that one, and there's another score for Argentina, 2 misses for the Netherlands, and 1 marble stuck on the track. So Argentina will have the first goal of this match. Now it's time for the second half of this match. The Netherlands still can come and overtake Argentina for the win, and the 1 advancement spot that these 2 teams are fighting for as we go into the blue slalom again. This time it is the Netherlands who is in the lead. Argentina is having a harder time catching up. They do have 1 marble down there in second. But now Argentina has a marble stuck on the slalom, just like the Netherlands had in the last match. Almost having another one there. Way too close for comfort for Argentina. And all 3 Netherlands marbles are now in the green slalom, about to try to make some scores. There's 1 miss for Netherlands. There's a score for Netherlands. Let's see if the Netherlands can make another score. If they do, it will be tied up. There's a miss for Argentina. And here comes the Netherlands, and they hit the goalpost, and they aren't able to make it. They aren't in the goal. And what a nail-biter there. It will be Argentina who will advance to the semifinals of the World Cup. And the Netherlands will be eliminated by a very close match. That is our prediction for the first match of the quarterfinals. And now it's time for the second match of the quarterfinals and of this video. We have Brazil versus Croatia. Brazil in the yellow, Croatia in the white with red stripes. And we're about to start. And they're off into the first funnel they go, and it's Croatia who gets the first marble out, but there comes Brazil as well. Croatia already has all 3 marbles in the slalom, and here comes Brazil as well. They're pretty well mixed as we go into this first slalom section. Let's see if anything changes as we get into the funnel. We have almost some marbles stuck there. They are able to solve things out. Brazil gets the marble stuck there, but here comes Croatia. They will be able to be freed there, and there's a score for Brazil. And here comes 2 more Croatia marbles. Let's see if they can do anything in response. And there's a hit from Croatia to their own team, and they both miss. And there's a miss for Brazil as well. And here comes Croatia, and there's another score for them. So it will be a tied 1-1 match in the first half of this match. Let's see who will come out on top in the second half. And they're off. This time it's Croatia. 2 marbles in the lead, but here comes 2 Brazil marbles as well. And they quickly overtake for the lead as we go into these blue slaloms. And Croatia has a marble stuck there, but they are able to get dislodged by their other teammates. And now they have the first marble to go into that orange funnel. And Croatia has a marble stuck on the slalom, but again, there's a Brazil marble behind, so they will both be dislodged. And here comes the first shot for Croatia. A miss there. Let's see if Croatia can make a score there. No goals there for Croatia or Brazil. And there's another miss for Brazil as well. And Brazil only has 1 marble left. Can Brazil make this crucial shot? And they select the middle lane. They are able to make a goal with 1 more point over Croatia. And that will do it. Croatia has a marble stuck on the track. We will be predicting the final match of the World Cup. But first, we have the quarterfinals. We are doing the right side of the quarterfinals today. England, France, Morocco, and Portugal. First off, we have England versus France. France in the dark blue, England in the lighter white with blue stripes. And we're off. And is France with a quick marble out of that first orange funnel into the blue slaloms. And we have all 3 France marbles out there in the lead. England is having a little bit of a harder time getting out, but here comes France as well. And we have a France marble stuck there. We go into these final orange funnels into the green slaloms, and we'll have to see which marble can make a goal first. And there's a shot by England, but they miss on that one. And there's a miss for France as well. Here comes another France marble, and they miss in that one. England still has 2 marbles, but we have 2 marbles stuck right near the field. This is a first that we've seen in this tournament. England marble may be able to dislodge them if they take the right path. And there they go. And here goes France, and they make a goal, and 2 goals for England. England will be in the lead in the first half of this match. What a crazy finish. Both of those marbles stuck. France was able to get out there and score a goal, but England was able to get both. Some good strategies by both of these teams. France can still very well take this match. They get more points than England at the end of this course, but it will be difficult because they are 1 point behind. England is hoping that that will be enough to advance to the semifinals. As we get into the final green slalom, it is England in the lead. Here comes France, and they're going through the slalom, about to make it to the field. And there's a miss by France, and there's 2 goals for England, 1 miss for England as well. And here comes France, and there's another miss. And I don't think France... Oh, there is 1 more France marble. Thinking for a second there, they may have had 1 stuck. But it was just way back in the back. Now he's all alone. He gets to concentrate on making this final goal. But it doesn't matter, because England has 4 points. There's the final goal for France. 2-4. And it will be England who will advance to the semifinals of the World Cup. The final 4. And France will be kicked out on the quarterfinals. That is our prediction for the first match of today's matches. Now it's time for match 2. We have Morocco versus Portugal. And this is history in the making. This is the first time Morocco has ever made it this far in the World Cup. So, of course, all of our wishes go out to them. But Portugal is a pretty big contender as well as we go into the blue slalom. And it is Morocco who was in the lead. Portugal is able to overtake through that slalom to get to this final orange funnel. And Morocco does have a marble stuck. And they have 2 marbles stuck. Morocco's in big trouble. Portugal has 3 marbles still. And Morocco only has 1. But I believe one of their marbles will get dislodged by Portugal. Yeah, there they go into the final orange funnel. And we only have 1 score by Portugal. Morocco has missed their first marble. Now we have 1 marble each. Morocco can't tie up this match. If Portugal makes it, then it won't be tied. But there goes Portugal, and they miss. So let's see if Morocco can make it. They do right there. It'll be a tied 1-1 match on the first half of this duel. So this is anybody's game. Let's see if Morocco can pull it off. It's Portugal, then Morocco, then Portugal again into the blue slalom. Here comes Morocco, and then Portugal. They're pretty well staggered as we go out of this funnel into the slaloms. And they switch places quite a bit through these slaloms as we go into these orange funnel number 2. First into the green final slalom is Morocco. Let's see if they can score any points with this first marble of the second half. And there they go, straight down the center field, and they are able to make a goal. But here comes Portugal as well with the response, and there's a miss for Portugal. That means Morocco can take it with these final 2 marbles. Where will they pick? Center lane, and there's another score for Morocco, and another one. We have a 4-2 match, and that will do it for Morocco. They will advance to the semifinals of the World Cup. Portugal can't even make it, even if they scored this last one, and they aren't able to. 2-4, Morocco crushing Portugal. First time they've made it to the quarterfinals, and now the first time they've made it to the semifinals. That is our prediction match, and of course we will be predicting each one of those as they come. Here is the bracket system for the World Cup. We have Argentina and Croatia on the left, and we have France and Morocco on the right. And now it's time to start the first semifinal match of the World Cup. We have lots of different marble elements on this track, including an elevator. So we'll have to see how they do as we get into the race. We have Argentina on the left, Croatia on the right, and they're off into the first white funnel, into the first sky rail section, and now in the orange funnels. And it is Argentina who might be slightly ahead. There they go into the first funnel, into the second. And now here comes Croatia, and a hard hit there. I think Croatia might be able to overtake for a lead, but no, they're not. Argentina takes it right back. And now they're in the third orange funnel. Through the little spiral section they go for Croatia. And now Croatia having a harder time catching up to Argentina, but they're in a slalom now. Let's see if Croatia can do anything in the slaloms. And here they come. They're a little bit quick through that first slalom section. And Argentina about to exit the slaloms now. And here comes Croatia, though, and they're neck and neck, both going right up to the elevator. And it is Croatia in the lead, 1 step ahead of Argentina as we go into the long rail section. Argentina drafting Croatia, just trying to get ahead, but of course you can't get ahead in this type of track. So really, they're just trying to stay as close as possible to Croatia as they enter the next orange funnel. And Argentina may have overtaken there. Yes, they did. And now they're in the second orange funnel after this rail section. And here comes Croatia. Hard hit from them. I think they might be able to exit first. Yes, they do. But here comes Argentina as well into this next funnel. We only have 2 more funnels to go. Who will be the winner of this match? There goes Argentina into the second to last funnel. Croatia is running out of time, but here they come into contact from them, and they overtake there. And now they're in the final blue funnel. And then they have 2 lanes that they can choose from, the red lane or the green lane, and the green lane is faster. Here comes Argentina. They might be able to overtake for the lead. Here comes Croatia as well. They're neck and neck. Croatia takes the slow lane, and they are going to be the champion of the first match of the semifinal, and they will advance to the final round of the World Cup here in Qatar. And Argentina will be the loser. They will advance to the 3rd place match versus the loser of the other half of the semifinals. And now it's time to start the second half of the semifinals, Morocco versus France. Comment down below which team you think will accompany Croatia in the final match. as we are going. It is Morocco who was in lead in the first rail section, and now they are already in the second orange funnel. France already having some trouble early in this match. Let's see if they can catch up in the rest of the match. It is Morocco still in lead, and where is France? There they are. They're finally making it. A really hard time through those first two funnels. And now they are in this third funnel here. Morocco already halfway through the slaloms. Here comes France, though. Let's see if they can catch up through the slaloms. Because once they get to the elevator and into the rail section, there will be no more overtakes until we get back to the funnel section. And here comes Morocco into the rail section. France way behind. And Morocco has an extensive lead over France. France is going to have a really hard time catching up to Morocco in the second half of this match. They're about a lap behind on that oval section of the rails. Morocco entering the orange funnel. Here comes France as well. Can they make a contact? No, they don't. It is Morocco into the second orange funnel after the rails. Can France make a move? There goes Morocco out of the second orange funnel into the third through these wiggly track type sections. And there goes Morocco out of that funnel. France is running out of time. Morocco in the second to last funnel. Here comes France as well. And they overtake into the last funnel. And they might be able to take it in the last second. Here comes Morocco, though, as well. They put a little bit of contact. There's another one onto France, who will be able to exit first. There goes France, and they take the quick lane. And France will have a major comeback win. And they will advance to the finals of the World Cup versus Croatia and Morocco. We'll see the changes of the track here as the round starts. We have a lot more of the rail section than we have had in the previous matches. We have Croatia on the left, Morocco on the right. This is for the third place. Which one of these marbles will get to sit on the podium overall at the World Cup? Into the first orange funnel they go. And it is Croatia slightly in the lead over Morocco, but here comes Morocco on a push there, and they're able to get into the second orange funnel first. But here comes Croatia right back. And I think they may be able to overtake here. Yes, they do. Now into a rail section, and here comes Morocco as well. This is just speed as they go through this rail section into the next orange funnel. Now they're both in the same funnel, but there goes Croatia into the fourth orange funnel. And now they exit going into the elevator first. Morocco has some catching up to do if they want to be able to catch back up to Croatia, who's already exited the elevator. Where is Morocco? Croatia already into the triple spiral loop section. And here comes Croatia just now entering. And Croatia about to exit the second part of the rail section. And there they go into this next first orange funnel after the second rail section. And here comes Morocco as well. A hard hit there, and they're able to pass for the lead into the second orange funnel right there. Let's see if Croatia can do anything in response. No, they can't. There goes Morocco through the little wide track there into the the third to last funnel of this race. And here comes Croatia there, and a good pass by them into the second to last funnel. Here comes Morocco. They're running out of time to take the lead and sit on the podium of the World Cup. And there they overtake there into the last blue funnel, which is going to be a slower funnel, but it is more susceptible to hard hits. Let's see if anything happens here. Slowly going around the funnel for the final time. Who will exit first? There goes Morocco. They take the slow lane, but they are able to finish before Croatia. So that will mean this will be a first in history. Morocco will sit on the third place on the podium of the World Cup. The first time an African nation getting this far in the World Cup. That is our prediction for the third place match of the World Cup. And now it's time to get on to the match everybody is waiting for. And that is the final round. France versus Argentina. Who will come out on top and win this overall World Cup? It's been a long journey to get here. So many matches. And we have two countries left. Comment down below who you think will win. Will it be France or will it be Argentina? We're about to find out here on Fubeca's Marble Runs as the final is about to start. France on the left in the dark blue. Argentina on the right in the white with blue and black stripes. And the final match of the World Cup is about to start. And they're off. France quick out of the gate. through that white funnel, and they already have a slight lead over Argentina into the first orange funnel. Here comes Argentina, and they're able to overtake into the second funnel. And here comes France. Let's see if they can overtake in the second funnel. No, they don't. There goes Argentina into the first rail section. And here comes France as well. About a second difference between France and Argentina. Really quick rotation there for Argentina. And they exit that next funnel. Here comes France as well. And a contact there. Can France overtake in this funnel? Yes, they do. And they'll be the first one to enter the elevator. And here comes Argentina too. Probably 3 or 4 prongs behind France as we enter this sky rail section. Let's see if Argentina can gain any time on France in this one marble lane section. Here comes Argentina. I think they're gaining a little bit of ground. Oh, here they come right now. They're neck and neck. Drafting there. We go into this next orange funnel. They're neck and neck in. Who's going to exit first? And there goes France. But here comes Argentina as well. 2 soccer powerhouses. And Argentina is going to retake the lead there into this wiggly type section and a full quick exit in that orange funnel there. Only 2 more funnels to go for Argentina. Here comes France, and France is going to overtake in the second to last funnel. But here comes Argentina right back, and they're fighting. They're really fighting for the lead here. We are running out of time, and who's going to take it? France takes the slow lane, and France will be the champion of the World Cup. A really tight match. France coming out with a quick win at the end. They were neck and neck the entire race. The Argentina fans very disappointed at this finish, but France is celebrating like crazy, winning the World Cup, and they definitely deserve it after all the matches they've been through, coming out with the win. That is our prediction for the final match of the World Cup here in Qatar 2022. Do you think this is correct? We will find out here in a little while. And now it's time for the podium ceremony. Of course, it'll be Morocco in 3rd place, Argentina in 2nd, and France sits atop the podium in 1st place. Congratulations to all 3 of these teams who made it to the podium of the World Cup. But today, everybody aspires to be France who gets the World Cup trophy. If you like this video, don't forget to like and subscribe and comment down below. And stay tuned for more marble racing content here on Fubeca's Marble Runs. I'm Jeremiah, signing off. Until next time, this has been Fubeca's Marble Runs. Good day, everyone.
"16 marbles from collide on a soccer field. 16 countries, only 1 winner. Get to know who they are. Portugal versus Colombia, USA versus Iran, Uruguay versus Japan, Mexico versus Vietnam, Argentina versus France, Indonesia versus Brazil, Gurnani versus Spain, Russia versus Ecuador. Welcome to the Marble World Cup."
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the arena. Ecuador takes it. 1-0 over Russia, and they advance in the round of 16 at Fubeca Race. Portugal takes it. 2-0 over Colombia, and they advance at Fubeca Race. Coming up next, France versus Argentina at the Marble World Cup. takes it. 2-0 victory and they move on in the Marble World Cup. Up next in the round of 16, Mexico versus Vietnam at the Marble World Cup. Second half. Vietnam takes it. 2-1 in the second half, and they advance in the Marble World Cup. Coming up next, Brazil versus Indonesia at the Marble World Cup. Brazil takes it. 2-1 victory and they move on in the Marble World Cup. Round of 16 coming up, Uruguay versus Japan at the Marble World Cup. Uruguay takes it. 1-0 victory and they advance in the Marble World Cup. Get ready for a classic. Spain faces Germany in the Marble World Cup. All square. Spain and Germany are tied at 2-2, and we're heading to the second half at the Marble World Cup. Marble World Cup. High stakes coming up. United States versus Iran, battling for the final quarterfinal spot at the Marble World Cup. United States edges it. 1-0 victory, and they claim the final quarterfinal spot in the Marble World Cup. Quarterfinals are set. Ecuador takes on Spain in the Marble World Cup. Spain takes it 2-1 over Ecuador, and they advance in the Marble World Cup. Another big matchup ahead. United States versus Portugal in the Marble World Cup. United States gets it done. 1-0 over Portugal, and they move on in the Marble World Cup. A heavyweight clash is coming up. Brazil versus France in the Marble World Cup. Brazil takes control. 2-0 over France, and Brazil is through to the semifinals of the Marble World Cup. Quarterfinal action continues. Uruguay faces Vietnam in the Marble World Cup. Uruguay gets the win, 1-0 over Vietnam, and Uruguay moves on in the Marble World Cup. The semifinals are set. Brazil goes head-to-head with Spain in the Marble World Cup. The semifinals are set. Brazil goes head-to-head with Spain in the Marble World Cup. Brazil is through to the final. Now it's time for semifinal 2, United States versus Uruguay in the Marble World Cup. United States seals it. 3-1 over Uruguay, and the United States is through to the Marble World Cup final. A historic final is set. United States versus Brazil for the Marble World Cup title. Third place on the line. Uruguay versus Spain at the Marble World Cup. Uruguay claims the podium, 1-0 over Spain, and Uruguay finishes third in the Marble World Cup. It all comes down to this. United States versus Brazil in the grand final of the Marble World Cup. The final will be played in 2 halves, with a short break in between, just like in official football. Brazil leads at halftime, 3-1 over United States after the first half. Brazil and United States back on track for the final stretch. Brazil are champions, 5-3 over the United States, and Brazil lifts the Marble World Cup trophy. Brazil earned this title. Consistency, control, and composure made the difference from start to finish in the Marble World Cup.
And now I can give you the official welcome to Event 1 of the Quadrilla World Cup, the Dribble to the Goal event. How this event will work, we'll have marbles going down the quadrilla track, down to the soccer field, and then they'll have to try to get through the line of goalies down into the goals. And if you get into the goals, that will give you more points than if you do not go in the goals. You still get points if you don't go in the goals, but the goal is to get into the goal. So we'll have to see how these marbles do, what strategies these marbles will take to get through the goalies and actually score the goal in this tournament. Let's talk a little statistics here. We have 4 countries that have not competed in the Hapag Quadrilla tournament before, and those countries are Qatar, Japan, Vietnam, and the Philippines. So those are the 4 countries that you want to keep your eye on to see how they do in this tournament. And we also, of course, want to keep our eye on the other 16 teams competing. But they have had some experience in this type of tournament before. So we'll have to see how the 4 new rookie teams are going to do in this tournament. The fans are excited, all in the respective fan groups for each country. You can see China there, Switzerland, Portugal, Argentina. They're all there, all waiting for the start of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Here is the bracket system for the first event in the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. We have the first group, and then the bottom 2 from each of the first groups will be eliminated. The bottom 3 from the second groups will be eliminated until we get to the final. Now it's time for Event 1, the Dribble to the Goal. Time for Group A. Japan, the United Kingdom, Spain, Qatar, and Vietnam will be starting us off. Who gets out to the lead first? Looks like Qatar and Japan. But it is Spain and the United Kingdom who are in that funnel. And who comes out first? It's Japan. Japan gets up there, not in the goal. We don't have any goals so far. Japan lands in a 2 slot, as well as for Qatar and the United Kingdom. And unfortunately for Vietnam, they will be eliminated by time. So if there is a tiebreaker, it will be broke by time getting to the goal first. So Vietnam was the slowest marble to score, even though he had a 2. So did all the other teams. That would eliminate Vietnam because they were the slowest one. A time of 15.567, which almost a whole second behind the United Kingdom. You can see there, all 3 of those marbles had already made it before Vietnam even got there. So Vietnam and Spain will be eliminated. And that will advance Japan, Qatar, and the United Kingdom to semifinal A. Now it's time for Group B. Which marbles will it be? China, Argentina, Mexico, Canada, and Brazil. And they are off. China having a rough start all the way down in last place. And everybody's being led by Brazil and Argentina, 2 rivals. Let's see who gets out first and it is Brazil who will score a goal first. Look at that. Some of the goalies are dislodged, and Canada gets a goal. That gets them 8 points. Instant advancement for Canada. Mexico comes in at second with 2 points. And Brazil in third with also 2 points. All the other teams did get 2 points, so pretty much at this point, it's all up to time. And Mexico and Brazil were the first 2 down. Argentina coming in third, but unfortunately, Canada scored a goal. And if they hadn't scored that goal, they would have been eliminated. You can see how important these goals really are. Also, an interesting note, 2 of the goalies got dislodged from their locations. Look at that, China bumping Canada into the goal. They really are regretting that now. So Canada, Mexico, and Brazil will advance to the semifinals in this first event. Now it's time for Group C: India, Portugal, the USA, Switzerland, and the Netherlands. And it is Portugal and the Switzerland who is coming out first. Look at that. There's the Netherlands and India. And India gets out first, but no, it's Portugal who is running away with it. But there goes Switzerland. They get the first score. And then the USA and Portugal up next. India and the Netherlands, both blocked by the goalies. They have lost all momentum. They are not moving anymore. And that will eliminate both of them because they did not finish. So Switzerland, the USA, and Portugal will advance to the semifinals of this tournament. You see there, Netherlands and India fighting in that funnel. Before they can get out, there goes Portugal and Switzerland, as well as for the USA. And they overtook India for first place, and that's ultimately what caused their problems, and they were eliminated. Lucky for Portugal, India and the Netherlands didn't score. They were the last one down who actually finished. So Switzerland, the USA, and Portugal will advance to semifinal B. Now it's time for Group D, the last group stage in this tournament. Indonesia, Germany, France, the Philippines, and Italy are competing in this group. Who comes out first? It's the Philippines and Italy in that funnel. But the funnel in the middle seems to be the slowest one. And here comes Indonesia and Germany. And there goes the Philippines. They get 2 points. But there they go. They are in third place because Italy and France both get a score, 8 points. So Germany will be eliminated with 2 points. Barely, because Philippines also had 2 points, but they were there first. And then, of course, for Indonesia, they did not finish. They got blocked by the goalies. Unfortunate for them in this first tournament. It really was a wild round. Lots of marbles all going out at the same time. Philippines taking the quick route. That only scored them 2 points, and then they later found out Italy and France both got 8. The Philippines were lucky. So is Italy, France, and the Philippines advancing to the semifinals of this tournament. Now it's time for semifinal A. And here are the results for 13th through 20th. All the marbles who have been eliminated at this point. We only have 12 more marbles left in this event. And in the next round, the bottom 3 marbles will be eliminated, so we'll only have 6 left in the final. Here we go, semifinal A. Japan, Mexico, Brazil, the United Kingdom, Canada, and Qatar. And it is Brazil leading the pack in that middle funnel. But as we've seen before, the middle funnel can be slow, but Brazil is still able to get out there first. And it is Brazil going to get a goal. And then there goes Japan, who gets 2 points, as well as for Canada. And all those other 3 marbles up in the left also got 2 points. So really it came down to time, except for Brazil. Brazil in first, United Kingdom in second, and Qatar in third place. That will eliminate Japan, Mexico, and Canada. United Kingdom and Qatar both having 13-second finishes. Japan having 15-second, and everybody else below him was slower than 15 seconds. So pretty big gap between the advanced and the eliminated. See there, 2 of the marbles going quick to the left, and that's what advanced the United Kingdom and Qatar. They both were actually faster than Brazil, but Brazil got the 8 points for the goal. So Brazil, the United Kingdom, and Qatar will advance to the final round in this event. Now it's time for semifinal B. The Philippines, Switzerland, France, Italy, the USA, and Portugal. And who comes out? It's the Switzerland being followed by the USA in that middle funnel. But here comes Italy as well, and they overtake. They get 2 points. And here comes Portugal and the Philippines as well. And Switzerland flirting with the goal, but they just aren't able to do it. So really, it came down to time. Italy, Portugal, and the Philippines were the fastest marbles down. Italy with a 12.772 seconds. See, Switzerland and the USA were fighting there, but they just were overtaken by Italy, as well as for the Philippines there and Portugal, who all went towards more of the left side, which seems to be the better side, because if you go to the right side, it's only worth 1 point. So it is Italy, Portugal, and the Philippines who will be your final 3 marbles to advance to the final of this event. So this is the final round, and here are the results from 7th to 12th and the points associated with each of the ranks for these marbles. So it will be the final round. This is all just for the podium. Top 3 get the medals. The bottom 3 still get good points, but it's no medal. The first medal of this tournament is up for grabs right now. Who comes out first? It's Italy, being followed by the Philippines and Brazil in that middle funnel. But here comes the United Kingdom as well as Qatar. The United Kingdom gets a goal as well as Qatar. And here comes Portugal as well. That will seal his bronze. Qatar gets the silver, and the United Kingdom gets the gold. The first goal, as well as being an actual goal, not just points. A phenomenal finish by the United Kingdom. Qatar also having a phenomenal finish, coming very close behind the United Kingdom, going in the other goal. And then there was another goal, a comeback by Portugal, who I believe was the last marble to finish, and they got a goal as well. Yeah, Portugal 16 seconds. The second slowest time was Brazil at 14, so really a comeback for Portugal, getting 3rd place. All the Portugal fans have to be happy with that one. So it will be the United Kingdom who will be your first champion of the first event in the Hoppe Quadrilla Marble Run Tournament here on Fubeca's Marble Runs. Here are the full results and the points associated with the results. United Kingdom getting 25 points, Qatar getting 20, and Portugal getting 18. We'll have to see how this changes as the event goes on. So here are the overall standings. Pretty much the same, but the United Kingdom does get the 1 for the gold medal, as well as Qatar and Portugal for silver and the bronze. Definitely something worth being proud of. Also, Qatar, one of the rookie teams, getting 2nd place. They are also going to be the host of the 2022 World Cup. So they are doing good in the Quadrilla World Cup. We'll have to see how they do as this tournament goes along. Also, another rookie team, Philippines, got 5th. They're doing good as well. Japan got 8th. And unfortunately for Vietnam, they got 14th. Congratulations to the United Kingdom for getting 1st place in the first event of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Qatar coming in at 2nd and Portugal in 3rd place. An incredible performance by the United Kingdom, getting 1st finish of the final as well as scoring the goal. So combined, that was the greatest run. Hello and welcome back to the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup presented by Hoppe Toys here on Fubeca's Marble Runs. I'm Jeremiah and I'm glad to welcome you to the 2nd event of this tournament. In the last event, the United Kingdom won, getting 1st place, Qatar coming in close at 2nd, and Portugal in 3rd place. How will these 3 teams do in event 2? We're about to find out as we enter the race to the goal. As we take a look at today's track, it is a little bit different than normal. Also, don't forget to use the coupon code Hoppe Marble Run at the Quadrilla Marble Run website to get 25% off all Quadrilla Marble Run sets. Here is the layout for today's track. As you can see, it's different than last time, and the goal of this event is a little different as well. The main goal, get to the goal as quickly as possible, and that is how you will win this event. As we take a look at the track, We have funnels, we have chutes, we have the blue catching bells, as well as a plinko section at the very start of the course that will stratify the marbles right at the beginning of the race. And now it is time for Event 2 of the Hoppe Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup Race to the Goal. Here's the bracket system for this event. 4 groups as normal, and the bottom 2 will be eliminated, going down to the semifinals, and the bottom 3 will be eliminated from each semifinal till we only have 6 left in the final. Now it's time for Group A. Indonesia, Brazil, China, Germany, and Portugal will be starting us off through the plinko for the first time, and Portugal gets a huge boost of speed. They bypass the entire plinko section, but since then, they've already fallen down, and it is Brazil and China leading the pack in that left funnel. Into the bell they go, and now they're going to start going through the domino section, and who's going to get to the goal first? It's Portugal with the comeback win. China coming in at second, Brazil in third place, and that will unfortunately eliminate Indonesia and Germany, which I'm not sure if Germany even finished. Let's take a look at the replay. You can see Portugal there really just going off to the right side and bypassing the entire plinko section. But then they have a hard time getting through these little metal catching bell elements, and that allowed Brazil and China to come and overpass in these little plastic spirals. Somehow, though, Portugal was able to catch back up. Let's take a look here. They were neck and neck with China. I think China got deflected by one of those dominoes, and that's what let Portugal take the win for this first heat. So we'll be Portugal, China, and Brazil advancing to the semifinals. Now it's time for Group B. Group B, we have Netherlands, the Philippines, Switzerland, Qatar, and Vietnam. And there goes the Netherlands straight through the plinko like we saw with Portugal in the last race. Let's see if they can come back and take the win like Portugal did, or will some other marbles be able to overpass them? They're still in the lead, a little bit different than Portugal in the last time. But here comes Vietnam and Netherlands back for the win. Vietnam almost took it, but they got slowed up by the dominoes there. And Philippines does come in third place. That will be the last marble to advance out of this group. So Netherlands, Vietnam, and the Philippines will advance from this group. Qatar and Switzerland will be eliminated in this group stage. You can see there Qatar way back in the spiral. They didn't even finish last, though. I'm not sure what happened to Switzerland. You see there Vietnam getting slowed down by some of those dominoes, allowing the Netherlands to catch up, and they were able to take first place. And then Vietnam, and then the Philippines. Qatar and Switzerland were way back there, and Qatar was able to get fourth. So it's Vietnam, the Philippines, and the Netherlands that are going to semifinal A. Now it's time for Group C. We have Mexico, Canada, the United Kingdom, India, and Japan. United Kingdom, the last event's champion. Let's see how they do in this second event. They're in third place right now. Mexico is in the lead, being followed by Canada and then Japan. The United Kingdom is down there in fourth place. Now they're in fifth. And it is still Mexico in the lead, but it's being followed very closely by 2 other marbles. But who's that? That's Japan. Comes out to lead, but hits a marble. Not a marble, a domino. They still are able to take first place. Mexico coming in barely at second. And Canada in third place. The United Kingdom getting eliminated in the first round. That will definitely hurt them in terms of points. India in fifth. They will be eliminated as well. See there, Mexico was in the lead, but somehow Japan came through the other spiral while the camera was watching Mexico fight off those other 2 marbles. And Japan was able to do a comeback win. Didn't seem like much of a comeback, though. Once they got to the field, it was Japan in the lead by a lot. So they have secured their spot in the semifinals. So Mexico, Japan, and Canada will advance to semifinals B. Now it's time for Group D. Spain, Italy, France, Argentina, and the USA. And they're off. And it is Italy, who comes out through the Plinko first, being followed very closely by Spain and the USA. France and Argentina are having some trouble, especially Argentina. All the other marbles are already in the other spirals. Argentina is still lagging behind, and it is Italy coming out with the win. But here comes Spain, and they overtake, but they mess up. And it is Italy who comes out with the win. USA getting third, barely over France. What a crazy round. Also, Argentina getting a DNF. They didn't even get to the field. Let's take a look at that replay. A lot of action there. Spain was the first one to that little metal bell, but Italy was actually able to exit first. Let's take a look at this finishing replay. Italy in the lead by a lot, but then they have some trouble with that domino, and Spain uses that domino to deflect, passes Italy. Then they have a rebound off of that wall, and Italy just keeps it straight and strong, and they got the first place. And then France hitting that knocked over domino. They almost had third place, but USA came out with the third advancement spot at the last second. Great move by the USA as well. Spain, Italy, and the USA will advance to semifinal B after a frantic round. Now it's time for the first semifinals after we take a look at the results from the 13th to 20th place of this event. Qatar, the last event's second place finisher, did not do very good. He already got eliminated in the first round. Now it's time for the first semifinal. The bottom three marbles in the semifinals will be eliminated. We have Brazil, China, Philippines, Vietnam, Portugal, and the Netherlands. And off they go. Who comes out first? It's Brazil. And then China coming in second, Philippines in third. To the first spirals they go. And Portugal is still in the lead now, being followed very closely by China and the Philippines. And here comes Brazil, and a surprise win by Brazil. China coming in at second. And who comes in third? It's the Philippines. Let's take a look at that replay. No marble really came out really quick, and then Brazil was able to kind of get out of that Plinko quick before any other marbles could. And they were able to get out to the lead first, but I think Portugal actually was able to get to the spirals first. See there, Portugal was the first one out of the spirals, but then China was able to get out of that catching device first. But I think they lost out to Brazil. They hit a domino there. And Brazil just went without hitting any dominoes. Then Philippines came in at third. And unfortunately for Portugal, they're the first one out of the spirals, but they lost out just because of that little blue bell section. We'll have to keep an eye on that as we go into the next races. Brazil, Philippines, and China advance to the final. Now it's time for semifinal B. We have Mexico, Japan, Canada, the USA, Italy, and Spain. And it is Italy and Spain who come out first. Spain has some trouble in that little blue bell. And it is Japan and Italy in the lead in that spiral. But don't forget about the USA. They're over on the other spiral. Into the bell they go. And it is Japan going up for the win. But they hit a domino, slowing down quite a bit. And a bump from behind from the USA. And they get first place. USA gets second. And Mexico gets third. Spain gets fourth. And Italy and Canada have both a DNF. So there's Italy. They were doing so good in the spiral section. What happened? Canada didn't even get past the Plinko section. Very surprising and unfortunate for Canada. Let's see if we can see what happened to Canada in the replay. They're still moving here. They just aren't able to get past that peg. See Italy in the lead, entering the first spiral. And their first went into the bell as well, but then the other marbles pushed them aside. They were able to get out, though. I think they hit a domino here and slowed down quite a bit. Yeah, almost to a stop. And Mexico and the USA both pass. And that's all they needed to eliminate Italy. See there? Spain also trying to get up, but they weren't able to do it because of that domino. So Japan, the USA, and Mexico will be the final three marbles advancing to the finals in this second event of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup, presented by Hape Toys. We have 6 marbles 3 of which get to sit on the podium. 3 do not. We'll have to see which marbles are able to do the best in this final round. The final round is about to start. The USA, Japan, the Philippines, Brazil, China, and Mexico. And they are off. It is China and Japan coming out to the lead. But here comes Brazil and Mexico, as well as the Philippines, who are leading off the pack. But it is the USA who's probably going to get out of that first spiral first. And to the field they go. It is the Philippines in lead. But here comes Mexico. And they are able to take first place. And they will be the champion of Event 2. Brazil coming in at second. China in third place. Philippines and the USA both DNF on that domino. A great performance by Mexico. Brazil coming in at second with the silver. China with the bronze. Mexico with the gold. Let's take a look at the replay. China was the first one to get out of the Plinko section, being followed very closely by India. But it was the USA and the Philippines who came out to the first spirals. Mexico and Brazil were following closely to the USA and the Philippines. And let's see what happened after that. The USA and the Philippines were the first one to the little bell section, but Mexico was the first one out with the Philippines. The Philippines were actually ahead, but then they hit a domino on that left side. That allowed Mexico to just go straight, barely hitting that domino. And that allowed them to take the win. The USA and the Philippines stuck on that sideways domino. And then Brazil and China coming in second and third. China pushing Brazil into the goal. So it will be Mexico who will be the champion of the second event of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Congratulations to them. Now let's take a look at the full results. It is Mexico coming in at first place, Brazil coming in at second, China in third, Japan fourth, the Philippines in fifth, USA in sixth, Portugal seventh, Vietnam in eighth, Netherlands in ninth, and Spain rounds off your top 10. Here are the overall standings. It's Mexico who has taken over first place with 35 points, Brazil in second, Portugal in third place, the United Kingdom has fallen down to fourth, the Philippines are in fifth place. Unfortunate for the United Kingdom. We'll have to see if they can have a comeback in the next couple of videos of this tournament. Congratulations to Mexico for being your champion of Event 2 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Brazil coming in at second and China in third place. Mexico getting the 35 points. Brazil has 34 and China with 22. We are back here at the Fubeca Stadium for the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup presented by Hoppe Toys. I'm Jeremiah and I'm glad to welcome you to Event 3 of this tournament. The stands are packed, all cheering for the respective countries in the respective cheering sections, all rooting for their country to be crowned champion of this World Cup. We have another event for you today, Shoot to the Goal. So it'll definitely be an interesting event. Here are the overall standings. We have Mexico in first place with 35 points. Brazil very close in second, only 1 point behind with 34. With Portugal coming in at third with 31 points. Don't forget you can get 25% off any Hoppe Quadrilla Marble Run set on the Hoppe website using the discount code Hoppe Marble Run. Also go down to the link in the description and guess which marble will win in the upcoming events. And if you guess correctly, you can have a chance of winning $149 worth of Marble Run sets. Let's take a look at today's track. It starts off with the Plinko, down into the little blue stairs, wooden spirals all around, down to the bell, and then down to a red spiral, down to this final section. And how this will work, the marbles will exit on either side, and the goal is simple, get into the goal, past the goalies. And now it's time for Event 3 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup, Shoot for the Goal. Let's take a look at the bracket system for today's tournament. We have Group A, B, C, and D. As always, Italy, Spain, Switzerland, Indonesia, and India will start us off. And we are off. Who comes out to lead first? It's India, being followed by Switzerland and then Italy. And they all go on different paths, so it's a little bit hard to judge who's in the lead. India and Switzerland are up there. But here comes Spain as well. There goes Italy first into the bell, or India, and then Italy, being followed by Switzerland. India has a lot slowed down there, and they're all neck and neck in the spiral. Let's see who gets a goal first. No goals yet. There's one for Spain and one for Indonesia. And there's one for Spain. So those will be your 3 marbles advancing to the next round of this tournament. Unfortunately for India and Italy, they were both eliminated. So if there's a chance that there is a tie in the 3rd and 4th, or if no marbles score, it will be time, of course. So it is a racing aspect, but it also is the scoring of the goals that is the most important. And that's what Spain, Switzerland, and Indonesia did the best. Indonesia would have for sure been eliminated because they were the last one to the field. They did get that goal. So that's what allowed them to be advanced. Bumping India aside. Some ruthless play by Indonesia. And then Switzerland barely getting into that goal right there. They had originally hit the goal post, but they were able to score. So Switzerland, Spain, and Indonesia will go to the semifinals. Now it's time for Group B. Japan, the United Kingdom, Portugal, the Netherlands, and Brazil. So going with Group B. Who comes up to lead first? It's the Netherlands, being followed by Japan, and then Brazil. Portugal is in that first funnel as well as Brazil. And who comes out to first? It's the Netherlands, but they're stuck on the track. They get hit by the United Kingdom. That allows Japan to gain the lead. Let's see if Japan can make any goals here. Netherlands close behind. There's a straight goal for Japan. Netherlands having some trouble. They get blocked by a goalie. And there's a goal for Brazil and Portugal. So Japan, Brazil, and Portugal will be advancing to the next round. The United Kingdom and the Netherlands, unfortunately, will be eliminated. Possibly because the Netherlands got stuck on that little curved section of the track. The United Kingdom had to push them forward to even get to the end of the track. Let's see if we have a replay on that. So the Netherlands being first at the beginning, but they did get stuck after the funnel. See that little curved section right there? They were stuck in the entry of the after that section into that little block element, and the United Kingdom had to push them forward, and that cost them to win. They both kind of lost their bearings after that, and neither of them scored. So Japan, Portugal, and Brazil will advance to semifinal A. Now it's time for Group C, the Philippines, Germany, Qatar, and then who else do we got? We have Mexico and the USA. And they are off. It is the USA and Mexico off to lead. 2 rivals in this tournament. They go in separate lanes on this track. Let's see who can get out first. Mexico and it looks like the Philippines are in the lead at this point. Philippines overtake for the lead, and Mexico is gone. Where did they go? Mexico is off the track. I think they're going to have a DNF. Philippines, though, going, and they miss a goal, and here comes Spain and the USA. They both get a goal, as well as for Germany. Philippines don't get a goal, and what happened to Mexico? There they are on the ground. What happened to Mexico? An unfortunate event for the leaders overall in the points of this event. Let's take a look at the replay. Mexico's definitely going down on the leaderboard after this event. They may not even get any points. If you DNF, that might even put you last place. They got hit off of the track by the bell. The Philippines hit the bell so hard that it hit Mexico off the track. Very unfortunate event for Mexico. Now it's time for Group D, China, Canada, France, Argentina, and Vietnam. And they are off. It's Canada off to lead, being followed by France, and then Argentina and China. Vietnam is in last place, but they all get stratified in this wooden maze. Who comes out to the lead first? Looks like Canada, being followed by Argentina and then Vietnam into the red funnel. So Canada will have an advantage on terms of time. Will he be able to score? No, he misses completely. Argentina gets a goal post. Vietnam scores. France misses, and then there's China. So Vietnam and China will score. Canada will also advance because they were the first one down Just like I was saying, they did have the time advantage. Even if they didn't score, they were the fastest ones down. So unless Argentina or France had scored, Canada would have advanced. So luck of the draw for Canada. And unfortunate for the two blue marbles, Argentina and France. They were both eliminated. And hopefully some of these marbles are taking note on the safety of that bell element. Make sure they hit it correctly. Make sure that they don't get hit off the track like Mexico did in the last heat. China almost hit Canada in that goal there, but would have still advanced Canada anyway. So Vietnam, China, and Canada will go to the semifinals with Qatar, the USA, and Germany. Now it's time for semifinal A. Here are the results for the 13th through 20th place. And unfortunately for Mexico, they get 0 points, as I thought. So their overall score is still at 35. And they're going to be overthrown from the leader position in this tournament. And they are off. This time it's the bottom three who are eliminated from this round. And it is Portugal, Switzerland, Japan, Brazil, Spain, and Indonesia competing in this first semifinal. Who is out first? It's Portugal, being followed very closely by Japan and then Switzerland. And where is Switzerland? I think somebody fell off. It wasn't Switzerland. I think Spain fell off the track by the bell. Who gets a score? There's Brazil, Switzerland, and Indonesia. Portugal and Japan, both the first marbles to get down to the bottom, but neither of them score. And again, we have a marble on the ground. Unfortunate for Spain. Let's take a look at the replay. Take a look at the yellow and red marble. That's Spain. They were more near to the back of the pack when they were entering this kind of stair section. Kind of a unique element from Hape Toys. But let's keep our eye on Spain. There they go through that little blue teeter-totter section. All right, here we go. There's Portugal, and then Japan. Spain was in third. The same problem that happened to Mexico. They just get shoved off by the bell. The officials of this tournament are definitely looking into the safety of this bell element for the better well-being of these marbles. Qatar, Vietnam, China, Canada, and the USA will go up in semifinal B. They have started. Hopefully, we don't have any more accidents like we've seen for Mexico and Spain. We'll have to see. USA in first. So the first marble is not usually the one who's hit off. It's usually the third or fourth. USA survives. And there goes, who is that? Canada? Canada falls off again. We've had another accident here on this course. USA scores. No one else has scored yet. There's a score for China and Germany. So Qatar, Vietnam, and Canada will be eliminated. We've had another accident here in this event. USA, China, and Germany will advance to the next round. They're lucky they didn't get hit off the track like Canada, Mexico, and Spain. 3 marbles this time. What is happening in this event? Let's take a look at what happened again in this replay. Probably the same thing that happened to Mexico and Spain. Where is Canada? They're in third, going down this left side. See, there's Vietnam, and then Canada getting hit by the bell. The main problem is you have to pass the bell while it's traveling away from the track, not when it's traveling towards you, because it is big enough that it can hit you off the track. It has more weight than a marble can weigh. I am getting word that the placement of the bell has been moved so the marbles will not actually contact it after passing to ensure the safety of the competitors of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. We definitely want safety for these marbles, and these finalists will not have to go through the trauma of dreading being hit by that bell. As we get started with the final, USA, Germany, China, Switzerland, Indonesia, and Brazil are your competitors. It is the USA and Germany who is in the lead, but here comes China into second place. No marbles hitting the bell. and it is the USA who has the time advantage. Will they score? They don't score. Let's see who else can score. There's Indonesia and China. And no other marbles so far, and that will make China the winner of this event, being the fastest marble to score. Indonesia coming in at second, and the USA in third place by time. Let's take a look at the replay. Very nice to note these marbles are safe from the bell. China coming in at first, Indonesia, and then the USA, Germany, Switzerland, and Brazil, unfortunately not making it to the podium, but they still did get in the top 6 overall in this event. They'll definitely get them some more points. You see there, the bell was not moved when the marbles passed them. Very good decision by the people at Fubeca's Marble Runs and Hoppe Toys. And you can see Germany getting blocked by the goalie there. And Indonesia and China were the first 2 to score and the only 2 to score. I believe China scored first. No, it was Indonesia, but China was the first one to the field. So it is China who will be your champion of Event 3 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup presented by Hoppe Toys here at Fubeca's Marble Runs. Congratulations to them. And now it's time to look at the full results. China, Indonesia, USA in your top 3, Germany, Switzerland, Brazil in your top 6, Portugal, Qatar, Japan, and Vietnam will round off your top 10. Unfortunately, our previous points leader, Mexico, in last place. Mexico has fallen all the way down to 6th place. Brazil has rose to 1st place overall. China in 2nd, and the USA in 3rd place at the end of Event 3 of this tournament. We'll have to see how this continues as the entire World Cup continues. Congratulations to China for being the champion of Event 3 of the Hoppe Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Indonesia coming in at 2nd, and the USA in 3rd place. You can see their point standings. Brazil is our overall points leader as we get started with Event 4 of 5 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup presented by Hoppe Toys. Hey everybody, I'm Jeremiah. Welcome back to Fubeca's Marble Runs. As I said, Brazil is in the lead, the home of Fubeca's Marble Runs, being followed very closely by China, and then the USA in 3rd place. 3 powerhouses in the world of marble sports. As we start Event 4, you can see the overall standings here. Brazil with 48, China very close to 47, and USA with 45. We only have 2 more events to go until this overall tournament is complete, and we will crown a World Cup champion. Here we see the layout for today's tournament. The starting gate is a little bit different than the last couple of events in this tournament. We have spirals, we have splitters, all of the best things from the Quadrilla Marble Run series, all to lead down to the next World Cup field. Don't forget to use the discount code Hoppe Marble Run to get 25% off any Quadrilla Marble Run set on the Hoppe store. Also, go down to the link in description and guess the winner of the next event, the final event of this tournament. And if you guess correctly, you will get $149 worth of Marble Run sets from Hoppe Toys. You can see the field here. We have a little Plinko section that will block the marbles from getting into the goal. We'll have to see how they react in this tournament. Time for Event 4, Plinko Soccer. Here you can see the group system. We have Group A, B, C, and D as normal. Starting off with Group A, Qatar, Germany, Argentina, Switzerland, and the USA. And we are off. Who comes out first? It's the USA, being followed by Qatar, and then Argentina in 3rd place. Argentina, the bottom sitter in the overall point standings. Let's see if they can climb the tables and get themselves some good points in this event. And the USA is still in the lead, being followed by Argentina now, who has taken over 2nd place as they go through these splitter elements. Let's see who comes out first. It's Argentina. Through the xylophones they go into the field for the first time in this event. Who will score? No scores yet. There's one for the USA. And no other scores. So the USA will get first in this first group. Argentina in 2nd because of their quick finish. The tiebreakers, of course, are the quickest times to the field. So Argentina and Qatar had the 2 quickest times after the USA, who of course scored the goal. So they 3 will advance to the next round. Germany and Switzerland will be eliminated from this tournament. They still have a chance to get points in the final event of this tournament. So I wish all the best to them. As we take a look at the replay here, the USA was in lead through that spiral section, but then somehow Argentina was able to overtake the lead through the split section. Argentina and Qatar, for that matter, both having some trouble because they hit that little Plinko section, and that kind of deflected them from getting a goal. So the USA, Argentina, and Qatar will advance to semifinal A. Now it's time for Group B. Vietnam, Japan, Portugal, Indonesia, and China will be joining us for Group B, and it is out of the gate. Vietnam out to the lead, being followed by China, our second overall leader in the overall standings. We'll have to see how they do in this first round. If they get eliminated, for sure, they're going down on the table. But at this point, they're in first place, being followed by Vietnam and then Portugal. As we go through the spiral to the xylophones, they go through the little spinner section. It is China first to the field, and they get a goal. Instant advancement for them. No other goals so far, and it'll stay that way. So Vietnam and Japan were the 2 other quickest marbles to get to the field, so they will advance along with China. Portugal and Indonesia will be eliminated, unfortunately, from this tournament. Vietnam and China both quick out of the gate, and they kind of held the lead for the entirety of the race up until the field section. Let's see how China scored there. Straight through the Plinko with ease. And Indonesia, no, that was Japan. Japan barely missed out. They hit the side of the goalpost. They weren't able to just go a little bit to the left and get into the goal. So China, Vietnam, and Japan will join the USA, Argentina, and Qatar in the first semifinal. Now it's time for Group C. Brazil, the Philippines, France, Mexico, and Spain. Brazil, our overall points leader, coming out to first place out of the gate. Let's see what they can do in this event. It is still Brazil, the first and only marble for a while to be in that first plastic spiral, and they're for sure the first marble to be in that first wooden spiral. And Mexico having a lot of trouble getting out of that plastic spiral. I'm not sure what happened, but they are losing motivation. They had a lot of trouble in the last event, which caused them the overall lead in the overall tournament. And it is Spain who gets out to the field first, but Brazil gets a goal, as well as France. Let's see if Mexico can redeem themselves. No. So Brazil and France both have a goal, and then Spain had the quickest time. So 3 marbles will advance to the semifinals. The Philippines and Mexico will be eliminated. A downfall for Mexico, 2 events in a row. They're definitely having some trouble. And I'm not sure if they are even in contention for the overall championship because there's only 1 event left. We'll have to see how they do in that final event. Brazil, the first marble to score, and France, of course, scored as well. Mexico was actually the last one to the field. Not only did they not score, but they were the last one. So definitely a poor performance for Mexico. Brazil, France, and Spain advancing to the semifinals. Now it's time for the final group in the first group stage. United Kingdom, India, Canada, Italy, and the Netherlands. And they are off. Who comes out first? I think that was India, being followed by Canada as we go through the splitter. And this is where a lot of passes happen. And there's Canada and Italy fighting there. Italy has some trouble, and they slow down in that spiral section. As you go back to the overall camera view, who comes out to lead? It's Canada, being followed by, I think that's the United Kingdom. Canada through the xylophone, and let's see if they can make a score. Through the Plinko, they go. No score so far, and all goes to the left side, and Italy is the only marble to score, which is very lucky for them because they were the last marble to get to the field. So the goal really is the make or break situation in this tournament. Canada and the United Kingdom, the first 2 marbles to get to the field, they will also advance along with Italy. Your last first place in this event. All the marbles going over the xylophone. Must be fun for them. A little different from Hoppe Toys. See, all the other marbles had already gotten to the field. all of them but India, had already passed the goal before Italy even got to the field, but they were able to score and will advance to the semifinals. Now it's time for semifinal A. In the second group, the bottom 3 marbles will be eliminated, not the bottom 2. And here are the results from 13th to 20th for this event. Of course, Mexico getting 0 points, 2 events in a row. They may be injured from the last event because they actually got hit off the track from a bell. If you saw the last video, we had a couple incidents with a bell, and that has not been added back to this event. Luckily for these marbles, it is China coming out to lead in the first semifinal. China, Vietnam, Argentina, Qatar, the USA, and Japan all battling for only 3 spots in the final. And this closer funnel here really having some trouble. It is China off to the lead by a significant margin. Then Argentina and the USA coming close. And China first to the field, but they don't get a goal. Argentina doesn't get a goal. No goal for the USA or Spain. Let's see if Japan can take it. No, they don't. So it's the first 3 marbles that got to the field, and they will advance to the next round. China, Argentina, and the USA barely coming out over Vietnam, about a second. These 3 marbles, like I said, will advance to the final round of this tournament, the second finals that we will see in the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Vietnam, Qatar, and Japan will be eliminated from this semifinal. China first down, Argentina in second. They weren't really close. The USA was definitely not close. Maybe if they had made it over that little peg, they may have been able to score a goal. And for a moment there, I thought Japan may have been able to score a goal and kick out the USA from advancement, but they weren't able to do it, which is lucky for the USA, who advances to the final along with Argentina and China. Now it's time for semifinal B. We have 6 marbles competing for 3 spots yet again. Canada, Brazil, Italy, Spain, the United Kingdom, and France. And they are off. They are being led by Canada, who is another marble that actually got hit off the track by the bell in the last event. Let's see if they can redeem themselves in this event and get more points than they did last time. They are leading the pack at this point. We'll see if they can hold it. France wants to pressure them, and it is not happening. And Canada will be the first one to the field, being followed by France. And France gets a goal. Canada does not. So they will advance because of time. France, Canada, and Brazil are your 3 marbles who are advancing. And it looks like Italy had a DNF. Let's take a look at the replay and see what happened. United Kingdom, Spain, and Italy all being eliminated from the semifinal. And Canada first to the field, but they didn't score, but France was able to, just ensuring that they would advance from this semifinal. And I believe Italy got caught on the xylophone, which is unfortunate for them. Here are your finalists for the event 4 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup presented by Hoppe Toys. We have 3 spots on the podium, 1 gold, 1 silver, 1 bronze, and of course we have all our marbles competing for it, and Brazil is one of them, as well as China. We'll have to see if one of these marbles can pull off a victory. Brazil got a silver in the last event, but that got them enough points to actually take the overall standings. So let's see what they do in this final. And they are off for the final round of this tournament. Canada coming out to lead, being followed by France, and then Brazil and China as they go through the splitter for the first time out of 2. And it looks like Canada is in the lead still. France and then China, as well as Brazil. They're all in there. The USA and Argentina having some trouble, and they're lagging behind. So their only hope at this point is to get a goal. Through these xylophones they go. Canada is the first to the field. No goal for them. And France and China as well. And no goals for them except for France. France and Argentina both getting a goal. France getting the first one. So France will be your gold medalist of Event 4 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Argentina coming in second, Canada in third, and China getting fourth, Brazil in fifth, the USA getting, looks like a DNF. An unfortunate event for the USA, getting so close to getting some more points. I believe the DNF may even cause them to get less points. They might even get down to the bottom of the standings. We'll have to see at the end of the event. But France and Argentina, as well as Canada, your 3 podium sitters for this event. See see, Canada was the first one down. They didn't score. And then France, of course, got a score. And Argentina actually was the last marble to get down to the field. And they got a score as well. Let's take a look at the replay there. Great moves by Argentina. So it will be France who will be your overall champion of the Event 4 of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Let's take a look at the overall standings. Here they are, France in first, 25 points, Argentina in second with 20, Canada in third, 18, and the USA, even though they did DNF in the last event, still get sixth, and they get 14 points. So they didn't go down to the bottom of the standings. Here are the overall standings. China and Brazil have tied for first place, but China does have the gold medal, so that is the tiebreaker. They're in first place by a very slim margin. USA is still in third with 59, only 4 points behind. It's definitely possible for them to win the overall Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup title. Congratulations to France for being the Event 4 champion of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup. Argentina coming in at second, and Canada in third place. Our 3 podium sitters. After 4 exciting events, it all comes down to this. Hey everybody, I'm Jeremiah. Welcome back to the final event of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup presented by Hoppe Toys. We have 20 countries who have all competed in the previous 4 events, with China leading the pack with 63 points, only above Brazil because of the gold medal. Brazil has a silver, but they also have 63 points. So for Brazil to be able to overtake China and take the World Cup, all you have to do is place over China in this event. We'll have to see how this plays out as this event continues. As we take a look at today's track, we have lots of spirals. We have a very large blue section. I believe this is Hoppe's packaging that the track comes in, that also doubles as part of the track, which is definitely a unique feature from Hoppe Toys. You can see it's just a race to the goal. The first marble to get there will be the champion of this event. Don't forget to use the discount code Hoppe Marble Run at the checkout over at the Hoppe store to get 25% off all Quadrilla Marble Run sets. Also, I hope you guessed which marble will win this overall tournament, and I hope you guessed correctly, because if you did, you will get $149 worth of Hoppe Quadrilla Marble Run sets. Now it's time for the final event of the Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup, the mixed race. Here we look at the groups A, B, C, and D as normal. First off, we have Group A, the Philippines, Brazil, Mexico, Argentina, and Spain. And get our first look at this final track with this first 5 marbles. We have Brazil competing in this event. They are in second place, tied with China. Only by medals are they behind. We'll have to see how they do in this event and see if they can even advance as they keep on going. Right now, it's Mexico in the lead, being followed by Spain, and then Argentina and the Philippines as they go all into this red inverse spiral and into the orange spiral. This is the first time we've seen this in this tournament. Orange funnel section. Who comes out to the lead? I think it was Brazil, but Spain had already gotten down into the bottom of that funnel, but they got stalled, and Argentina really slow through that spiral. And here comes Spain into the red box section, and they're going to be first place. Who will come in at second? I think it'll be Brazil. Yes, it will. And then Mexico in third place. So Brazil will advance to the next round, as well as Mexico and Spain. And Argentina and the Philippines will be eliminated. So Brazil making it to the next round. That's definitely making their chances greater of overtaking China. We'll have to see how they do in some of the upcoming groups. You can see Spain got into that hole of the second orange funnel first, but they weren't able to exit. They got stalled underneath, which is very unfortunate for them. But they still were able to get first place because they got bumped out by another marble. I believe that was Brazil. Also a pretty fun element, the Quadrilla Marble Run box used in the set. That just shows the resourcefulness of Hoppe Toys. Now it's time for Group B. Canada, Portugal, Italy, Qatar, and France. And they are off. None of these top marbles are in the top 3. Portugal is in 4th, but there's a very big gap between 3rd and 4th in the overall standings. Portugal has 48 points, and then the USA has 59, so an 11-point gap, which isn't impossible, but is very difficult for Portugal to even pass the USA, not to mention China and Brazil. Let's see how they do. And right now, looks like they're in 3rd place, and France and Canada are looking like, oh yeah, they're in the back funnel there. And Canada way up in the front. They already entered the blue lid from the quadrilla marble run set. And they're all getting here first. It's going to be a race to the line, but it is France. Comes out to the goal first, being followed by Canada. And who comes in 3rd? I believe it was Italy. And Portugal all the way down in last place. Unfortunately for them, they will not be placing in the top 3. They'll probably be going down on the leaderboard. Take a look at the replay here. A couple of the marbles kind of got ahead pretty quickly. And we're just kind of silently leading the pack. Outside from the camera view, you see there Canada was not in the camera view for a lot of the time. And then a lot of the marbles caught up. And France was able to get there first because they were on the left lane to enter the quadrilla box there. So France, Canada, and Italy will advance to the semifinal A for the final event of this tournament. Now it's time for Group C. We have Switzerland, India, Japan, China, and Germany. China, our points leader, are having a hard time in the first Plinko already. And it is Germany leading the pack, being followed by Japan and India. And India, I believe, has overtaken. No, that's Japan. Two very similar marbles into the red inverse funnel, and we're about to get to the orange funnels now, and this is where Switzerland can come and overtake. Yes, they do right there. And here comes India as well, and Germany. They all are fighting through these funnels, and I believe that's Switzerland in first place. No, it's Germany. And Germany going around this blue spiral section on that lid, and looks like they're going to take first. No, it's Switzerland. Switzerland out of nowhere comes and takes first place. India in second, and Germany will take 3rd. China will be eliminated in the first round of this event. They are the points leader. I think that's going to change after this event. What a mishap for China. So already Brazil has made it farther than China. So Brazil at this point stands in first place unless something happens as we get going in the semifinals of this event. But we still have one more group to go in the group stage, Group D. So we'll have to see what marbles will join the 3 marbles that advance from this event. You see the bells have been returned. Hopefully they have been adjusted to make it more safe for these marbles to use them. So we have Switzerland, India, and Germany advancing to the semifinals. Now it's time for Group D. Final group in this group stage. Only 3 will make it out. The Netherlands, the United Kingdom, the USA, Vietnam, and Indonesia. The USA, the 3rd place in the overall points. They're in 2nd place right now in this race. We'll have to see if they can advance from this tournament, or if they get eliminated just like China did in the last event. And what's happened here? We have some marbles stuck, and 4 marbles are stuck in the funnel. We're going to have a restart here. An anomaly happening in Group D. USA and Indonesia getting wedged, both entering the exit funnel of that double spiral at the same time, and they got the rest of the field blocked. Looks like we have a cleaner exit this time, but still they are pretty close, and it is the Netherlands coming out to lead, the United Kingdom coming in at 2nd, and Vietnam in 3rd, but they're all about to get stratified through the orange funnels, and it is still the Netherlands in lead, being followed by Indonesia and then the USA. The USA in the last spot that's not eliminated. Let's see if the United Kingdom or Vietnam can catch up, or if the USA will be able to withstand the pressure, and it is the Netherlands who will come out in first place. Indonesia in 2nd, who will come out in 3rd. Here comes the USA, and no problem for them because the United Kingdom and Vietnam are so far behind. These 2 marbles will be eliminated. So the USA will make it to the semifinals, and they have a chance to get farther than Brazil. They're only 4 points behind Brazil. If they place high enough, they will be able to overtake Brazil. But at this point, there still is a chance for some other marbles to overtake. But at this point, it's a fight between the USA and Brazil. Let's take a look at some of these replays. Indonesia passing the USA there through that orange funnel. And that let them get to second place. And that got them to their advancement spot. So the Netherlands, Indonesia, and the USA will advance to semifinal B. Now it's time for semifinal A. But first, let's take a look at the results for the 13th through 20th places. China gets 0 points. That's got to be hard for them to swallow. They are going down and probably will get thrown off the overall lead in this tournament. Now it's time for semifinal A. Brazil, Canada, Spain, Mexico, Italy, and France. And let's see if Brazil can withstand another round. They are in the lead at this point, but Italy comes out in the lead through the other funnel, and then Spain. And I think France is in there as well. And Mexico and Canada lagging behind, and Brazil stalled on that track. And they're all fighting through this orange funnel now. And Brazil and Spain really lagging behind. Canada and France already in that funnel right before the blue section. Here comes, I believe that's Italy. And who will come out first? Ooh, France coming out there right over Canada, taking the quicker route on that box. So France, Canada, and Italy will be advancing. Mexico, Spain, and Brazil will be eliminated from this tournament. Unbelievable for Brazil. The USA could totally take this event. Let's take a look at the replay. Brazil will be getting not very many points. They won't be getting 0 because that's what China had. But this leaves them very vulnerable for the USA to come over and take first place in the overall leaderboard. So they just had trouble with Spain getting out of these orange funnels. I think that's what cost them the win. And France coming out through that quicker section of that box. There's multiple lanes you could take. And France did the right one. So France, Canada, and Italy will advance to the final round of the final event of the Quadrillion Marble Run World Cup presented by Hoppe Toys. Now it's time for semifinal B. Here comes the USA. This is their time to shine. The USA, India, Switzerland, as well as India, Germany, and Indonesia. We are going here. Who is in the lead? It's the Netherlands being followed by India and then the USA. Let's see who can come out first. Oh, look at that. A shortcut by Indonesia, skipping multiple lanes in the inverse funnel. That takes them to first place. Is that legal? Get going to the red spiral section. Indonesia using that advantage very well. I've never seen anything like that here on the World Cup. Who is that? Here comes Germany, and they're in first place out of nowhere. Indonesia coming at second. Who's in third? It's Switzerland. USA has been eliminated from the semifinals. Who will win this tournament? Not even sure if they got higher than Brazil. India, the USA, and the Netherlands will be eliminated from the semifinals. No marble in the top 3 have advanced to the final in this final round. At this point, I have no idea who is in contention for the win. Let's take a look at the replay here. Indonesia taking a shortcut on the red spiral right before these orange funnels. See, that's how they got so far ahead. But they weren't actually able to win. It was Germany who came out and took the lead out of nowhere. I'm not even sure how they did it. I think they were on the far spiral end of the track. But it was Germany, then Indonesia, and Switzerland. And those will be your 3 remaining teams who will advance to the final round of the Quadrillion Marble Run World Cup. It's time for the final. 6 teams left. 3 of which will be able to sit on the podium individually for this event. But I'm not sure who will be able to win the overall World Cup title. Here we go. final round of the final event of this overall tournament. Canada, France, Italy, Indonesia, Switzerland, and Germany are your contestants. And who is it first? It's Indonesia in the far funnel. And who's leading the near funnel? It's Germany. And Indonesia having a good lead. Let's see if they can do another shortcut. No, they don't. And France is bringing up the back of the pack. Indonesia in the lead, but bad stuff can happen in these orange funnels, but they're able to get through it clean, being followed by Germany, and now France is in that far funnel, and they've gotten out of the back of the pack. It's a race between Germany and Indonesia for the win in this event. Let's see who can do it. Indonesia is in there first, and they are going to be the champions of this event. And who comes in second? France overtakes Germany at the last second. France will take second, Germany in third, Italy fourth, Canada fifth, and Switzerland will take sixth. But the real question is, who is the World Cup champion? The officials are tabulating the results as we speak for the final results of this overall tournament. And it looks like Switzerland had a DNF. Let's take a look at the replay, see where they DNF'd. It's a good race for Indonesia, in lead for almost the entire race. And then France, an underdog story, being in last place in this section of the race. But they were able to take second over Germany through that last red box section of the track. And they got silver medal in this event. A good accomplishment for them. We'll have to see where they finish in the overall standings. But China, Brazil, and the USA all not making it to the final. I'm not sure if their points will be enough to withstand some of these other marble teams who finished in the final, especially Indonesia, who finished first. I'm not sure if they had enough points to advance them to the podium, but we'll have to see as the final results are posted. So Indonesia is your champion of this event, and now we await who will be the champion of the World Cup. So here are the full results from this event. Indonesia gets 25 points, France gets 20, Germany gets 18. Let's see where the USA is. They get 11, Brazil gets 9. So that's not a very big gap between those two. I believe Brazil will still be ahead of USA. But Brazil will be your champion of this overall tournament. The USA coming in close, only 2 points behind. China in third place with 63 points. Congratulations to Brazil, the home country of Fubeca's marble runs. They came out and triumphed in this tournament. But now we get to congratulate Indonesia for their event win with 57 points, finishing off their overall standings. France coming in at second, Germany in third place. But today, everybody aspires to be Brazil, your quadrilla marble run World Cup champions. A complete surprise for the overall results, because Brazil did not make it to the final. Neither did the USA or China, but they all still get to sit on the podium. A congratulations to Brazil for getting first place and being a World Cup champion. USA getting the runner-up. They also had an amazing event. And China coming in at third place, unfortunately losing the overall champion spot, but they still get to sit on the podium. So there you go. The Quadrilla Marble Run World Cup has officially come to a close. Did you guess correctly on who would win the final event? I hope you did. Thank you again to Hot Bay Toys for sponsoring this overall season. And we look forward to seeing what Fubeca has in store for us next. If you like this video, don't forget to subscribe and stay tuned for more Fubeca's Marble Runs.
awesome.
16 marbles, 16 nations, ready for a wild ride on this insane track.
To the Fubeca Marble Runs Arena. Today we have a challenging track for our competitors.
Funnels of every size, 2 electric elevators, and pure marble adrenaline. Every twist, every spiral, every drop, precision and chaos all at once. The crowd is roaring, the marbles are set, and the tension is electric. All eyes on the board, 16 countries lined up for the knockout bracket. The stage is set. This is the world-friendly cup here on Fubeca Race. A stunning top view of the board, the round of 16 is ready with the golden trophy at the center. On the left side, it's the United States against Japan. What a clash to start things off. Next up, Nigeria takes on Ecuador. Pure speed from both sides. England versus Croatia, a battle of precision and power. Closing the left side, France faces Spain. 2 marble giants collide. On the right side, Portugal against Germany, a technical showdown. Russia versus Argentina, strength meets strategy. Italy against Belgium, and finally Mexico versus Brazil. What a bracket! And now, the full board view. Look at this setup. Fubeca Race keeps evolving, bigger, faster, and louder every season. Check out those sponsor banners on the stands. Yes, your brand can be here too. Email us at fubecarous@gmail.com and be part of the next races. We open to the full track, so many banners ready for new sponsors. This arena is made for big names and big moments. Here comes the first showdown, United States versus Japan. The board is set, let the Fubeca Race begin. They're lined up in total focus on the start line. And they roll! The race is on, pure emotion in the arena. They enter the labyrinth section, tight turns and crazy zigzags ahead. The US goes into the white funnel first, the biggest one of the race. Japan takes the other path and dives into the second funnel. What a start! The United States drops first into the next funnel, taking the lead again. Japan slows down, but comes back strong. Japan takes the lead and becomes the first to reach the electric wheel elevator. A mixed section ahead, the pure tension in the crowd. Japan climbs the spiral electric elevator while the United States falls behind but tries to recover. Still plenty of track to go, with 3 huge funnels that could change everything. No gap anymore. They fight side by side through the final triple funnel section. The United States passes and retakes the lead. Japan slows down in the funnel. What a battle! The crowd goes wild in the final stretch, and the United States wins, securing a spot in the quarterfinals. Japan still trapped in the funnel. What a race! Pure drama and excitement here at Fubeca Race. Japan moves slowly down the track,